Did you know ChatGPT is the fastest growing app with 100 million active users? But what makes you unique among them is your prompting style. If you want to master the art of prompting, this video is for you. We have gathered an incredible essential tips and tricks to supercharge your ChatGPT experience like never before. In this video, you will discover how to craft compelling prompts, explore various prompt patterns, and avoid common errors. Learn the hands-on basics of prompt engineering, define a good prompt with examples of text summarization and code generation, and dive into hands-on techniques like zero-shot, few-shot, and chain of thought prompting. We have also shown you how to build Python apps and websites using ChatGPT 4o and leverage ChatGPT for Excel, Microsoft PowerPoint, content creation, SEO, digital marketing, and finance. Get ready to transform the way you use ChatGPT in your daily tasks and projects. We have given chapters in the description for your quick reference.
Let's have a look at a good checklist that you can keep in mind while designing an effective prompt for better results. So, the first one is defining the goal. Telling ChatGPT what exactly you want to do. That is called defining the goal. Next is detail out the format. Format is output format that you want ChatGPT to provide you. For example, as I told you previously, it can be table, paragraph, list, CSVs, anything that you want. And you can give it in a priority order also. Ask ChatGPT to give you in a priority order if you are working on such content. Next is creating a role. If you remember the previous prompt that we discussed, while learning about components of a good prompt, we told as a context, act like an analyst. That is creating a role so that ChatGPT assigns or processes based on your request, based on that role that you have asked. Next is clarity who the audience is, or clarify who the audience is. Basically, you are telling ChatGPT, please generate the output based on the demography of my audience, whom I am catering to. It can be beginner level, intermediate, advanced, if you are creating any content. If you are creating code, it can be foundational, functional, expert. Based on the audience, it can also, if you're a teacher and you are using ChatGPT, you can specify, I want to teach fractions from a 6th class learner perspective. Or if you want to create a content, or if you're working on something and you want to make someone understand that particular concept. For example, I want a 10-year-old to understand what is prompt. How would I make that particular learner understand? That kind of clarity, that kind of clarifications when you put in your prompt, what is your target audience, it will generate tailored feedbacks, tailored outputs for your prompt. Next is giving context. Basically, you are giving every possible additional information for ChatGPT in your prompt so that the purpose of your request is clarified to ChatGPT and the response that it generates is what you want. Next is giving examples. We saw in the previous components, while we were understanding components, that giving example trains your ChatGPT or makes it understand that what you want, and it learns from it to produce accurate results. Next is specifying the style. It can be communication style. If you're working with a brand, it can be how your brand works. Communication style such as informal, formal, what do you want to do? So it's suitable for your response. Next is defining the scope. When you outline the scope with specifications, besides giving context and examples, ChatGPT operates within those parameters. For example, temperature, when you are telling, okay, I want to be creative, my temperature is this. I want my top P to be this, right? You are defining the scope for your ChatGPT. Applying restrictions. Restrictions becomes your, what is, supposing, length that you want. The output length, the token length that you want. There is a restriction, but what is that you want? When you apply those restrictions, that constraints will create right boundaries for ChatGPT to produce relevant responses. So, all these are checklists that you can keep in mind. Again, these all pointers in your checklist revolves around all the components of a good prompt that we have already seen. But as a checklist, you can keep in mind that, okay, these are my pointers which I can follow when I'm designing my prompt. So, this is how you can write a good prompt. Now let's understand what are the different prompt patterns. One is your persona patterns. Act as X. Do the task as Y. As a yoga instructor, create a beginner-friendly routine for joint mobility. For example, this is your persona pattern. Next is your audience persona pattern. For example, in the previous bit I told, explain this concept, supposing prompt. Explain prompt to me, assume that I am a 10-year-old child. Or another example that is there, explain the importance of eating greens, assume I am a skeptical child. So you are trying to tell ChatGPT that what is your audience persona. And you are writing your prompt or designing your prompt, having the correct bits. Explain to me, assume I'm this. Or previously, persona pattern, act like this. Next is visualization generator pattern. Now, I have a tool. I want to generate a data, for example, and provide that data to my tool. So, it can be generate X that can be provided to tool Y for visualization, for data analysis, for anything. It can generate data in tabular format. It can generate CSVs that can be provided, that you can download and provide it to your tool for visualization, data analysis tasks, modeling, machine learning tasks, anything. So, these are the first three prompt patterns: persona pattern, audience persona pattern, visualization generator pattern. Now let's see the next pattern, that is recipe pattern. For example, you want to do X task, but to perform this X task, there are steps or subtasks A, B and C. So, I want ChatGPT to have a complete itinerary generated for me. If I'm traveling from Bangalore to Darjeeling, And from there, I can take a train or a cab to Darjeeling. Now, based on this, I am telling ChatGPT to complete my itinerary. This is a recipe pattern where you know you want to do a X task and you know that A, B, C are the sub tasks or the steps that are necessary for you to do that X task. So this is the recipe pattern. Next is your template pattern, where you provide, or as a user, I provide the ChatGPT or generative model with placeholder, with a template and a placeholder, so that my output, ChatGPT fits my outputs in those placeholders. For example, I want a day-wise travel itinerary. If I'm visiting to Paris, I'm telling ChatGPT to generate day-wise travel itinerary for visiting Paris. Now, my placeholders are day for the day of the travel, supposing Monday. Location in Paris, what location I'm traveling to. Activity, what in that location I plan to do. Time, what is the best time or best part of the day to travel or to go there. This is my entire template, and how I want the output, it's indicated for day, visit, location, at time, for activity. So if ChatGPT generates, it will give you for Monday, visit location X at time noon, for activity visiting museum, for example. So this becomes your entire output. And you're giving the template. You're giving placeholders that place my information in these and generate output in the form of this line for day, visit, location, at time, for activity, containing everything. So these are your 5 prompt patterns that you can imbibe while designing your prompts so that you have better responses from ChatGPT. And also you understand what you want to do. You have a clarity what you want to do and work accordingly. If you want a pattern where you want ChatGPT to act as a person, where, or you want to give an idea to ChatGPT, what audience you are catering to, or you're doing visualization, or you're doing data analysis, what is your pattern? If you're doing a task which contains subtasks or sub-steps, what is the pattern you follow? And if you have a template in mind, how you want your output to be generated, then you have template pattern. So all these 5 patterns you can keep in mind along with your checklist while designing your prompts. Let's now see common prompting errors. Vague or ambiguous prompts. When you just write, what is joins? What is prompt engineering? That is your vague and ambiguous prompts where you do not have any context, instruction, what to do. Just vague prompts. Then there are biased prompts where you are designing the prompts. Supposing you have 2 categories and the data or the instructions that you are providing, the examples you are providing is leaning towards one, and now the second category is left alone. That is your biased prompts. Lack of contextual information. You have just said, okay, generate the content for fractions. But what is the target audience that you are acting? Are you a teacher that you are teaching? Is there any template? Is there any flow that you want to follow? Are you looking at creating a course? Are you looking at teaching fractions, as a slide you want, or as paragraph you want. Anything, any contextual information is missing. Insufficient examples. You do not have examples. For example, you are just saying, generate synthetic data for doing sentiment analysis. But what on? You need to provide some content, some information that, okay, this is my data. Now, based on this, you generate synthetic data in a CSV format for me to do sentiment analysis. That is lacking your training data or examples, insufficient examples. Complex or confusing prompts. If you write full lengthy prompts, but it is very complex, it has several different informations, such as you have target information also. You are acting as a target audience information. You are acting as a analyst, and you have target audience. You have branding also. You have campaigning also in that. It is very confusing for ChatGPT to pick one persona and act. Or, for example, you are designing a campaign, but you have given a lot of information. Check out Coca-Cola campaign that happened at this year, or check out this campaign and design my campaign. It is confusing when you give different reference points. You need to be very clear. You need to be less complex. Your prompt needs to be very simplified so that ChatGPT can understand. Not testing prompts thoroughly. You have given a very good prompt. You have designed a very good prompt and given to ChatGPT. It generates something, but you are not reading it. You are blindly following what it generates. You're not giving it a feedback. You are not asking what it has understood from your designed prompt. That is not testing prompt thoroughly, and you will have less accurate responses, and in some cases, wrong responses. Now let's write a few prompts so that you can understand what are prompts, how to write them. So we are on a prompt engineering course where you understanding the outcome of this course is for you to understand what is prompt engineering, how to write a good prompt, right? So let's give ChatGPT a simple prompt, that is, what is prompt engineering, and let's see what it tells us. It starts generating and it tells you what prompt engineering refers to, what is crafting and refinement of prompts, and generates responses from AI language models such as GPT. Then it's saying that prompt engineering involves considering various factors such as language used in prompt, structure of prompt, context. Effective prompt engineering can significantly improve performance and usefulness of AI models in various domains, such as including natural language understanding, text generation, dialogue systems, etc. If you see, this is a query that you have put, which you can also put on Google and get different links, not a text, not a paragraph, but different links where you can open the links and read it. Here on ChatGPT, when you enter what is prompt engineering, you get this, a definition, a elaborated explanation of what the generative model, that is ChatGPT, that uses GPT as a generative model, understands about prompt engineering, and it tells you their perspective of it based on the different parameters that it is trained on. Let's see another example. Suppose I want to travel 5 days in India. Please make me itinerary. I give this a prompt. According to ChatGPT understanding, it will give me this. Arrival in Delhi. I have not said that where am I arriving from. It assumed arrival in Delhi. Day 2, Delhi to Agra. Day 3, Agra to Jaipur. Day 4, Jaipur sightseeing. Day 5, Jaipur to Delhi. And it tells me, when you are in that day, you arrive in Delhi, for example. It is capital of India. Visit historic landmarks like Red Fort. Explore bustling streets of Old Delhi. Experience, optional, visit is Humayun's tomb or Qutub Minar. Okay. Again, day 2, it's giving different, or day 3, it is giving different options. I have not said here what I like. I have not said whether I am a beach person or a mountain person or a normal, I want to travel, which kind of places, hot, cold, nothing. It has not asked also. This is my random prompt that I have given ChatGPT. Let's see a different kind of example. I have a passage of 3-4 sentences. I want to summarize in one sentence, right? I am giving an example. That my example text is, scientists have discovered a new species of orchid in rainforests of South America. And the output that I'm giving is a new species, the entire sentence. Okay. Now, my sentence or my passage is on prompt engineering. It involves crafting precise, context-specific instructions and queries. And these prompts provide guidance. We can enhance model performance, achieve better control over generated output, and address limitations associated with open-ended language generation. And I want to summarize this into 1 or 2 sentences, right? This is my prompt. I give this, and this is what it gives me. However, isn't it feeling as same? Now, if I say, please shorten this further. For example, I don't want this much. I want short and crisp. It still gives me this. Again, I say, please be concise. Now it gives me prompt engineering uses precise prompts to guide language models, improving performance, control, and overcoming limitations in generating responses. However, the first one, when I asked, please shorten this further, it said crafting precise instructions called prompts to guide language models and shape their output. It enhances model performance, offers better control over generated responses, and addresses limitations of open-ended language generation. If you compare this output with this output, some information is lost. Some information is retained while making it concise. So you have to see what responses you are getting based on your prompts and give them a feedback what you want to do. So these are some examples of prompts. This is the first time you're looking at prompts in this course. So we try to cover from basic content generation, basic query-based prompts, to traveling itinerary without any information, to text summarization where you are given an example and asking to summarize and giving ChatGPT a feedback on it, right? So this is your first prompt. Now let's look at few examples so that we can analyze what are good prompts and the checklist that we have seen, the persona patterns we have seen, the components that we have seen, how to integrate that while designing your prompts. Now let's see how we have designed this prompt and what all components we have included. In content generation, where we have written, provide a comprehensive overview of text summarization, which is our main topic or concept that we want to understand, empowering learners to grasp its significance and potential applications across diverse domains. So basically, with this line, we are telling that we want our learners to grasp what is text summarization for different domains. It can be for manufacturing domain, it can be healthcare. But what is text summarization? We want our learners to understand that. Now we have given some guidelines also here. You need to follow below guidelines while answering. We are telling ChatGPT, provide an insight into text summarization, a tool for condensing lengthy text into shorter and more manageable versions. Second, we say explore various techniques like extraction, abstraction used to achieve this and provide clarity on how it works. Third, we are saying provide relevant examples of different domains and use cases where this text summarization can be applied. Fourth is explain text summarization, how it is evolving and innovating with advancement in AI and machine learning, offering customized solutions for diverse needs. We are also giving extra instructions also that while providing insights, the learners are from different domains and have just the preliminary knowledge of text summarization. Cover the basics. So for that, you cover the basics of text summarization techniques, highlight key concepts without diving into overly technical details. What not to do, we have also specified. This approach will cater to our audience's level with familiarity of the topic. We can tell the level also here, but let's see how it responds. Give explanation in clear, straightforward American English. We are telling the scope also, we are telling the communication style also. Ensuring the accessibility and understanding, maintain a clear and straightforward tone. Ensuring accessibility and ease of understanding for all learners. Now let's give this prompt to ChatGPT and see how it responds. So, it gives text summarization is a powerful tool used to condense lengthy text into shorter, more manageable versions. It's basically taken what we have provided and given as a definition, making it easier for readers to grasp main points without going through entire document. Now, this is now breaking our key aspects into better understanding. Insights into text summarization, where it tells that it can be thought of a process similar to what humans naturally do when they summarize an article, a book, or a conversation. The goal is to extract the most important information and present in a concise form. That's okay. That is the insight that it is giving. Now, we also highlighted that please ensure that you are using extraction and abstraction also to explain text summarization. And along with that, use examples and use cases also, where it is highlighting what are the applications in various domains, in news aggregation, academic research, legal documents, that is your law, in branding, social media, in customer feedback analysis, which different companies uses. Then it is giving the evolution and advancements with time, what it has done. Customized summaries, multimodal summarization, real-time summarization, evaluation matrix, various things that has evolved in text summarization. Now, if you want more insights on text summarization, where you want different techniques for it to explain different techniques, you need to tell, please explain furthermore or elaborate furthermore on techniques used, on extraction or abstraction, or give me more examples, not application, examples. So if you see here, it has given use cases, the applications across. It has not given examples. So you can say, this is my feedback to you that the explanation that you have generated is missing example. I am not able to correlate what is given here, what you have generated here, right? So you can tell the examples are missing. You can also tell that evolution and advancements does not tell me when it started, does not tell me a history. Evolution means history. It is not telling me that. So all these are your feedbacks so that you can have a output, you can have a response, a final response that gives you what is text summarization, what is the significance of text summarization, what are different techniques of text summarization, what are the different examples of text summarization, what are the applications, how it evolved, when it started, what are the different things, what are the different advancements in using AI now. So you can definitely work furthermore. Now, this was ChatGPT 3.5. Let's now see in ChatGPT 4. We create a new chat and give the same prompt to ChatGPT 4 also and see how it responds. What is the difference between 4 and 3? We have given the same prompt, not changed a single line here. So it has generated an output where it generates a content on text summarization. And if you note the first line, it has not taken the same thing that we have given as prompt. It has written and explained in its different words or different explanation what is text summarization, which is a powerful tool in the field of natural language processing designed to condense long pieces of text into shorter, concise summaries. Now, it tells you the techniques of text summarization, which is abstraction and extraction, with tools and various examples of it, various applications of it. Now, it tells you applications across various domains as well, which is closely the same as 3.5. Again, this is also missing your examples. It has not given you any example. In evolution, if you see, it has given how it has evolved. You can also give a feedback to ChatGPT 4 that I want a timeline evolution for text summarization. And it has briefly explained some advancement, again, as compared to 3.5, that is missing, which you can give as a feedback and it can improve upon. So this is what content generation example was in both ChatGPT 3.5 and ChatGPT 4. Now, let's see a different example, that is text summarization. We learned about text summarization. Now you have fairly a good idea what is text summarization. You give what you want to understand and it summarizes and gives you output. Summaries basically of what you provide. Now, let's provide ChatGPT an article and ask it to summarize it. So we have the text summarization example here, where we are given an article on Indian Express based on Tesla policy, and we have asked that use Pinto pyramid principle, and we have given the link also to that To structure your communication from top down, ensuring swift and clear message delivery. Start with the conclusion, follow with key arguments, and then support with detailed information. Give only relevant information that is appropriate to understand business outcomes only. Use clear and straightforward language for better understanding. So, we have given a context and instruction. We have not given an example here, but we have given clear instruction and we have given restrictions also. We have given a style also that be straightforward, right? You can further give that, okay, make your word limit to this much only. Okay, so let's first see what it generates. So, in Pinto Pyramid principle, we write a conclusion first. Then we write key argument, why we have concluded. So basically, if you are having a conversation and you want to conclude that conversation, you will write that conclusion first. Then you will write your key arguments. Okay, this is why I'm telling. And then you write the detailed information that is related. So basically, we want, because we are asking for business, right? Business needs conclusion first. So we have concluded this first, that India's decision to lower import taxes on EV could potentially pave the way for Tesla, led by Elon Musk, to enter Indian market. Now, key arguments are lowering import taxes, Tesla entry into Indian market, boost for India's EV industry. Then we have detailed inputs from that report only that are mentioned here, right? So this is a text summarization in a structured way. Text summarization can also be, if you go back in the first prompt that you have written, where we had 4-5 lines and it summarized for us. That is also text summarization. This is a structured text summarization where you do not need to go through this whole article of Indian Express, and it gave you a conclusion, it gave you key arguments, what it presented in the article, right? So this is an example for text summarization. Now let's do an example on code generation, which mostly from people from tech domain or data domain will use ChatGPT for, right? So the prompt has a Python recursion code for calculating factorial, where we are defining a method to calculate factorial if n is equals to 1, equal to 1, return n, else return n into calculate factorial. We are doing recursively, right? Now, the same calculating factorial we have done with non-tail recursive function, right? We are giving an example on that as well. Now, what we want is to write a program with recursive function to check if a string is palindrome in Python or not, right? Where we have given 2 examples of recursion on factorial, and now we are asking ChatGPT to generate code for palindrome. Now, this has given that, okay, with comments that this is the base case, if the length of the string is 0 or 1, it's a palindrome. Compare the first and last characters of the string, false, okay? Return false if it is not equal. Recursive call, check if the substring excluding the first and last characters, right? So this becomes your output. Now this function works by recursively checking if the first and last characters of the strings are same, okay? You can also in your prompt say, please explain line by line as well if you want further elaborated explanation as well, though it has given comments, right? You can further ask, give me further more explanation for this. Now let's see the same thing in ChatGPT 4. In ChatGPT 4, it actually has explained what is this function, what it does, where len is equals to 0, a single character, what it will do. Both cases will be true. It returns true. Okay. What is the recursive case first checks if the first and last characters of the string are same. Calls is palindrome. It is telling each and everything that the function is doing. This is equivalent. However, this is a little bit optimized version of 3.5. Now you can see a difference between how or what 3.5 generates code for a specific problem statement and how 4 generates. So basically 4 is more optimized for code generation rather than 3.5. In 3.5 you can iteratively ask, please optimize this, right? In 4, you can do once or twice and then actually it will give you an optimized version for the same. And you can write furthermore to refine your prompt. You can write, please give me the complexity, time complexity, storage complexity for the same, space complexity for the same, right? So these are the examples for a good prompt where you are giving a context, where you're giving an instruction, where you are giving restrictions, where you are following items from your checklist, where you are following a pattern to provide a pattern to your ChatGPT as well. So these are some of the examples that you can refine more, you can experiment more with. Advanced prompt strategies. These are different prompts or different types of prompts that exists. We are taking only 3 types: zero shot, few shot, chain of thought process. That's it. There are several different more strategies that exists like self-consistency, tree of thought, respond, rephrase, etc. You can go and dive deeper into the same. Let's now see what is zero shot. Zero shot is directly instructing your model, that is ChatGPT, to perform a task without any additional examples. For example, I just say, classify my feedback into neutral, positive, and negative. And I give a line. That is the input. And it outputs the sentiment. That's it. This is my zero shot. Few shot is teaching with examples that we saw previously, where we gave 2 examples, and third is our input, where we are indicating how we want the output, and it gives the output for the same. So that is few shot. Zero shot is without any example. Any prompt without any example, where you are only telling the instruction. That's it. No context. Few shot is giving examples for ChatGPT to learn and produce your response. Now, chain of thought. Chain of thought is designed for logical tasks. Anything logical, it is the best prompt strategy to follow. You give in chain of thought an example how to do a process. For example, you are adding. You are given an example, 2 plus 2 is equals to 4. Then you say 15 plus 4 is equals to 19. Then you give an input. Okay, I want 3,150 plus 10,500. What will be my answer? You are telling how to do the process. And then you are asking in your input, what will be the output? This is very basic. There are complex problems. For example, blood relations. X is related to Y. So what will be the relation for Z with X? So all these logical questions, all these logical and complex bits is for chain of thought. Now let's see examples of these 3 prompt strategies on ChatGPT so that you understand it better how to work with these on actual playground. Let's now see few examples on these advanced prompt strategies: zero shot, few shot, and chain of thought. Now, zero shot is giving no examples, just giving the instruction, just giving what it needs to do. So we'll take a simple example, very generalized example, where we are generating a passage in the style of William Shakespeare. Okay, we are giving this prompt. Based on what ChatGPT would have been trained on, it has given a passage of William Shakespeare. But from where it is from? You can ask from where this passage is from. The passage I provided is an original composition written in the style of William Shakespeare. While it captures the language, imagery, and themes often found in Shakespearean work, it is not directly derived from any specific text by the bard. Did you want the same? Right? You need to give the feedback. Now, I did not want in this manner. I wanted a extract from his own plays or his own poetry and given as an example, right? Or is it following what you want, right? You can give that as a feedback as well. Now, this is zero shot. If we want to make this as a few shot, we need to give an example. We have given an example. Generate a passage in the style of William Shakespeare. Example is original text to be or not to be, that is the question. Shakespearean style rewrite is whether there's nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. Similarly, in example 2, we have given all the world's is a stage and all the men and women merely players, right? So now we say this is few shot. It has given an example: out brief candle, lives but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frits his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. Right? And Shakespearean style for this. So this is an example of zero shot and this is an example of few shot, right? Let's take another example where we say ChatGPT to translate. It's a lot of William Shakespeare, right? Let's take a more simpler example, where I say, translate this English sentence to Spanish. I am a Spanish reader. This is the English sentence I want to translate into Spanish. I say this and it gives the translation for this. Now, if I want to make this few short, I'll add examples. I'll add more examples for the same. I'll add, say that, okay, this is my article. I can give an article also and say, please translate this. These are my examples. Now take this article and translate in Spanish for me. I can do that as well. So that becomes few short for the same. In ChatGPT 4, there is an option that we want to highlight is that you can click on this attachment, add any attachment. It can be dataset, it can be images, and train your ChatGPT that, okay, for example, you want to train, these are the picture of roses, where you provide different pictures of roses. And in input, as an input data, you give lily and you ask, what is it? Is it a rose? And it tells you based on what images you have input, is it a rose or not? Just a random example. The same can be used for data science or data analysis, different activities, visualizations as well, where you can give the data and ask ChatGPT to analyze, visualize the data and give you outputs for the same. Chain of thought. Chain of thought is said to be logical. It works on logical bits, right? Here in this prompt example, we have designed few question and answer that is on blood relation, where the first question is, if Michael says, Patrick's mother is the only daughter of my mother, how is Michael related to Patrick? We are giving the answer is, Michael is saying that Patrick's mother is Michael's own mother's only daughter. This means Patrick's mother is Michael's sister, making Michael Patrick's uncle. Okay. Second example we are giving, Emma is John's sister, Mark is John's father, Linda is Mark's sister, and Thomas is Linda's son. What is the relation between Emma and Thomas? Emma is John's son, making her Mark's daughter. Linda, being Mark's sister, is Emma's aunt, which makes Thomas, who is Linda's son, Emma's cousin. Right? Now, our input question is, Alex introduces Brad to his friend as the son of the only brother of his mother. How is Brad related to Alex? Output is, Brad is the son of the only brother of Alex's mother, which means Brad is Alex's cousin. Right? Logically, it correlates, the chain of thought correlates based upon your examples. Chain of thought can be of different types as well, where you can give different examples, complex examples as well, and it works. It is zero shot also, it is few shot also. So basically, this comes under few shot chain of thought prompt. Okay. Zero shot is separate, where you give directly what you want without more explanation in your prompt designs, right? And then there is automatic chain of thought as well. So there are various chain of thought prompts as well. You can explore more and deep dive there as well. Apart from chain of thought, we have different prompting strategies as highlighted earlier. We have self-consistency, we have prompt chaining, we have response, rephrase, we have tree of thought. We have many advanced prompt strategies which you can deep dive and apply based on your requirement, your prompt design, what you want to do with your generative models with ChatGPT.
Okay, so now what if we want to calculate the average of, let's say, column number D, that is Q3 revenue? What if I want what is the average of it? And considering that if I am a layman and I don't know how to use Excel, how would I do that in a shorter way, right? So what will I do? I'll just go to ChatGPT and I'll write in the prompt, right? So now I'll just check in the data set. So if it is column number D, right? D2 to, let's say, D20, right? I need an average of it, right? So I'll just mention the row numbers as D2 to D20, right? So I'll write this. So So it will give me what needs to be done. So right, so the function that is used is equal to average. Now I'll just simply click on this cell right here and paste in that formula and the syntax, and it just gives me, it automatically selects the range, right? So if I give them the starting and the end, it will just directly do that, right? So that's how ChatGPT can enhance the way you're working on Excel, right? It will make your life much more easier, right? So here it gives me 54,619 is the average revenue of Q3, combining all the companies right here, right? So if I want to do it the other way, if I just want like to give me the average of the same company in all the 4 quarters, how would that go? We would just have to mention them. Okay, if it is the same row, then it will be B2, C2, D2, E2 if I'm considering the first company right here, right? So that can also be done. Now what do I have to do is that I need to calculate how many times is, like, let's say, what are the total number of movies in English, French and Italian, right? How would I do that, right? So if I know, okay, if there are 4 languages right here or 5 languages or how many other languages, I want to segregate, I want to find how many are there, how many let's say English movies are there, how many French movies, how many Italian movies. How would I do that? Okay, so I'll just type in the prompt that how to calculate the total number of times a word has been repeated in a column. Okay, write a syntax for the same in Excel, right? So it tells me that the function that I am going to use is countf, right? So in the previous module, when I talked about a generalized bit of key functions that are important, I talked about countf, right? To count the number of times a certain thing has come up, right? So the same thing is what is mentioned over here, right? It's just that I gave you that reference so that you would have an idea of it. If I was a layman, if I was just starting out, I definitely would not know what countf is. Now, in a very simplest of the terms, what I did, I just added a prompt here to ask GPT, the computer, how to calculate the total number of times a word has been repeated in a column. Write the syntax for the same, right? This is basically, I'm telling that, okay, this is the problem that I'm facing, find a solution. That's your job, because this is like an AI assistant. It will help you in whatever ways that you would want, right? So it has given me an example also how to do that, right? So I'll just copy this right here. It has given me an option. So let's just put it over here, right? So it will give me 0 because nothing is there. So I'll just edit it out. The range, right? Now I'll just remove the range section. I'll just drag and drop all this entire range from B2 to B22. Right? Then what are the criteria I'm looking for? For English, I'm looking for English, right? So I'll write English, right? So I'll just print and enter, right? So now it has given me the exact number of counts that English is repeated in column B, right? So if you want to check it, if you want to cross check 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's accurate. So similarly, if I have to find how many times the word French has repeated in column B, how would I do that? I'll just copy the same syntax that ChatGPT provided me, change the range from A to B, then A20 to B22, right? 22, right? Then apple, changing apple to French. Right, then I press enter. So now the French has also been repeated 5 times. Similar thing I have to do for just removing French and just adding Italian. And now it's selecting a different range. I'll just give it the range that I want, right? and I'll just press enter. So 6 is the number of time Italian is repeated in column number B. So we can state in general, if we have a problem statement, how many movies are in English, 5 in the entire data set, how many are in French, 5, how many are in Italian, 6. So we'll get a generalized way. So I did not do anything on my own. I just asked ChatGPT as an AI assistant that, okay, help me solve this part. So it did. Right, the second thing that we talked about was trim, right? So I'll just ask ChatGPT if there are unwanted spaces, right? I'll just ask if there are unwanted space in a cell at the start, what syntax should I use, right? I'll just type it out and let's see what it has to say, right? So it gives me the exact command that I was referring to. It gives me that, okay, it knows you want to use trim because this is how you would get rid of the unwanted spaces that are there, right? It just mentions and gives me a exact thing how to do it. So I'll just copy this. I'll just create another column right here, right? And I'll just write that thing here, right? So trim this, right? Trim A, I'll just start with A2, right? So now I'll just write here correct range, right? I'll just make another column, bold it maybe, right? Now this is the thing, equal to trim and the cell. I have to click on that cell or just type out the cell name. So what I will do, I'll just, since it understands, so I'll just drag and drop till the very end. And now as we can see, it's right here in row number 8, there was this much unwanted space, right? In number 12, that was there. In number 17, it was there. 19, 18. So that extra space, that unwanted space is now gone, right? Now you get a clear, uncluttered view of that movie title column, right? This is how you use trim, right? Now let's just take another example, right? If I want a set number of characters, right? If I want to extract, let's say this is a data set that gives me the name of that state, right? Indiana, Delaware, and all this, and the county names with their pin codes. Now if I want to just extract the pin codes, right? I just want the pin code to be out there, right? How would I do that? I know that pin code is of 6 letters right here, right? 6, all it is the same. Now I want to extract it. How would I do that? I don't know. I would ask ChatGPT how to do that. So let's just ask, how do I extract 5 letters in the left of a cell and add the same in a new column, right? So let's just see what ChatGPT has to answer. So as we also read before, that we can use a syntax called as left, right? How do you use that? Again, it has mentioned number of how to use that. I'll just copy this. I'll just paste, since I want from the left of this cell, I'll just paste this, right? I'll just change the cell to B2. I'll just add the number of characters I want, right? I want 6 letters, so I'll just move it to 6. And there you go. I have extracted the first 6 letters here, and I can drag and drop to the entire thing, right? So this is the thing. So basically now the shift of using Excel is how either you can learn how to use Excel, that's number 1. But if you don't want to sacrifice on that, if you just want a shorter way ahead, if you just want that my workflow is smooth, it's faster, it's quick, then I do not have the bandwidth or the time to learn Excel, what I would do, I would just add ChatGPT how to do that. So now I've extracted. So now what would happen is that I'm given a business problem. The first approach is to go to ChatGPT. Of course, use your brain, but the first element is to just know what ChatGPT can answer, right? It will give you some idea of or the other, right? So next we can also talk about Kincat, right? We spoke about how it is used, but again, let me just show you how you can use it. What if I wanna combine two cells and add it in a new column? How would I do that? Tell me. So it mentions you have to use the function known as concatenate. The syntax is mentioned right here. I'll just copy the syntax right here, how to use it. Now, the best part about ChatGPT is it would give you a hands-on view. Okay, well, this needs to be done. Also, it will give you a bit of a brief of how things are happening, right? It would not give you anything too vague that is not true. Of course, you can try it out, you can check it out. But yeah, you can get what you want from it, right? So I have used concatenate here. Instead of this, I'll just changed my range, right? I want this first name and the second name to come in the same cell. So there you go. I got it. I got the name together combined, right? Similarly, I'll just drag and drop till the very end and it'll give me the entire combination of column A and column B, right? So let's just say another thing. Let's just find out the number of characters that they're there, right? So how would I do that? How do I find the count of characters in a single cell? How do I do that? Just type in. So it's basically typing out what you're thinking, right? It just gives me the thing that I can use equal to len and just try it out. So right, count. Let's make another column, count. Add my syntax. It's just taking another cell. I'll just delete it. It's just a dummy cell. I'll just add cell name A2 and press enter. So it tells me, okay, Miss Jerry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It gives me the correct order, 9. And similarly, I can do. Now, the point is that it would also take into consideration the space. If I have a blank here, right? It will increase it to 10, right? So it takes in consideration of all the blanks that are there as well, right? The similar thing, if I just don't want this, I just want another cell. Let's say this one. So I'll just put enter, right? And then the best part, I can just drag and drop and it will come off the column B, right? So these are the things that you can work on. What if I want to calculate the weighted average of a range of cells? How would I do that, right? So I'll just type in calculate the weighted average, right? So it would give me what is the parameter in which I have to do, right? So it says that sum product is the aspect that I need to look at, right? So I will have to mention my range 1, range 2, then the sum of range 2, right? So this is how the exact weighted average will come, right? So we can get that as well if you want to. Right, what else can we do? Let's just look at some other things. What if I want to create a drop-down list of a cell, right, of a range of a column, right? So how would I do that? How would I create a drop-down list, right? So I would ask it to tell me how it is. Now, one thing that you have to know about it is that the things that are here, right, in a single thread, it has its own memory, right? So if I'm just writing it down in a single, I don't have to mention that, okay, tell me in Excel in every prompt. It would have the memory of the this entire thread that we are talking about, right? It knows that the context is about Excel. It knows that, okay, the things that we are talking about is of Excel, right? So it will just give me that the entire thing that will come up here, right? So it is stating me that to create a drop down list with the values from B20, you can use data validation. Here's the thing, right? Select the range of cells you want to drop down list. For example, assume that you want to create, go to the data tab in the Excel, click on data validation dialog box, open settings tab, allow drop down choose list. So you can do it in this regard. So anything that you have in your mind that is even a wild thought that, okay, this is the things that we can change in Excel, right? But you have no clue how to do that. You can just type it out in Excel. It would definitely have some or the other way to assist you on what you want to do, right? This was about general basic prompts in which you can know what is happening, how it is happening, right?
In the income statement, how pivot table or pivot chart will work, I will show you. So first we need to select the entire data. Okay. After selecting the data, you need to go for insert. Here you can see pivot table or recommended pivot tables. You go to pivot table, click on that. So it will take like select a table or range. So whatever the ranges you require, you can select that particular range, or you can type here also. Okay. And use external data. If you want to use any external, you can choose here, and new sheet or existing worksheet. So in this same sheet only you can see what is a pivot table and how the pivot chart looks like, or in the new worksheet also you can see. So I've clicked on the new worksheet, just click on OK. So there you can select which are all the values you required. For example, I required only 2019, 2020, 2021. Okay, all 3 years I have selected. This is your income statement, correct? The total revenues. Okay, this is visible. This is your pivot table, correct? So next, how to create the pivot charts means, after creating the pivot table, next you can go here, you will find the pivot chart. Okay, in the same column. So just click on pivot chart, and here whichever you require, like candle, border, or whichever you required or it is comfortable, you can select and click on OK. See here, all the information, all blue colors is visible in. So blue color is showing 2019 information, orange color is 2020, and this gray color is 2020-21. So if you want only 2019 and 20, not required 2021. So if you just click on 21, that is untick, then you can find only 2019 and 2020. So if you require only 1 year, so 2019, and you need to compare with 2019 and 2021, so just click on that. And here also whatever you want. So here also values are there, so you can select that values, drag and drop here. And here also revenues, only revenues we have taken. We have any other information, you can drag and drop here. And the values, okay, that is also there here only. So with this pivot table and pivot charts also, we can easily analyze your financial statements. So, and if you click on here, the filter symbol is visible, right? So here also you can go, and whichever you require, like only, like first you can select all, that is untick. Then you can select only total gains, total expenses, total losses, and total revenues. So here in the 2019, 2020, 21, we are comparing only these 2 years. Okay, what is the total expenses and what is the total gain, total losses, and total revenues. So easily we can compare in the pivot charts. And if you want 2020 also, you can just click on that, you will get the information. So if you comparatively total revenue and total expenses, so in 2021 only it is highest. The revenue is also high and the expenses is also high. So this is how we need to use the pivot table and pivot charts. So if for example, I know how to create pivot table and pivot charts, so I can easily create. If I'm not sure how to create pivot table and pivot charts, so on that time also, you can just ask the ChatGPT, so that will give the step-by-step process to create the pivot table and pivot chart to analyze your data. It may be financial data or whatever the data it may be. So that will Clearly, it will give you the step-by-step information to create or how to create the pivot table and pivot charts.
How to create a presentation, how to create slides using ChatGPT, right? So in this scenario, in this context, like let's start off by taking another random topic. Let's take climate change for that matter. Now I will put certain prompts and create an entire deck, how I want the deck to be using ChatGPT, right? So for better results, let's just take a GPT-4 model and let's just uh, type in our prompts here, right? So my first prompt would be quite generic. I would not add too many details in it, but when you're talking about GPT-4 model, if you give them various parameters, then it is much more helpful. Otherwise GPT 3.5 and 4 would be the same. So if you have a lot of parameters, let's say climate, when I talk about climate change or the topic about climate, so I would have, if I want to input a lot of parameters in it, talk about the audience in, let's say, Asia Pacific region, know about what is happening, historical data on how the global warming has started or is on the rise, what are the various greenhouse gases. So all that, if I have to talk about, I can give them the parameters to talk about, right? So all that we'll see. Let's get into it. Let's dive deep into it. So let's just type in first, what should I name, right? Let's say if I have to create a, let's say, PPT on the topic climate change, could you suggest me some catchy titles for my PPT, right? So let's just type in, let's just see what it gives me. Right now I've given that I have to create a PPT on the topic climate change. Could you suggest some catchy titles for my PPT, right? Now it will give me a list of answers, right? It will not give me one or two answers. It will give me a list, a good chunk of more than 20 or 20 results, right? And I can pick from there, right? Earth is a tipping point, understanding climate change, unraveling the climate conundrum, the heat is on, decoding climate change. So all this is given. Now I can choose, right? Let's just take any random thing, right? Let's just say um, let's just take this one, right there. Earth is at the tipping point. Now if I want to create, can you create let's say I want to create a byline, right? Byline for this title. So also, right, if I do not know, I have just heard the term byline and I do not know what byline actually is, right? So what would happen is that it would just give certainly a byline can help provide a little more context or highlight the unique perspective of your presentations, right? So decoding Earth's rising temperatures and the fight for survival, and so it basically gives me a byline as well. Now what I have to do is I have to ask ChatGPT to give me an entire slides. How much is the amount I will specify, but to create an entire deck out of it, a slide deck out of it, right? So let's just do that. So now I will talk about create a slide deck of let's say 14 slides highlighting. I'll just first give a random dump about climate change, right? So I'm just giving it that create a slide deck for 14 slides about climate change. Now make sure that the context here is that you do not have time to make the presentation. Let's just say that you have to make a presentation next day or the day after and you're running low on time. So what would you do? You would make use of ChatGPT. So that's all this is about, right? So now this let's see the result. Now here's the proposed structure for your 14 slide PowerPoint presentation. Now, slide number 1 is about title slide. So I have already chosen Earth at the tipping point, understanding climate change. Now, this is the beauty of ChatGPT. It understands what you have asked ChatGPT before in the same thread, right? If I'm talking in the same thread, right? This is the new chat. In the same chat, if I'm talking to ChatGPT, right? It will understand what I have spoken before. It will understand what I have input before, right? It have that memory in the same thread, right? So now it understands that my title that I selected is Earth at the Tipping Point, Understanding Climate Change, right? In 2 prompts before I added this one, right? So I chose, it understood that from this entire dump, I have chosen this part, right? And it gives me, after 2 prompts, it gives me the same thing, right? The title slide, title is this, subtitle of this is Decoding Earth's Riding and Fight for Survival, right? So it gives me the first one here because I did not really specify it. If I would have, it would have given me the one that I wanted, right? Now it says that my slide 1 should be the title slide. This is, I explained it in the key elements. The first slide is always the title slide. Then is the introduction, a brief introduction about climate change, its causes, why it's important to understand and address it, right? Then defining climate change, this, all this. Now, if I'm not happy with this, right? If I'm not happy how it has, given me the things, I can ask it to make it better, right? So now what I'll do is I'll ask slide number 2, that is introduction, right? So I'll copy paste this right here and I'll paste the prompt below. And what will I do? I will just write add elaborated this point. Now I have to think in that perspective. If it is an introduction slide, how many pointers do I need, right? Do I need to add images or do I need to add more text, right? So elaborate this. Let's say I find, let's say 4 more points should be there. More 4 valuable points. Elaborate this point in 4 valuable points and add a case study example from history, right? History. Okay. So now I'll give it this prompt. Let's see what the result is. So slide number 2, right? A brief introduction about elaborate this point in 4 valuable points. Now it will give me the dump that, okay, this is the thing. What is climate change? Climate change refers to a long shift in temperatures and weather patterns, particularly a rise in global temperatures, right? Case study, the Little Ice Age, a period cooling from the 14th century to the mid 19th century, illustrates the natural climate variability. During this period, temperatures dropped by only about 1%, but it was enough to freeze the river Thames in London, causing widespread crop failures, right? So I asked the chat GPT model to give me 4 valuable points and add a case study, right? Example. Now I wanted to add a case study, right? But what it did is it added a case study in each pointer, right? Which is what I did not want, right? So I'll write here, just give me one case study in the above answer, and just give me one case study in the above answer and keep the pointers up to 1 line. Let's make it 2 lines. Okay. Now let's see if it understands or not, right? Yeah. So it gave me the thing, understanding climate change, the causes in, I asked it to give it in 2 lines, it gave me into 2 lines, and then I asked one case study, right? Just give me one case study. So now it gives me one case study that the Dust Bowl of 1930s in United States is an example of a climate event by human activity. Poor farming practices led to widespread soil erosion and dust storms, creating a decade-long drought. Although not direct parallel to today's global issue, that does demonstrate how human actions can dramatically affect time. Now, this is something. Now, if I have to verify this, I can go and I can write it in Google and see if this is accurate or not, which we should do. Any content that you put or go forward from adding from ChatGPT, it needs to be much more clear. Number one, in terms of the facts. If they are wrong, you need to cross verify it, right? If you have any doubt, cross verify it, because ChatGPT is accurate up to some level, but you need to you need to cross check, because it may be wrong at times. It's not fully up to the point in which there are no errors. There are errors, there are things that are factually incorrect, so you need to also check that point as well. But since climate change is a very generic topic in which you don't need to address a lot of technical terms, so this becomes much more easier for making a presentation for sure. So understanding the climate change, the causes, the need to address is the importance awareness, right? So now I have 4 headers in these things, right? Okay, let's now talk about how to add these slides in PowerPoint presentation. So what I'll do is what I have got here, right? Now I want to elaborate it, right? I'll just rechange it. So there's this option here where you can modify the current prompt, right? So I'll add shift enter, then I'll add 4, or let's say 5 short pointers in each section. Okay, in each section, short, crisp. Let's add the word crisp pointers. CRSP, crisp pointers in each section. So let's see what the result is. So now what happens is, it would give me an iteration, right? It would give me, okay, so this was my first iteration, this is my second iteration. So it will give me, from now it understands that title slides cannot have a 4-point pointer thing, so it will not give me those kind of pointers, right? Now this gives me a lot more pointers. I've asked for 4 pointers, so it's giving me 5 pointers that is there. Now I want to add this in my PPT, let's say. So I'll create a new, right? So what I'll do is I'll refresh this, and I'll click on the right button, then I'll create a Microsoft PowerPoint presentations, right? I'll name it as climate change, right? I'll double click it, I'll open it. Now this is what comes up. It's the PowerPoint that opens up. Now I want to add a new slide, right? So I can create a title slide that is right there. Then I can add subsequent slides, right? Then I need title and content. Then I can have much more like this. So slide number 1, let's see what it has given me, right? So it has given me, first is the title slide is Earth at the tipping point of climate change. So I'll click on this, I'll copy paste this, then I will add this here, right? Climate Earth at the tipping point, right? Add this. So this is currently at 54. Let's just move it to 42, and let's just change this to, let's say, Calibri, and I can bold it, and I'll bold it. Now if I want to add a subline, byline, right, that can also be done. Decoding Earth's rising temperature, and this I can write, right? So this is generally in a lesser known, in a, let's say, a bit more smaller than the previous. So I kept this one as 42, this one I'll keep as 24, or 24 is fine. So I'll keep this as 24. Now this is my title slide right there, right? So this one is sorted. Now the second one is adding the content. The second one is about introduction, right? Introduction, I will either type or I'll just copy paste it. Introduction to, I'll just say, climate change. Okay, so it comes up in bold automatically at 44, but I'll reduce it to 32, right? 36, let's just take it. Okay, I have to select all, I'll just give the number 36. Okay, and I'll bold, it's already bold, it is perfect, right? then I can add the content straight away from what it has given me. Right? Definitions, brief explanation, introduction, and everything, right? So now if I want to add another slide, I'm not happy with the flow, right? Historical overview. I'll just click on this, then okay. So it has given me this response, but I think I wanna, let's say I wanna have in third slide, introduction, I'll just have copy paste definition of climate change, brief introduction, right? So now these are my main pointers, right? But I can't really write definition of climate change, right? So what I'll do is, right, elaborate on slide 2 and crisp pointers, right? So now it will go back and it will think what this is about. Now climate change reference, it has given me that it refers to the temperature something, yeah, weather patterns and temperatures. It includes both global warming driven by human induced emissions of greenhouse gases and the resulting. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this and I'll just paste this. So since it's the introduction, the first pointer is will be about climate change, right? Then second would be its universal effects. Is this effects? Yeah. So second, I am talking about what are the global impact it will have. So I'll add that structure right there, right? Now, if I feel that this is, so I'll just put the text box. I'll just write 24 right away. Okay, so just give me a warning. I'll just go and make it the entire text box. I'll make it as 24, right? Now, if I want to justify this, right? Let's just say that I don't want this empty spaces. So I'll just copy paste. I'll use Control J. So the text would be from line to line format. Okay. So it will be justified, as mostly happens in a research paper of some sort, right? Then I want in the second page, I want something else. Let's say the topic on this significance, right? So I'll just paste here. I'll just have 24. So I can write in that manner. Now I want to include another slide in which this is there, right? So let's just say that would be the third slide. Now if I want to include, so I don't want to include this, I want to include something else, right? In this, I'll just copy this, right? So elaborate on the pointers, right? So this can happen. So basically anything and everything that you want can be done through this, right? You don't need to, look around a lot of places when you're running short of time. Make sure that the content is less technical, because then you would have to verify a lot. But in cases of, for example, this, right, the role of carbon dioxide in greenhouses, I would want to go and verify if whatever this is written, right, is correct or not. Are the greenhouse gases correct or not? So which I can see is correct, by the way, but you have to verify it. You have to go and verify it, right? So what is this? Now I can add these pointers. I can just go ahead and add the pointers right here, right? So I can add the pointers. So now what is the best part about this is, let's just take that I want a historical case study to be presented, right? Or I can ask them for historical case study on climate change. Let's just modify some parts. So I'll write for historical case study on climate change. Can you add historical example, right? So from the very start, it is giving me the responses like the Little Ice Age, Dust Bowl, Keeping Curve, 2003 European heat wave, record Arctic heat, ice melt and all that. So this is giving me this. Now I can add these case studies in my presentations. Or what I can do is, also one more prompt I want to introduce is that develop a slide that introducing the main objectives of a climate change campaign, include bullet points highlighting the key goals and strategies to be implemented, right? So what does this mean? This means that increasing the awareness, key goals, influence policy, right? Policy changes need to be introduced, engaging communities, inspire actions, right? So the various strategies to implement is educational programs, policy advocacy, so all these things, right? So now the key goals are written. So how they were, it was structured in key goals and strategies. So it will give me two different things. Now if it's my choice if I want to add it or not. So let's just type in another thing. Let's just see what it gives the response. So design a slide featuring the timeline of important historical events and climate change movement. Utilize a horizontal layout and add brief descriptions to each event to provide context. So if the prompts are a little more lengthier, so GPT-4 has this ability, higher order reasoning, right? So it can give you better results in that scenario, right? So the timeline, it is giving me in timeline 72, 79, what are the various things? First, World Climate Conference, then Kyoto Protocol, this Paris Accord that happened to 2015. So that's also mentioned here, right? So all the things are mentioned here, how they are. Now, if I want to have this, right? So give me, this was the most popular one, right? So elaborate on this. If I want to give a case study much more depth, so I will add a prompt that would, make it much more bigger. Now, if I read news, I would know that there was a Paris Accord in 2015. So what would happen is if I want to add key sections in which I want to talk more about, right? So these are the elements that I can use, right? So this will be coming in. Now in our deck, right, if I have to make a lot of changes, so I will I can make the changes to the design aspect of it. I can make it look how it's supposed to be, right? I can add changes to the slides how I want the slides to be, right? So this can be modified as much. You can play around the functionalities of it, but to create a crisp deck, this is what is needed, right? What you can also do is, if there is that kind of space, what you can do is you can also add extensions to the PowerPoint, in which you can basically, you have to dump what ChatGPT gives you and it will automatically give the response to it, right? I will just do one thing. I'll just create a dummy presentation, right? So I'll create an empty presentation, as you can see. So what will happen is that I will input in this the VBA code to create the VBA code of this slides, right? So since there are a lot of slides, it will not create the entire one, but let's just take a dummy example. I'll ask ChatGPT to create a visual code. So now here I've written make a PowerPoint VBA code for this to run on Microsoft PowerPoint, right? So let's see what the result is about. So now it has given me all the code, right? It has made a code that can be copy pasted in PowerPoint and the slides will be there, right? So let's just copy paste this code. Let's go to the empty presentation that I've created. So I'll click on this, then do Alt F11, right? So what will happen is that it will open up this window, right? Now what I have to do is I have to go on insert, create a new module, right? So this new module is created, right? Now what I'll do is I'll copy paste the code that was there in ChatGPT gave me for VBA. So this is basically Visual Basic for applications. What it does, it is your process of making a presentation. So if I run it, like F5 is how do you run? So if I run it, it will automatically create these two slides from the dump, right? This was a dummy, so you can create more if you want. So you don't individually need to add the content in there, right? So that's how you make your process easier, in which you just have to dump what ChatGPT has given you. It will create a VBA for it. You can copy paste VBA in your presentation and make the entire slide deck. So how convenient it is, right? So this is all about VBA.
write a program to find or calculate BMI, right? So I'll give enter and let's see. It is giving us directly a program in Python programming language. How do you calculate body mass index? That is BMI, right? So this is how the program look like, and it will give you in the comments what it is doing, what is this particular function for, what it is applying, how it is calculating, what is the formula, and how it is converting, how it is interpreting the corresponding messages in the different categories, whether if your BMI is less than 18.5, you're underweight, and if you're having certain middle range, it is normal weight, and it is crossing 25, it is overweight, and above that 30, it's supposed to be obese. So all this calculation interpretation is done and it is giving us the output, right? So the major thing here is it is giving you the program as and when you ask without having any other delay. It is giving you the answer in seconds, right? So what you have to do to execute, you have to copy paste into a Python interpreter or online Python executor, and you can compile and run the particular program, right? Next, I will ask what is the efficiency of the code above, right? It just normally how you talk, you can talk to the system. So it will give efficiency is calculated with so and so, time complexity is big O of 1, and you're having overall structure and explanation is given what is the efficiency of this particular code which is put up above. So it is telling it is having the time complexity of big O notated 1, right? So big O 1 is the time complexity, and which is okay. It is not having a bad time complexity. It is having a very good time complexity, right? So this is the overall structure. It is giving you the explanation for the same. Now let's check the next method. What is the option it can provide in order to solve this particular program, right? So any other method to calculate BMI. You can just give this also and check what the answer is generated. Certainly, there is another common method in order to solve this particular problem statement in Python. So it is giving a shorter code. If you could see, if you just compare in a layman perspective, this is a larger code and it is a shorter code. Again, what is the efficiency of this code? If I ask the same question, the method is different now. So let me ask the same question. It says, yes, the time complexity is big O of 1. Again, it is a good performance consideration, and this is the overall report for the one single question which is being provided by the ChatGPT. So I will give the third option. Any other method we can implement to calculate BMI. So this is my last query. Yes, certainly there is one more approach which involves weights in kilograms and heights and centimeters. So it is giving us the variations between, I think in the previous one it was considering the weight, height. Again, it is giving you a variety of solution. If you compare both of it, you might not find much difference between these two, or it might be the same program as well. After one point of time, if there is no solution, no other logic applicable in any other way, it will stop generating and it will start giving you the particular program repeatedly. So that is when you understand there is end for it, right? Because in 3.5, you have only the data up to 2021. Right? So it is not real time, or it is not learning with the help of machine learning method. With the help of users communication, it is not learning much. So whatever the data has been trained, it is giving you the output, right? So this is how you communicate. You can use this ChatGPT to build a program. This is the first task which we have completed. Let's check out a next program to write a program in Python and display powers of 2 using anonymous function. Let me enter this and let's check how does this look, right? So it is giving you enter the limit of powers and it will calculate using the anonymous function. The powers is calculated and it is displayed, right? It is giving you explanation what is happening in the code as well. Let's quickly check out what is the efficiency. So what is the efficiency? If you ask, it will give you time complexity, the complete details, space complexity, and it is going with respect to the generalized answer. So let me again remodify this question. I'll copy and paste the same efficiency of above code, right? So let's see. I apologize for any confusion, but I must correct my previous response. So it is apologizing for us that it did not understand our question properly. So now it is giving us this particular explanation with respect to time complexity and space complexity, right? So this is how ChatGPT will interact. Let's check out any other method to solve the above query. So I am giving with the spelling mistake also, but still it can rectify what I am talking about. What is the recent question which I give the ChatGPT? That is powers of 2 calculation, right? So again, it is giving us a different logic here, right? You can do this to and fro, right? You can just have a lot of conversation with the GPT and create the programs which you require as per the logic you want. And if you want a shorter code, if you want a lengthier code, if you want an efficient code, depends upon the input you give, and the ChatGPT will give you the output accordingly, right? So let's execute the third task. Let's have a program executed. Let's try out the last one. Write a program to check if 2 strings are anagram. So let's learn how this particular answer is provided, right? So it will first give you the function to check if 2 strings are anagram, and it will give the length. It will check the length and it will give the frequency of the characters of the both particular strings which are given. All character frequency should be 0 for anagrams. So it will take the input from the user, it will check whether it is an anagram or not, it will give you the output. So this is the basic program which has been created, and it will give the explanation how it is moving as well, right? Let me take that particular question. What is the efficiency of the above code? So if you ask this, it will give you the time complexity, and sometimes it will be giving you the space complexity as well. So for now, it is giving us the comparison of the time complexity and how it is producing the output, how efficient it is, how efficient it can be if you improvise your code, if you cut short your code, if you make it much more optimized, right? So any other method do we have? So let's have this question. When you ask this question, it will say, yes, we have another method to solve the particular problem of anagram. So this is the output for the same, right? So this completes the overall picture of how do you build programs using ChatGPT, right? So this is the output for you, and this is how you converse between the GPT and from the real world, right? Let's understand what is code interpreter in ChatGPT. So the most recent addition by OpenAI to ChatGPT, particularly as I told you for ChatGPT Model 4, it is code interpreter, which enables to execute the Python code in real working environment, and it will also have certain essential functions sandboxed in Python environment wherein Python code can be run and for any other purpose you can use, right? It seems like it is only used for the particular programmers or oriented towards technological aspects, building an application or something, but code interpreter helps students also and learners also. It can assist in regular basic for variety of tasks as well, right? So this is the code interpreter in ChatGPT. Let's see how do we interpret code using ChatGPT, right? So before doing that, we'll have to compare two different aspects, as I told you, that is 3.5 and 4 model of ChatGPT. So ChatGPT 3.5 is uni model. The ChatGPT or the chatbot, which is version 3.5, only understands and interprets the text input. It will interpret the text input only. It is a uni model. But ChatGPT 4 can now understand and process even images. It accepts both text and image prompts. Hence, it is multi-modal, right? So, the first comparison is unimodal 3.5 and multi-modal 4, right? ChatGPT 3.5 was failing to understand the nuances when it comes to natural human language. If you remember, while I was executing, I asked, what is the efficiency? And it gave the generalized answer, efficiency is nothing but time complexity and space complexity. But once I changed the prompt, what is the efficiency of the above code, it suggested, it gave me the answer, I apologize that I understood your prompt wrong and this is the answer for your particular question. So, it is trying to be much humane compared to, it is not being a machine like you, it will just process what you ask and it will throw back the output. It is not doing that. It is trying to understand what is the aspect, what is the human being trying to tell me, right? So that is how it is interacting. In GPT-4, we can produce improvised poems, you can write essays, it is much more creative and it is having coherence compared to 3.5, right? Coming up to the third point, ChatGPT 3.5 has no code interpreter option, right? In code interpretation is not there. It is just giving you certain comments in the code and giving the explanation for the code. If you ask, it will give the code documentation. That's it. It is not having the interpreter, right? ChatGPT 4 has code interpreter, which is in beta version only. That feature is available. Let's see when we go to the interface. ChatGPT 3.5 does not allow file upload or output download. So, uploading and downloading is not present in ChatGPT 3.5. But in 4, we have the uploading of code file option, also downloading the output option, right? So, these are the differences between the ChatGPT itself, between the different versions or models, that is 3.5 and 4. Let's see where the interpreter is available. You have to go to the settings. It says settings in beta. It will say features. If you see, code interpreter is off for 3.5. You can switch on this and you can start working with the program and the prompt. Write a program to add 2 numbers. So, I am just trying to execute. It is writing a program very quickly. Any other features can we add to this program? So, I am asking question. It's only addition. So, what all can we add? So, it is suggesting certainly you can enhance the program by adding some additional features like input validation, error handling and option to continue adding more numbers, etc. Right? So, this is one of the option given. Can we add other arithmetic operators to addition of 2 numbers? If so, kindly provide the program. So I'm just asking like we ask others. So it is giving you the complete arithmetic operation program here, right? So what it says, of course, you can modify the program and handle other arithmetic operators as well, like subtraction, multiplication, and division, right? So updated version, updated program is also given. So how do you download this? So you cannot download. So let's ask how to execute this code in ChatGPT. Let's explore. Let's ask question. How does it work? So it is telling install a Python interface and then create a Python file and then run this. To follow the instruction. It is giving you how to execute also. If you are having any issues, you can download the Python software and you can start running your program by copying it to a Python file, right? What is the interpretation of the code above? Let's see that. So it is giving you interpretation of the code completely. Function definitions are addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. You are having input validation. So like this. If you switch off this interpreter, let's see. Can we get the interpretation of the code above? Still, it will give the interpretation as well, right? So if you ask the query, it executes the prompt actually. So if you switch on or switch off, but if you ask the interpretation, it will give you, or else by default, it will give you the code, right? Now it's our turn to check out how does the ChatGPT 4 will work. So I'll take a new chat here. I'll switch to ChatGPT 4 and there is an option which is in default and plugins are getting sorted. So there are different plugins you can enable, right? You have various plugins there. So it is having plugin store, like it is giving about plugin ideas. So you have so many plugins, CodePad, or it is having, I'm just installing CodePad just like that, and you can install. It's very easy. Click on this, it will install and you can select between it, right? So it is having ask the code, it is having ask your PDF, and it is having various kinds of plugins available already. Prompt Perfect, Show Me diagrams, so Smart Slides, so Wikipedia, everything you can just inculcate with the help of the plugin. So here there's an option to choose. If you have multiple plugins, you can switch between with the help of this particular option. So I'm just giving a interface overview here before starting, right? Again, let's see settings. We'll go to beta features. Interpreter is off. So let me switch on the interpreter. Try a version of ChatGPT that knows how to write and execute Python code and can work with file uploads also. So let's see the major difference now. I didn't talk about the difference in 3.5. I just executed and I just showed you the different particular options available. So if you switch on the code interpreter, it did not change anything in the 3.5. If you go to 3.5, it will not give you any option if you on the interpreter or if you don't on the interpreter, right? Why was that particular thing happening? Because I'm working in the premium version. This particular settings for beta features was applicable only for 4, right? If you log into a general ChatGPT 3.5, which you're not having premium version, this particular settings and this beta feature will not be available for you, right? So that is why when you executed the previous code in 3.5, there was no change. If you select interpreter, if you switch off, if you switch on, there is no change. It was implying only for GPT-4, not for 3.5, right? Hope this is clear now, right? The confusion is sorted. So now let's talk about GPT-4. GPT-4 had code interpreter in the beta version. So I am selecting that code interpreter. if you switch off, let's check out once again to be double sure. If you switch off and if you go back to ChatGPT 4, you could see only plugin and default, right? So that's the major difference. So quickly, I'll switch on the interpreter. I'll go select the code interpreter. And if you see the change, you have a addition option here, upload option, right? We say plus symbol or addition option. Upload file can be done here. So I am selecting a code which is already existing. I'm uploading the code, that is a Python file, to ChatGPT 4, right? So with the help of code interpreter option. So I'm sending this code file to ChatGPT 4. It will give the overall picture what is happening inside the code file. It looks like you have uploaded the Jupyter notebook file. So it says interpreter example underscore dot ipynb. And how can I assist with this particular code you have uploaded? So please provide the output. So when you ask kindly provide the output, it will work on that particular code file and it will try to fetch the output or it will not. Let's see. Finished working. It appears the notebook contains only code cell. So let's execute the cell to display. Shall we proceed? It is asking. So I am just giving yes to that, right? When you give yes to that, let's see, it is working. It is finished work and the code cell in the notebook. Yes, the program which I had given, I had already given two different numbers, that is 1.5 and 6.3. It has added and it is giving you the output for that. Is there anything else I want to do with this particular notebook? So what do? Please add extra features. Enhance the code file and display the code. So let me see. How does this extra feature is added? Certainly, however, I need some guidance. So what all I should do? It is asking us only. So please add arithmetic operators with addition. So I'm just giving this particular input, like try to execute. Yes, it is saying yes, operations I will add is subtraction, multiplication, division along with the addition. So this is how this particular code will look like. See, the same input which I have given in the code file is only taken. That means whatever the code file you have given, it is improvising that according to your prompts provided. It is not creating a own program. If it is creating a own program, the inputs would be different, right? So this is how it is improvising. So I want to download the modified code file. So let me tell I want to download this particular code file. Sure, you can do that. It is trying to wrap up into Python code file might be. So let's check out what it is trying to do. So it is trying to convert this particular added features of this particular code file. Addition was the only thing which I uploaded, but subtraction, multiplication, division is added. That is the extra features added according to our instruction. So it is giving us the downloadable link for this particular code file. It says download modified interpretation example code. It is giving us the name also, it is modified, right? So if you click on the download link, it will download. If you could see, the download has been done here, right? So this is the major difference which I was talking about. How do you use code interpreter in 3.5 of ChatGPT and 4 model of ChatGPT. So these features are available. It is having a sandbox of Python. It will try to execute in that particular environment, add features, give you output. So many operations will happen. So this is the overall picture and comparison between the GPT 3.5 and 4 with the interpretation option, which is still in the beta version, right? So let's end this particular topic here. Let's check out the next one. How can we improvise our code? What do we do with ChatGPT? I am trying to copy or type or paste this particular code which is present here. If you want to know what is the error, I can say it is an index error actually. Let's see whether the GPT will recognize the index error and debug the program and provide corrected output is the first prompt we will ask the ChatGPT to. And the second one, is there any other method which we can be used in order to solve the same problem statement? So this also we will try to ask the ChatGPT interface in the debugging aspect, right? After the particular first example is completed, the same thing we can do with the second example, where let's check out what is the error which has been put up here, right? After the object, I have not put anything. I've just mentioned equals and I've just kept it blank. So we paste the same code in the GPT and let's check out how does this work. Proceeding with the first task now. Here we are in the GPT interface. If you want, you can start off with a new chat or you can continue here itself. So I prefer having a new chat. So I am pasting a error code here in GPT 3.5, right? So you can execute in 4 also, but I prefer 3.5 for the execution. So I'll execute this program, find the error. So let's see how it will execute. The code you have provided mostly correct, but there is a potential issue when printing the value using a F string. The curly braces in the F string need to be formatted with the index value. So one of the curly braces was missing here, right? So that is why it is giving a corrected version program here. It is not telling us, so you are not wrong. It is boosting our confidence that you are mostly correct. Actually, there is a mistake here. It's like how we correct somebody as a teacher or a person who wants to teach something to a person who has made a mistake, right? We will try to convince, okay, you have made your attempt, but your improvised code is so and so. It is trying to be human enough and it is giving the output to the inputs provided, right? So the corrected version is being added here. It is having indices, that is index to axis. This was missing. It is giving the value here. See, index to axis, it is giving this particular mylist section and almost it was correct. It was not missing anything, but it is just trying to add and make the corrections accordingly and mention this particular error also here, right? So let me check out with one more prompt. Let me improvise this particular code. So any other method we can solve the above program, right? So certainly here there's an alternative which has been provided. So in this version of code, attempts to access the value of the specified index within the try block. If the index is out of range, it will raise an index error, right? Which is caught by the except block. So what it is trying to do? It is using try catch block where nothing was present when I gave this particular code file. So it is telling we can improvise. See, it improvised by adding if else. It also added one of the logic to the same object, to the same input which is created. See, if else is not there here. So it added if else. It gave this particular comparison also. If you could see index axis length with respect to that, whether to check the index is within bounds or out of bounds, it made this particular logic also accessible and which was not present here. So these corrections were told to us and it is made. After doing all these things, again it is adding exception handling, right? This is how the particular error is detected, given the suggestion and improvise the particular code which we have provided, and it will give the improvised, modified, updated code for us back. Now let's check out the second example. The second example, let's paste that particular wrong code itself and see what is missing. Something is missing here. Let's ask, find the error. If you don't ask also, it will say, it seems like you want to create instance of a subclass and call the overridden method. So it is analyzing what I'm trying to do. I'm doing method overriding actually. And this is the particular code. This was missing actually. My subclass was removed in order to make a mistake and put that to ChatGPT and ask for the correction. Obviously, it detected and it has given the corrected code also, right? So, it is giving the explanation how it will work. So, any other method? I just gave any other method. It's normally how I want to speak. It is giving the prompt like that only, and it is giving the output for us back. So, yes, there is a method you can approach for by using super function. Right? So, it is giving a modified code as well here. So, this is how you debug your code if you're stuck somewhere, if you are trying to learn something or if you want to solve something, you have done half of the work and you're not knowing how to proceed. You can upload the error code into the ChatGPT and try to ask ChatGPT, what is the error? How do you correct it? What is the modified code and any other method you can improvise so everything can be asked. So this is how debugging can be done for your programs using ChatGPT, right? I'm trying to paste a code which is having index value error issue and ask an exception to this particular code and get the modified code. So I'm just giving a normal code and it says, it looks like you have provided a simple Python snippet that creates a list of containing 5 elements and then prompts the user to put the input to the index, the code, and then access the value, and it will print the index for the same. If you have any questions about the code, you can ask me. So, what it is telling is, what is the error that can happen in the code above? So, I'm asking a question, what might be the error? Obviously, the code you have provided, these are the errors it can happen. Input type error and index error. It is giving explanation also. In order to solve this particular error, you can use try except block. Right? Without us asking provide exception handling for this above code, I'm just asking what is the error it might come. If at all, if it wants to, how do you handle? It is giving the complete try except block in this particular modified code, right? So, let's ask our customized exception handling question. What it was discussed, if user provides decimal index value as input, how to handle? So, I'm just asking my own question in my normal language without any sentence framing, and it is trying to understand and give me the output, right? So, what it is suggesting us to do, we will convert the floating point indices to the decimal value and then we will execute the program. The first conversion is happening, then it is proceeding, right? So, this is how it will convert, right? If you want to execute this particular program and check how it will work, and if you're having premier version of ChatGPT, then you can copy this, paste in the GPT-4 and try to use the interpreter feature in the ChatGPT-4, right? So, for now, I'm stopping it here that we have got the answers exactly how we wanted and the GPT has understood our problem statement. It is suggested what all the problems can arise, the errors can arise, and how do you solve that with the help of exception handling program. And then again, if you give a customized exception to be handled, it is providing the program for that as well, right? So let's check out the second task and let's paste the code which is having 0 index error and just work how it will take it. Coming up to the second task, we are having a program here which is having the 0 division error, right? So, when you have this error, let's see what it will do. The code you have provided will instead cause 0 division error because you are trying to divide by 0. Denominator is 0, numerator is 10. So, this is your program with error. If you run, you will get this output. If you get that output, how do you solve that? You can use this particular if-else statement. Else, I can say, please add exception for above code. It tried solving by using if-else, but I want exception. So let me ask, please add exception for above code. It will give you try and except block, right? So any other method to solve the above statement or problem. Let me give it as problem here. So when you do this, it is telling or giving, certainly there is another way to divide this particular 10 numerator with the denominator 0, even though if you get a 0 division error, how do you solve it? So this is what it is. It is giving you the overall picture. First, we tried handling, asking what is the error. We didn't ask anything. We just pasted the code. It gave us the error, and it also gave the solution for us. We didn't want it if else, we wanted exception. We asked for exception. It provided the exception. And any other method, if we can solve this major problem statement, if you could see, it is repeating the same code, what it suggested in if else, right? Here, if you could see here, as a solution, it is repeating the same as another way. It is going to and fro a lot, right? There is no much options. It will start going to and fro, right? So this is all about debugging your code programs by using ChatGPT. Prompt number 1, what we will execute? We try to do the unit test for the above code. Any code which we have already executed, we'll take that into consideration and we will try to execute. So the prompt number 2, suggest code improvement ideas for the above code and implement any of the idea and provide the code, right? So ideas will be given, and out of that we will ask, you can implement so and so. It will give the output accordingly. So let's check out this particular testing, how we can carry out in ChatGPT interface. Here we are in the ChatGPT interface, and I'll try to add a code and ask the ChatGPT to provide the unit testing. So what it has done is, as soon as you add and you give nothing as an input except the code, you don't ask to perform any other operation, it will break the particular program and try to explain you line by line what is happening, right? After this, we will try to ask, perform unit testing on the code above, right? When you ask this, sure, I can provide you on the code above. This is the unit testing which we can perform. You have the code right here, right away, right? It is giving the example and the explanation for the example right below the code, right? So this is how you do the unit testing. Any other testing options available? These are all generalized ChatGPT prompts which I am trying to ask. My single doubts which I get while I execute, I'll try to ask the same to the interface. Yes, certainly there are other testing options also available except unit testing framework. You have many other options available apart from unit testing. The first one is PyTest, second one is DocTest. So all this modular testing is also going through here, right? So any other options available to solve the code above? I'm just asking the question. It is giving the answer here for us with a different type of solution and change logic, right? So let me ask the same thing. What is the efficiency of the code above? So when you ask this question, it is giving us the efficiency of this operations being performed and size of the input list. It depends upon that. So this is the particular efficiency list it has been giving with space complexity, time complexity, and every aspect, right? So this is how you do testing with the help of ChatGPT, and you can also find the various programs option, and you can also find the errors if you want to. You can do unit testing. Apart from unit testing, you can implement doc test, PyTest. You have many other options if you go on exploring, right? So what I'm trying to say here is you can start from building your program to get to your desired output. Everything can be done with the help of ChatGPT. We saw one by one. We started building the program. We started debugging the program. We started having the exception handling inside the program, and we also got into the testing of the code, right? So it is catering to every stage of one single program or application development, which can be done with the help of ChatGPT. It can be a greater support for anyone who is learning programming or anyone who is expert and they want to explore more. Both the aspects, ChatGPT will help for the coders and the non-coders as well, right? So this is all about the testing your code over ChatGPT. First, we will try to access the code documentation for the code which is already existing and suggest any improvement ideas. We have been working for this and it is been suggesting. It is already done, but still we will do it again. Implement any other idea and provide the code, right? We are just asking an open-ended question, implement something and give me the modified code. And we have one more prompt here, create a dummy spreadsheet with 4 columns and fill it with 10 rows of dummy data, format the resulting spreadsheet data as a table. We'll check both in GPT 3.5 and 4, right? We will do this 4th prompt in both of it, right? Let's shift to ChatGPT interface now. I'm trying to continue the same thing. Kindly provide code documentation. I'm trying to provide one more prompt for the existing code file here. Kindly provide code documentation. It is an extra prompt which I'm running. So when I give this, it will give you the complete code documentation here. It's going on. Certainly, code documentation is essential to make your code understandable to others. So this is how it is. The documentation is done inside the code in the comments, right? And it is given the summary at the right bottom, right? So this is how the code documentation will happen if you ask. If you don't ask, you will have the comments, but only limited comments. If you ask for code documentation, it will give you the complete picture, right? Any other code can we integrate to improvise the code above? It's a random ChatGPT prompt which I'm trying to explore, right? How far we can reach, right? Certainly, there are various improvements and enhancements you can do for the code which is mentioned above. Input validation can be done. One thing, dynamic list you can give, and error handling in the main you can put. Custom exceptions you can make. So these are the 4 options which it has provided, right? So, any other method available? I'm just asking the questions. If any other method we can go for. It is going with a simple condition alternative method, right? So this is about how do you do extra work with the ChatGPT. Even the documentation is sorted with the help of ChatGPT for the code or the application of the project which you work on, right? Now let's execute the 4th prompt which I was discussing. Now we'll execute that first in 3.5 GPT. So I'm asking a dummy spreadsheet with 4 columns, which is having name, age, income and city, and 10 rows of dummy data to be put up in a spreadsheet table. So let's see. It is telling I am a text-based artificial intelligence, so I cannot directly create visual elements like spreadsheets. However, I can give you the table which is displayed over here. What you can do with that also, it is telling you can use Microsoft Excel or Google Sheets in order to get it into a particular format, right? So the format in the table can be put up in Excel or Sheets. If you want to choose Excel, what you have to do, select the data, go to Insert button in the ribbon and click on the table, and you can just make sure you create a table dialog box and you have table headers and click OK, right? So it is giving you an option. I am not able to do this, whatever you asked for, downloadable Excel format or anything. But I am a text-based person and I can just give you the details here, but you can proceed making a separate Excel or Google Sheet file. This is how it is giving the output for given input by the user. Now, I'll go into a new chat and select ChatGPT 4. Now, we are in the ChatGPT 4 and pasting the same prompt which we executed in 3.5, and let's see what it will tell us. It is working in the code interpreter format, which I have chosen to do. Let's see what it will give the output. Again, we'll switch off the code interpreter and check once more how it will work, right? Overall, we are experimenting in this particular program or in this particular video, what all it can do. So here is the dummy data table. It is providing us after execution. So let's see, let it complete all the 10 rows and what it will suggest us to do. Whether it is downloadable or non-downloadable, how can it be done? See, that is the major difference between GPT 3.5 and 4. It is giving the downloadable CSV file with dummy data access, right? So what did we ask for? We asked for a spreadsheet, right? I'm asking a question. It's my own doubt. Can we get Excel file downloaded for the above data? So it's a non-grammatical, how we think, how we write, it's very different. So I've just given the prompt like that. Let's see. You can download the dummy data in Excel format by clicking yes. It is giving you an Excel format also. It is giving you a CSV format also, right? So this is one of the plus point of using ChatGPT 4. You can have a downloadable data. So one last thing we want to experiment here, which we discussed, is by switching off code interpreter and just taking a default ChatGPT 4. So when you click this, what happens? Let's see. So it will try to execute. Yes, this is the table. It gives you in the format of plain text. So can you download? Let's wait and watch. It is just giving you copy code. You can have a copy option already readily available here. So let's see. After the 10th entry, can we download the above data? So I'm just giving a prompt. I'm sorry, but I'm unable to facilitate direct file downloads. You can copy the text, you can paste it in your notepad or document or wherever the situated places, right? So this is how it will make some difference when you have the same prompt executed in GPT 3.5, GPT 4 without code interpreter, GPT 4 with code interpreter option, right? So this is all about the extra uses of ChatGPT.
see how to give the prompt to our ChatGPT. I will start telling that I want to build a game app that is rock, paper, scissors. Let my backend be Python and frontend be HTML, CSS and JavaScript. I want to execute this on an online editor, namely Replit. So this is our instruction constraint, because here I am telling ChatGPT that I want to develop a rock, paper, scissors game where Python is my backend and HTML, CSS and JavaScript being my front end. So we are setting a context here. So this is all about what we want to develop. Next is I want this for the target audience of college students, and it should be for early professionals as well. So let it be simple and easy to execute. So this is where I am setting my audience pattern and the overall context is set here. Then let the creation of this be very interactive and with simple explanation and a step-by-step process which helps me understand and create these easily. So this is our overall context that we are setting here. So I want it to be very interactive so that it will tell me what to do stepwise. Then please help me connect both front-end and back-end codes easily and explain everything from scratch. So this is again an instruction. So this is my entire prompt which I want to give it to my ChatGPT. So I will copy paste this prompt to my ChatGPT here. So I will go to my ChatGPT and I will give my prompt. If you want to know more about how to write these prompts in detail, you can take up a course from our great learning platform, and it is prompt engineering. So now let us execute this prompt. When I give this prompt, so this is what ChatGPT gives me back. So sure, let's create an interactive rock, paper, scissors app using Flask at the backend and HTML, CSS, Java for the front end. Here it's giving me step-by-step guide to follow. So it is telling me to sign in or log in to replit.com. I will show you a demo of how the prompt decoding works in a moment. But first, let's go through the basic setup. For our front end, we are using HTML to structure our game, CSS to style it, and JavaScript to add interactivity. HTML will help us create the grid for the rock, paper, scissors game. CSS will make it look appealing, and JavaScript will handle the game logic such as detecting clicks and revealing winners. On the back end, we will be using Flask, a lightweight Python web framework. Flask will serve our front-end files and handle the game logic on the server side. This setup allows us to build a fully functional web app with Python. We are going to use Replit, an online code editor, to run, write, and test our code. Replit makes it easy to collaborate and share your projects with others. Now I will walk you through the steps of building the rock, paper, scissors game. We will start by setting up the front-end files, then move on to the back-end with Flask, and finally connect everything together. So here I can go to Google and I can log in into my Replit account. I have already logged in. So you can create one account for your own. So this is my Replit account. Next, it is telling me to create a new project. So it is telling me to click on the create button and choose Flask as the template. So I can go and click on the create Replit option here. I should select Flask as an option. That is your template. Now I have to give a title to it. So what can we give? We can give it as rock, paper, scissors game app. Okay. So now create Replit. Now once you click on create, it will open a new page for us. So now here we will be copy pasting our code. So we'll see what is our next step. Our next step is to set up the backend, that is Python with Flask. So we have to open main.py and copy this code. That is your Python code. So click on copy code here, go to your Replit. So this is our main.py. So here I am copy pasting my code which I have got it from ChatGPT. Next, after this step, it is telling us the step 3, that is to set up the front end. So to set up the front end, we have to create templates folder first. So let me go back, and I am in main py now, and here there is an option of new folder. So click on this new folder and name it as templates. Okay, now it is also telling me create a new folder named templates. Inside this folder, we have to create a file named index.html. So I'll copy the same name and I'll go back, and here it is telling me file. So I will copy paste my HTML file now. So I have created an index.html file. Now, next after creating it, it is telling me to add HTML code. So I will just copy this code and I will paste it here in my HTML file, that is index.html. Okay, we'll see what we have to do next. Next, it is telling me to create static folder. So I'll go back on the main.py, click on main.py, again create a new folder by name static. Okay, and inside that we have to create 2 files now. So one is style.css. I will name a file as static.css. So now, after naming my one file name as CSS, other file name is script.js. I will create another file inside this by name script.js. I have created 2 files inside static folder now. So now I have to add CSS code. So I have to copy my CSS code and I will go to my CSS file and I will paste the code here. Next it is telling me to add the JavaScript code. So let me copy the JavaScript code from here and I will click on the JavaScript file and let me paste my code here. Next, we will see what it is telling. So step 4 is nothing but running the application on Replit. So before we run into our execution, let us see the main gist of what these files are now. So this is the Python file where you are setting the actual context, where it is actually playing rock, paper, scissors and all of that, taking the input from the user. HTML file where it is used for structuring your code. So your entire web page will be set up using this HTML structure. Then is your CSS where you are styling your entire web page. And then is your JavaScript which helps you to interactively connect everything on your code that you are developed. So now, once you understand the gist about it, we will move on to our step 4, that is your running the application on Replit. So to run, we have to just click the run button on top of the Replit. Then you can access the game is what it is telling. So now I will go here and I will run. So when I run this code, you can see that you have got an output. So it is telling rock, paper, scissors. So if I click on rock, it will tell you chose rock, but computer also chose rock. So it is a tie. So when I click paper, you chose paper, but computer chose rock. So you win. So this is how you can get the output for a single player, computer being your another player.
Let's open our ChatGPT playground and let me select 4O. Now let's see what will be our prompts. I want to build a portfolio website. Let our front end be HTML, CSS and JavaScript. I want to execute this on an online editor, namely one compiler. This goes our instruction constraint to the GPT. I want this for the target audience who have zero coding knowledge or at their learning phase like college students and early professionals. So let it be simple and easy to execute and understand by them. This sets target audience to the GPT. Let the creation of this be very responsive, creative and with simple explanation and step-by-step process which helps them to understand and create these easily. This sets context to our ChatGPT. Please explain everything from scratch. We are instructing ChatGPT how it has to give us the steps. Great. Now that we understand our prompt, let's execute this on ChatGPT 4o and see the results. Wow, we got the results so fast and in a well-structured manner. For more information on ChatGPT 4.0, check out our video on ChatGPT 4.0 versus 4 versus 3.5. Great, let's quickly execute this to see our results, how our website looks like. We just copy-pasted 3 different codes. Executing this codes is very easy on the online one compiler platform. We just have to copy-paste the relevant codes in the sections. First goes HTML, then comes CSS, that is style. As a third part, we just copy-paste the JavaScript code to the JavaScript container. You can see towards your extreme right, you have a preview window. Once you click on the run button, it will execute the complete code which you have provided and show your website how it will look like. This is the basic structure of your portfolio website. You can enhance the design, color, pattern, responsiveness and add few of the actions as per the requirement as well.
So text summarization in natural language processing is the process of creating a shortened version of given text while retaining its most important information. It involves automatically extracting or generating a concise summary that captures the key ideas and main points of the original text. The goal of text summarization in NLP is to help users quickly grasp the essence of a document without highlighting to read the entire text, thereby saving time and effort as well. It plays a crucial role in information retrieval, decision making, and efficient consumption of textual data. So this is all about text summarization, a brief about text summarization. Now we're going to understand more about this using ChatGPT. So as you can see that over here, I have given a prompt that is steps to perform text summarization on a given text using Python. So you can see that first step over here is what? Before you can see one explanation is also there that text summarization is a challenging task that involves considering the main points of a given text into a shorter version. There are different approaches to text summarization. Basically, so there are multiple libraries which we can use for summarizing the text, but as you can see here, we have some limited libraries. Using that, we're going to summarize our text based on a given text. First step is install required libraries. As I said, you ensure that you have all the necessary libraries for summarizing the text. Next is two popular libraries for text summarization are NLTK and Genesis. So here you can see first we'll have to install the NLTK. Then after we're going to import more libraries which is required for pre-processing the text. So first is stop word, which is the part of NLTK.corpus, then NLTK.tokenize, which is used to tokenize the sentence into tokens, and there we're going to import word tokenize and send tokenize. Word basically we're going to tokenize the word, send means when we'll tokenize the sentences. Next is obviously the last library which is used for summarizing the whole text. Third step will come to pre-process the text. Suppose if you want to perform any necessary pre-processing steps, so what you are going to do, you are going to remove the unnecessary characters and converting the whole text into lowercase. We're going to remove the stop words. You will going to tokenize the sentences into sentences or words. As I can say over here by using this library that you can do that. So here you can see that tokenize, import, word tokenize, send tokenize basically is used to convert or will used to tokenize the text into sentences or words. Now the next is, here is an example of pre-processing using NLTK. So what we are doing, we are converting the text into lowercase. We are removing all the unnecessary characters which we have in the text, and then after we're going to tokenize into sentences. Then after we're going to return the tokenized sentence. After that, we're going to remove stop words. This is the next step to pre-process the text. So in this, what we're going to do, stop words are the common words that do not carry much meaning and can be removed to improve the summarization process. So here NLTK provide a list of stop words that you can use. Here is an example how to remove stop words, and this is the complete code for removing the stop words. Now this code will going to apply on the text, basically from where we want to remove all the unwanted words and all the unnecessary words, which generally the part of a stop word and which is not required during the summarization process. After that, we're going to generate the summary. So basically what we are doing here, we are pre-processing the text. We are pre-processing the text means we are removing all the unwanted text basically from the text, and at last we'll apply the final code to get the summary. So here you can use a summarization method to generate the summary, and here the summarize function from Gensim provide a simple way to perform extractive summarization. Here is an example for that. You can see using this code what we are doing, that we have separate sentences, and at the summarization part we're going to join that single text into a form of sentence, and that complete part will going to convert into a summary. So the last is generating the summary. So for that we're going to use this code. Summary is basically what you can use summarization method for that to generate the summary, the final part. The summarize function we're going to use in that, and that summarize function basically use to summarize to get the important text out of the whole text what we are using in this for text summarization. So this is all the combined code what we have already discussed here. Now this is the basic example of text summarization using extractive method. Text summarization. Now we're going to implement those steps on some text to get the summarized form. So here you can see I have given a prompt, that Python code to perform text summarization on the given text. So you can see that the text is actually too long, and we're going to understand how to perform text summarization on this given text step by step. So let's understand that. So when I run this prompt, what I am getting as an output over here. So here you can see that we have a code based on the prompt what we shared in ChatGPT, and as you can see that first is we are importing all the required libraries, then after we are using the text on which we're going to process all the pre-processing task. Then after what we are doing, we are tokenizing the text into sentence. We are tokenizing the sentence into word by using this NLTK.word tokenize function. We are converting that whole text into lowercase by using lower function. Then after, as this is the part of pre-processing, we have to remove all the unnecessary characters, and you can see that we are removing over here all these stop words. So common word with little meaning. If you really want to understand more about stop word, you can just ask over here as a prompt that what is basically stop words are. So ChatGPT will give you a complete explanation of stop word as well. But in brief, I can say that those words which have little meaning and which is not so required in the text. So we are removing all those text and which we call stop word by using this code. Then after we can see that filtered words, and we have applied over here that complete code for that. Then after, what we are doing here, calculating the frequency of each word. So based on the frequency only, we're going to decide that which word should be there in the summary. Then after, the next step is rank the sentences based on the sum of word frequencies, and this is the complete code for that. Summary length, that how many number of sentences you want in your desired summary. So this is the complete code which we are getting as an output through ChatGPT. Now you can see that here, this is the complete explanation also we have. First is, as I said, importing the necessary libraries. Then after, downloading the required NLTK resources using nltk.download function. Assign the text to be summarized to text variable. Then after, tokenize the text into sentences. And how we're going to use that? Sent_tokenize function. After that, tokenize the sentence into words. So whole sentence first will get tokenized into sentence, then whole sentences will get tokenized into word by using word_tokenize function. And then after, we convert them into lowercase. Next step is removing a stop word from the word using a list comprehension. We're going to talk about stop words more, but first we're going to implement this code into Colab notebook, that whether we are getting a correct output using this code or not. Next, you can see over here that after removing stop words, we are calculating the frequency of each word using frequency dist function, that freqdist function. Rank the sentences based on the sum of word frequency and store the score in the sentence score dictionary. Set the desired summary length. Summary length is basically is what? The number of sentences you want in the summary. Like 3 sentences as a summary you want, 4 sentences as a summary you want. So based on that, we will give the number over there and we'll get the output. Then the third last step over here is select the top ranked sentences using n largest from heap queue and construct the summary by joining the selected sentences with spaces. And then after, we're going to print that whole summary. So basically what we are doing here, first we are importing the required libraries, then we will going to apply the pre-processing on a given text, and then after we're going to summarize the whole text by after removing the stop words and unnecessary characters, and at last we'll get the summary by using summarized function. So let's understand that what code we are getting over here. So now let's implement the code what we have seen over here in ChatGPT in Colab notebook. And when we implement that, we want to actually see that the output what we are getting is correct or not. So as you can see, I have copied the whole code over here, and when I will run this code, let's run this code, I'm getting over here summary. And how many sentences I'm getting over here is 3 sentences. Why? The reason is I have given the summary length over here 3. Let's say if I give 4 over here, and when I will run this code, I will get the 4 sentences, and that 4 sentences will get joined and give you a proper summary based on 4. So we have understood the text summarization, each and every code of it, and we have implemented as well that in the Colab notebook, just to get the confirmation whether we are getting the output or not. So we're going to understand the combined explanation what I discussed with you into a step. So in step by step, we'll understand each and everything. So we'll give you better clarity that what we have done in text summarization. So I have given the prompt over here for that write the above code step by step with explanation. When you give this prompt, you will get all the code and in a separate way, like in step by step, you will get each and every code, and parallelly you will get the explanation of each step. So first is import the required library. So all the libraries we have to give there because once we implement the library, then only you will be able to pre-process the text, you will be able to summarize the text by using these libraries. So first is NLTK library, which is used for what? Natural language processing task. Processing task means like tokenization, stop word removal, etc. Second is stop word from NLTK.corpus. So in NLTK.corpus, it provide a common words to be removed from the text. So now we'll understand what are stop words, because here you can see that stop words basically over here provide a list of common words. What are those common words are? So when I ask ChatGPT that what are stop words, so you can see as an output over here is, in the above code, stop word refer to a set of commonly used word in language that often carry little or no meaningful information when it comes to natural language processing task. Like text summarization, what we are doing. These words are like the, is, between, and, to kind of English words, which has no meaning in terms of if we want summary of a particular text, because generally in text summarization, the meaning of text summarization in itself is to summarize the whole text and to get the meaningful information out of the complete text. So in the code stop word module, which is the part of NLTK library, basically a set of stop word specific to the English language, and stop word English over here you can see that a function, it returns a set of English stop word which has no meaning or which has no importance in terms of summarization. By removing this stop word from the text, you can see that before text summarization we have to remove it and we can focus on the most important part of the text. Now the next is the line of code filter word over there, which we're going to see. The meaning of that filter word is over here is to get the words which will get filtered out through after removing the stop words. So when I will go back to the code, as you can see here that ChatGPT is giving you the explanation of stop word. After that, here you can see that next one is frickdist. We'll come to that filtered word, but before that let me explain you the next module which we're going to use over here is frickdist, which is frequency distribution. We already discussed that, but we're going to understand this in more detailed way. So why it is used? It is used to calculate the frequency distribution of words. Next is we are going to use HipQ, which is basically what used to select the top ranked sentences based on their scores. So we have already imported all the libraries. Next step was what? Now the next step is we're going to define the text which will going to be summarized. So we have already discussed about the text as well. The text variable is store the input text that we want to summarize. Fourth step is tokenize the text into sentences, and which will obviously tokenize all the text into sentence, and it will break the text into individual sentences, because we had actually in the starting the combined paragraph. We're going to tokenize that paragraph into separate sentences, and then we're going to store them in the sentences list. After that, once we'll get all the sentence separately, we're going to break those sentences into word. How we're going to do that? By using word underscore tokenize function. So here we are applying that only. We're going to implement that word underscore tokenize function on the previous code, basically on the sentences, and we'll tokenize that sentence into word. After doing that, you can see parallelly we are converting those words into lowercase by using lower function. So lower function is basically used to convert all the capital words with capital initial or everything into lowercase. Now the resulting word where we'll get stored in word list. As we were storing the sentences in the sentences list, here we are storing the word tokenized word into word list. After that, Now, once we'll get all the tokenized word, what we're going to do, the next step would be removing stop word. We have already discussed what our stop word is, and next step in that, the same code we are seeing over here is filtered word. So filtered word, we were discussing that. I told you we're going to discuss more about it. So here filtered word are what? After getting the stop word, we'll get the complete set of stop word, and then we will going to remove that. And once we'll remove all the stop word from the text, from the list of word what we have, at the end the remaining word which will get as an output will termed as over here, we are giving the name for those words as a filtered words. So next step would be calculating the frequency of each word. I have already discussed this, but I am explaining now step by step just to get the more clarity on it. So next step, calculate the frequency of each word by using I discussed and I told you earlier that freq_dist is a function which is used to get the frequency of each word. Based on that, we're going to understand, we're going to decide like which word we're going to use as a summary. We're going to include in a summary. Now the rank the sentence based on word frequencies. Higher the frequency, will get the higher chance to be the part of the summary. So here test score dictionary is initialized to store the score of each sentence. We are creating a dictionary over here with curly bracket. Basically over here curly bracket is basically what? It is actually the dictionary only, and here we will going to append all the score of each sentence. Now for each sentence in the sentences list, the words are tokenized and convert into lowercase. So we are doing the same here. And then after, if a word is present in word frequency, so if it is present in that dictionary, then its frequency is added to the score of the corresponding sentence in sentence score. Then after, we will going to set the desired summary length. That's how many sentences you want in a summary. So summary length is equal to 3 we are giving. It's up to you, as I said earlier as well. And at last, we will get the final summary based on the length what we are deciding over here. So now here you can see that we are going to implement those code step by step. Earlier we have seen the output, we were getting the output, but we have applied the whole code at once. Now we're going to apply step by step. So you will get like at the end of each step what output you are getting. So we have applied we have implemented all the libraries. We have given the text which we're going to summarize. And when you see that we are converting this complete text into sentences, when I run this code, I am getting all the sentences, like the complete paragraph, into the form of sentences. Then after, the next step would be to break the sentences into words. So when I will run this code will break those sentences into word. So we are getting all the sentences now in the form of words. Basically, we are tokenizing the sentence into words. Once we get all the words, tokenized word, we're going to apply the stop word function, which is used to remove the stop word from this given tokenized word. And at the end, we will get the filtered words. So when I will run this code, you can see that here we are getting only the usable word, meaningful words, except those D is between of kind of stop words that has been removed from here. We only have the filtered word with us. We only have the meaningful word with us, which is actually required for our summary. Next is we're going to calculate now the frequency. So when I will run this code, I will get the sentence score. So here you can see that the first sentence is this one. So when you will see what is the score of this sentence is 118. When I will check the other one has 87. Same, the next sentence has the frequency 73. The other fourth one has how much? 70. So here we are getting the score of the sentence. We are getting the frequency of the sentence. Now we have the frequency. Based on these ranks, we'll get the final summary. And how we'll get the final summary? First, we have to decide how many number of sentences you want in your desired summary. So here I have given 3. And then after we're going to understand what? We're going to select the top ranked sentences based on the frequency, as I already shown you. And we're going to print those top ranked sentences as a summary over here. So when I will run this code, I'm getting the top ranked sentences in the form of summary. And here join function I'm using because obviously 3 sentences if I'm getting, I don't want in the form of sentences way, I want that in the form of paragraph. So I'm going to join that 3 sentences, top ranked sentences, and that will get joined and will show you in the form of a summary in the form of paragraph. So here you can see the first sentence, then the second sentence is this one, and the third one is the quarterly profit. So these 3 sentences are the top ranked sentences which I have joined using join function. So that's how you can do the text summarization using ChatGPT.
Now it is time for us to understand how ChatGPT can be used in the field of marketing. So first of all, when you talk about marketing in general, we are going to take a very simple example here. Let's say you want to open an ice cream parlor in your town. What is the first thing that will come to your mind? Well, if you want to open a new business in your town, the first thing that you want to do is you want to identify the target audience. Let's say I want to sell chocolates, I want to sell ice cream, you want to do anything, you want to sell any kind of product. The first thing is you want to understand the target audience. If you do not understand the target audience, you will never know what kind of product you should develop and what kind of location you should develop for your parlor, for your store, or for your business. So those things are extremely important. Now, the very first thing in marketing that we are going to take is identification of target audience, and we'll see how ChatGPT can help there. So first of all, we are going to ask a very simple question to ChatGPT. Let's take the first question. So as we know that we are going to talk about an ice cream parlor, and that's the example we are taking. So let's ask ChatGPT that I plan to open an ice cream parlor in the town. How can I identify the target audience for the ice cream parlor? Enter. And it will generate answers for you. So as you can see on the screen that identifying your target audience is crucial to the success of your ice cream parlor, as it helps you tailor your marketing efforts and menu to meet the needs and preferences of your potential customers. Precisely what I told you. So it is first of all giving you a basic instruction about why it is important for you to identify the target audience. And then it is also telling you how exactly you can go about it. It is telling you the step-by-step procedure for that. So it is giving you examples like, first of all, you need to analyze the demographics of the area. Once that is done, then you need to conduct market research. Once you are done with conducting your market research, you need to look at the competition. That is extremely important. Then you need to consider seasonal trends, and you need to use social media to best use this particular tool. And then it is also giving you a basic instruction in terms of by taking these steps, you can gain a better understanding of your target audience and tailor your ice cream parlor to meet their needs and preferences. Now that is the beauty of ChatGPT. So I asked a very simple question that I want to understand my target audience for the ice cream parlor. And it is not going to give me a generic response. It is going to give me a response which is specific to the ice cream parlor that I'm going to open in my town. So that's the beauty. It is going to give me all the personalized result for the ice cream parlor. It is telling me to analyze the demographics of the area, then conduct the market research, look at the competition, consider the seasonal trends, and then use social media to find the best way to identify the target audience in the town. In marketing, it is extremely important what exactly is the location of your store or your parlor, right? Because that will largely depend upon competition, the kind of market you have, and that will attract and grab the attention of the audience. So the next question I want to understand is that what should be the location of the ice cream parlor in the town? So let me type that question. So once you'll ask what should be the location of the ice cream parlor in the town, it is again giving me what are the different factors that I should consider. First of all, it is telling me that here are some factors to consider when choosing a location for your ice cream parlor. It is talking about foot traffic. It is also talking about accessibility, that choose a location that is easily accessible for your customers. And these are some good points that you can genuinely consider. Then it is talking about competition, that how important it is for me as a business owner to take a look at the other ice cream parlors in the area and then consider choosing a location that is not too close to your competition. It is talking about demographics and what are the other factors which can help me in deciding the location for my ice cream parlor. For example, it is also talking about parking. And if you are not satisfied with these answers, you can also ask ChatGPT to elaborate more on a particular point. Now, let's say you have understood that these are the different factors which will impact that how you want to go about locating your particular ice cream parlor. Now, you really like the third point, let's say. You want to understand more about competition and you want to understand that for your ice cream parlor, how can you beat the competition and gain a competitive advantage for this particular parlor? So let's type that question. Now, if you can see on screen, if I type how can I beat the competition and gain a competitive advantage for the ice cream parlor, it is going to give me a lot of methods for that as well. It is saying that beating the competition and gaining a competitive advantage is critical for the success of your ice cream parlor. And here are some strategies that can be used by me as a business owner of the ice cream parlor to set myself apart from the competition. It is talking about developing a unique menu, then emphasizing quality. Then it is talking about providing excellent customer service. It is providing me information about offer promotions and discounts. It is also talking about emphasizing cleanliness. It is talking about the use of social media. So these are some tactics that I can use to beat the competition. Now, one thing that you definitely need to remember is that whatever answers ChatGPT is going to give you are definitely good. You can definitely use those strategies. But eventually, to make it personalized for yourself, you have to understand that what part of this answer can be utilized in your particular case. If you are going to open an ice cream parlor in your town, you know your budget. You understand the target market better than this particular tool as well. So see which part of the answer can be utilized. Get ideas, get creative ideas, use whatever can be used, and whatever you feel is irrelevant to you, you can drop those ideas. So embrace whatever is useful for you, whatever is effective for you, and you can drop the ideas which are irrelevant or not effective to you. Now let's try and understand. So it has given us a few ideas for beating the competition. But let's say you are not really satisfied with this answer. And now you want to ask ChatGPT to give you more unique points. Let's say you say that all these points are already covered by the competition. Can you suggest a few unique points or can you suggest a few unique techniques? Let's say. Now, as you can see that I'm not really specifying that I'm still talking about the previous case. ChatGPT has the power to understand what you are talking about and giving you relevant answer. So if I type all these above points are already covered by the competitors, can you suggest something unique? And I press enter and here's my answer. It is going to give me some unique points as well. It is saying that if the strategies mentioned above are already being used by your competitors, it's time to think outside the box and find something unique that sets your ice cream parlor apart. I didn't mention ice cream parlor in the above question, but still ChatGPT, as showing the power of AI, has the ability to still relate the points that I have already discussed and then give me information which is relevant to me for the particular ice cream parlor in this case. And it is talking about points which are different from the previous answer. So initially it gave me some ideas like developing a unique menu or emphasizing quality, etc. And I said that these points are already covered by my competitors. So can you suggest something unique? And it comes up with some unique ideas, offer customizable options, or create an immersive experience, or partner with local businesses. So this is not a point which was covered in the previous answer. Here it is giving me examples like if there is a local brewery or there's a local coffee place, you could partner with them to create a beer flavored ice cream. Now that's a great example. You can utilize these examples or you can tweak it a little bit to make it personalized for you, to customize it for you, and then use ChatGPT in your particular personalized case. So the idea is not to take the advice of ChatGPT as it is. The idea is to use it for marketing, see what is relevant for you, and use those particular examples which are relevant to you, which can be customized for your particular business, for your particular product. So this is the basic way with the help of which you can use ChatGPT. The idea here was to identify the target audience. So we understood the different methods, how we can use ChatGPT to identify the target audience. We also understood how we can find the location of our ice cream parlor by using ChatGPT. We understood how we can beat the competition. We found that there were few points which were irrelevant to us, but there were few points which can actually be used. Now, with this module, we have established three things. First, we have identified the target audience for our ice cream parlor. Second, we have actually found the location for our ice cream parlor. And third, we have understood that how can we beat the competition and gain a competitive advantage for our ice cream parlor in the town. Now let's move ahead and develop this business with the help of ChatGPT. Let's ask ChatGPT to create a marketing plan for my ice cream parlor for the upcoming new year. So if I ask create a marketing plan for my ice cream parlor for the upcoming new year, you can see that it is giving us suggestions like define your target audience first. The first step in creating a marketing plan for your ice cream parlor is to define your target audience. And then plan promotions and offers. It is talking about special promotions and offers that we can use on the new year occasion to attract customers. Then it is giving us ideas related to using social media for the same, to leverage the power of social media for this special occasion of new year. It is also talking about hosting events, etc. So that's how you can actually use ChatGPT for one specific occasion. Similarly, let's say you want to come up with few one-liners or for elderly people in the town on Women's Day. Let's see what are the suggestions that ChatGPT can give us. There are three things. First of all, we are asking ChatGPT to create one-liners. Then we are asking to target elderly people. And third thing, it is for a special occasion, that is Women's Day. Can ChatGPT keep in mind all these three things and create content for you? Let's see. First, treat yourself this Women's Day with a delicious ice cream. Well, it is a good one-liner, especially for Women's Day, not maybe specific to elder people. Let's see what are the other ones. Seniors deserve a sweet treat. Come enjoy our ice cream on Women's Day. Now that's a great deal. It is for elderly people. It is talking about seniors. It is a one-liner and it is also talking about the special occasion of Women's Day. Similarly, if you talk about for the young at heart, come enjoy our delicious ice cream on Women's Day. That's again is a very great tactic. Celebrate Women's Day with our nostalgic flavors that will take you back in time. That is again a very good line, very good one-liner to target the elderly people in the town on a special occasion of Women's Day. Similarly, if I ask ChatGPT to create a gratitude letter for our regular customers of ice cream parlor on a special occasion of, let's say, Eid, let's see what is the result we can expect. So as you can see on the screen, it is giving us a proper letter on the special occasion of Eid. It is saying that on this special occasion of Eid, we want to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude for your loyalty at our ice cream parlor. It is also touching upon all the points that we have discussed till now. As we celebrate Eid, we want to extend our warmest wishes to you and our loved ones. So that's the beauty of ChatGPT. It can create content which is very, very specific to a special occasion. So if you are planning for Diwali, if you are planning for Christmas Day, if you are planning for Eid, it can not only create content for you, but can actually help you in creating the entire marketing plan. We are going to ask ChatGPT to suggest a few names for the ice cream parlor to grab the attention of the customers or the audience. So as you can see on the screen, I'm typing a generic question that suggests a few names for the ice cream parlor to grab the attention of the customers. Now ChatGPT has the ability to relate it to the previous information that it has already given me. So if I type enter, it is going to suggest a few names to me. Like here are some suggestions that you can apply to your ice cream parlor. The first name it's giving me is Sweet Tooth's Delight or the Scoop Shop or the Ice Cream Dreamery. So there are different names that it is suggesting and you can find any name that is relevant to you. Now let's say you are not really happy with these names and you wanted a name which starts with a specific letter. Let's take any specific letter and it is going to suggest you names that are going to start with the letter S. Let's see what are the results. So it is showing that Scoops and Smiles, Sweet Sensations, Sugar and Spice. So these are some names that are starting with letter S and it is giving you good results for that as well. Similarly, if you want to suggest more, let's say you want to make these names more engaging. So you can write, can you make these names more engaging and personalized for my customers? Sure, I'd be happy to help. Here are some personalized and engaging name suggestions for your ice cream parlor. Now in this question as well, I didn't really mention ice cream parlor, but it is still able to relate the information from the previous questions that I have asked, and it is giving me information which is relevant. Now it is saying and giving me a few names which are more personalized and are more engaging. So first of all, to tell you how exactly we go about using ChatGPT, let me put in a random query saying, can you create email templates for me? Let me ask ChatGPT and let's see how it gives us different outputs. So if I type in the query, can you create email templates for me? It says, sure, I'd be happy to help you create some email templates. Please let me know what type of emails you need templates for and provide any specific details or requirements you have in mind. Here are some examples of email templates for common use cases. So this one is business introduction email, where it is talking about the recipient name and then the email body and then finally the salutation, etc. All the things are given in a very good way. Similarly, job inquiry email. And then it is giving us more examples related to some follow-up email, and all these different templates are provided. Now let me put up a case and let me ask ChatGPT if it can give me the email template for a very specific situation. Let me say that I am a business owner and I need to send an email to my customers informing them about the upcoming 25% discount on all my products that I am offering in my organization. Can you generate a template for me? Let me put in this query and see what are the different results that we get. So as you can see, if I type in the query, I'm a business owner and I need to send an email to my customers informing them about the upcoming 25% discount on all my products. And I'm asking ChatGPT to generate a template for me. So if I press enter, you can see it is going to give us an answer. It says, sure, here's a template for an email informing your customers about an upcoming 25% discount on all your products. It is giving me a subject line saying exclusive offer, 25% discount on all our products. Then it is talking about dear customer name. We hope this email finds you well as a valued customer of this and this company. We are excited to share some great news with you. We are thrilled to announce an exclusive limited time offer for all our loyal customers. And at the end, if you see, it says, thank you for your continued support and we look forward to serving you during this special offer. Hurry, this exclusive discount won't last long. It is giving a call to action as well. And it is giving us a note that please customize this template to filling in the necessary details such as the start date, duration of the offer, promo code, and contact information to make it relevant to your specific business and customer base. So that is the power of AI we are talking about when we come to ChatGPT. So you put in some information related to that you want a 25% discount, you are a business owner and you are sending this email to your customers. And we just asked for a simple template that we wanted ChatGPT to create for us. And it gave us a wonderful template. Now we can use it as it is, or we can make some changes depending upon the business requirements on our specific needs. Now let me ask ChatGPT if it can make the above mail specific to, let's say, my clothing brand. I said that I am a business owner. Let's say I'm the business owner of a clothing brand. And now let me ask ChatGPT that can you make the above mail specific to my clothing brand? And here you go. Certainly. Here's a revised version of the email template tailored specifically for a clothing brand. Exclusive offer, 25% discount on all your clothing brand name products. So you see the difference. Initially, we didn't talk about a particular brand, so it's saying exclusive offer, 25% discount on all our products. But here, as soon as we mention about the clothing brand, it is picking up the hint and it is giving us a revised version of the same template. You can see the dear customer name, and here you can see that it is talking about things related to clothing brand. Whether you have been eyeing that perfect pair of jeans, that stylish dress, or that cozy sweater, now is the time to grab it at an incredible price. Our clothing brand name collection features the latest trends in fashion, made from premium materials and designed with exceptional craftsmanship. So that's the beauty of ChatGPT. It gives us some amazing results in form of some catchy phrases. So that's how we can use ChatGPT when it comes to content creation for drafting emails. Now let me ask ChatGPT if it can make the same content piece, same email, more catchy and engaging for the customers. Let me type in the query, can you make it more catchy and engaging for the customers? And here you go. Here's an updated version of the email template that adds a more catchy and engaging tone to entice your customers. Here, the words are changed. Now, if you see the subject line, flash sale alert. Get 25% off all our clothing brand name styles. Hey customer name, are you ready for some serious fashion savings? We have got an exclusive offer just for you. Get ready to upgrade your wardrobe with our hottest this and this brand name styles at an unbeatable price. And all the other information is provided para by para as you see, and it is very eye catchy and can grab the attention of any customer who's going to open that email. Now let's say but you feel that this is a very good sample, but again it is too long and you want ChatGPT to make it more concise. So let me put in the query, this is too long, can you provide a more concise version of this email template? Let's see what are the results we expect. And certainly, here's a concise version of the email template for your clothing brand. Hurry, 25% off all this and this brand name styles. Hi customer name, ready for a fresh and deal you can't resist? Get 25% off on all this and this clothing brand name styles for a limited time only. And you see the duration and the length of this particular email is very less and shorter compared to the previous sample. So that's the beauty of ChatGPT. If you get an answer and you want to tweak it a little bit, let's say you say ChatGPT to make it more engaging, to make it more personalized for the customers, to make it more empathetic for the customers. You can do all those changes just by putting in a prompt such as, this is too long, can you make it concise? This is too long, can you make it shorter? Or can you make it more engaging? This is boring, can you make it more quirky? All those different changes can easily be done with the help of ChatGPT. Now let me ask ChatGPT to give me some more ideas for the subject lines to grab my customer's attention. Let's see whether it can give us some amazing subject lines or not. So if I put in the query, give me more ideas for the subject lines to grab my customer's attention. And you see that here are some additional ideas for subject lines that can grab your customer's attention. Number 1, flash sale alert. Get 25% off all your clothing brand name styles. Then if you go to the 7th one, spring savings. 25% off all your clothing brand name collection, or celebrate with savings, 25% off on all the different styles, or limited stock alert. You see, these are some amazing subject lines that you can definitely use in your email drafts. Now let me ask ChatGPT to give me some ideas for the call to actions in the email body. Now in email bodies, call to actions are very important, especially when you're sending these emails to your customers. If you won't have any call to action, the customers will not have any idea what they're supposed to do after reading that email. But if you click on buttons such as learn more, or let's say you click on, you ask about go to the website or visit our page. If some call to action is there, then it will definitely increase the traffic to your website and you can convert more and more customers and you can be more and more profitable. So now let me ask ChatGPT to give me some ideas for the call to actions or CTAs in the email body. And here you go. Certainly, here are some ideas for CTAs that you can include in the body of your email. Shop now and save, or get the deal, or claim your discount, or browse now and save big, or shop with promo code, and promo code can be mentioned over there, or don't miss out, shop now. These are some amazing examples of how CTAs should be at the end of your email body. Now let's take a different example. Let me ask ChatGPT to give me some other draft. Let's say I am a computer science engineer from IIT Bombay with 3 years of relevant experience in software development. I want to ask ChatGPT if it can suggest an email template that I can use to send my resume to the HR of a potential employer. The very important thing is whenever you are sending your resume, it is extremely important that you draft a very good email so that the HR not just open it and they also have the courage to go and find your resume and then download it and then show it to the hiring manager. So it is extremely important what you are writing in your email. Let me ask ChatGPT to give me a few suggestions in terms of that email draft that I can send to the HR of a potential employer or a potential organization that I wish to join. Let me put in that information and see what are the results we can expect. So as you can see on your screen, if I put in the query, I am a computer science or CS engineer from IIT Bombay with 3 years of relevant experience in the software development. Can you suggest an email template that I can use to send my resume to the HR of a potential employer? Here's the answer. Here's an email template for sending your resume to the HR of a potential employer. Subject is application for this and this position and your name. Dear HR's contact name, I hope this email finds you well. My name is this and I am a highly skilled computer science engineer with 3 years of relevant experience in software development. I am excited to express my interest in this and this position at your company. As an alumnus of the esteemed Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, I am confident that my technical expertise combined with experience in developing innovative software solutions makes me a strong candidate for this and this position at your organization. I have a proven track record of successfully delivering high quality software projects, leveraging my skills in programming languages such as Java, Python, C++. So if you see over here, all these details we have not mentioned in the question. But ChatGPT has the ability to understand the tone of what you are actually asking and then provide you a solution for your particular question. Every time you will put in more and more information, you will make your prompt more and more precise. ChatGPT will give you better and better information. Now, let me ask ChatGPT, let's say you have sent this particular template to the HR. But as an HR or as a recruiter, I need to send an email to a job applicant informing them that we won't be proceeding with their application. Let me ask ChatGPT if it can give us a template for the same as well. Let's say I am the HR in an organization and I receive this particular template from this IIT Bombay student. And I do not want to select this candidate because let's say I feel that this person is not a cultural fit for the organization. And now I need to reject this particular candidate. How can I send an email to the person saying that his profile or his application is rejected? Let me ask ChatGPT and see what are the results we can actually get. So if I type in the query, as a recruiter, I need to send an email to a job applicant informing them that we won't be proceeding with their application. Can you give me a template for the same? And certainly, here's an email template for informing a job applicant that their application will not be proceeding. Subject, update on your job application. Dear this person's name, I hope this email finds you well. Thank you for taking the time to apply for the position of this and this position at this and this company. We appreciate your interest in joining our team and carefully reviewed your application. After thorough consideration, we regret to inform you that we will not be proceeding with your application at this time. You can see that we wish you the best of luck in your career endeavors and thank you again for your interest in this and this organization. So now you can change this according to your needs as an HR, whatever position, and you can change these different details and you can use this template as it is. But let's say as an HR, to save your employer's branding, you feel that this is not empathetic enough. Since you are rejecting a profile, it might hurt the feelings of the other person who's going to receive this particular email. So to save yourself from hurting the feelings of the recipient, let's say you want to make this template more empathetic. Now let me put in the prompt that can you make it more empathetic, and let's see what is the result we can get from ChatGPT. And enter. Absolutely. Here's a revised version of the email template with a more empathetic tone. The subject is update on your job application. Dear this applicant's name, I hope this email finds you well and we sincerely appreciate your interest in joining our team and want to express our gratitude for the time and effort you put into your application for the position of this at this company. Now you can easily see the difference that the second one is much more empathetic sample when compared to this one. Here the email says that I hope this email finds you well. Thank you for taking the time to apply for the position. But here, if you see, it says that we sincerely appreciate your interest in joining our team and want to express our gratitude for the time and effort you put into your application for this and this position at this and this organization. You can easily see the difference in this entire email sample that it is much more empathetic and it will definitely not hurt the feelings of the person that you're going to send this email to. So it is a much more better example when it comes to sending an email to a candidate who's rejected or whose profile is rejected. Now let me take another example and let me ask ChatGPT to give me a sample email template that I can use to inform the sellers of, let's say, my e-commerce company about a new update in the business process. Business processes keep on evolving. I have, let's say, changed some business process and I want to inform the sellers who are there on my e-commerce platform. How can I send them an email informing them about that business process change? Let's ask ChatGPT if it can provide us a template for the same or not. And here you go. Here's an email template. The subject is important update regarding business process and the company name. Dear seller's name, we hope this email finds you well. We are writing to inform you about an important update in our business process at this and this company. As a valued seller on our platform, we want to keep you informed and provide you with the latest information. And we are excited to share that we have made some changes to our business process to better serve our customers and improve the overall seller experience. The update includes briefly explain the update or changes in the process. And then all the other details are clearly mentioned over here. Thank you for being a valued seller on this and this company. Sincerely, and you can write your name, your title and company name. It gives us a great sample. Now similarly, let's say you want to translate this particular email sample to some other language. Let's say your sellers do not understand English, or you want to change it to, let's say, German or Spanish or Hindi or some any other language. You can easily do that with ChatGPT. Let me ask ChatGPT that can you please translate the same template to German? And you can see that ChatGPT is able to actually translate the same email template into some other language. Here we took the example of German language. Similarly, you can take the example of any other language, let's say Hindi, Spanish, or any other language. You can ask ChatGPT to translate your particular email template into that language, and it will be able to do that for you. That is the power of AI, and that's precisely how we can leverage ChatGPT when it comes to drafting emails. From Instagram, you can copy paste the comments. You can get the sentiment analysis done with the help of ChatGPT. Then optimization. Let's say you want to figure out what exactly is the best time to post content on Instagram, or what is the best time to post content on Twitter. If you want to figure out these things, that can also be done with the help of ChatGPT, and you can optimize your content accordingly. Then hashtags. For Instagram, Facebook, hashtags are very, very important and can give you a lot of visibility. How can you do that with the help of ChatGPT? Let's go and explore. Now, first of all, let me talk to ChatGPT in terms of generating some ideas. I want to ask ChatGPT if it can give me a few ideas for social media posts that I can use, let's say, on a special occasion. Let's say the World Poetry Day is coming up very, very soon. And I want to ask ChatGPT if it can provide me some ideas related to same for social media posts. Let me put in the query that can you give me a few ideas for social media posts that I can use for World Poetry Day. And let's see what are the results we can get. And here you go. Here are some ideas for social media posts that you can use for the World Poetry Day. There are some 6 to 7 ideas that it has already given us. As you can see, let your thoughts take flight and your words dance on the page. Happy World Poetry Day. Share your favorite poem on Write Your Own to celebrate this beautiful art form. World Poetry Day, hashtag poetry, hashtag words dance. Now these are some amazing hashtags, and this is some amazing one-liner on World Poetry Day that we can definitely use, let's say, on Instagram stories or Twitter, on Facebook, or wherever we want. Now let me give a very specific example to ChatGPT, and let me ask if it can help us in one particular scenario. So let's say I run a clothing brand. This is the example that we have previously taken. And let me ask ChatGPT if it can write a catchy poem for me that I can upload on my Instagram story. It is the World Poetry Day and I run a clothing brand, and I want to ask ChatGPT if it can create a small poem for me that I can put up on my Instagram story. And here you go. Here's a catchy poem for your clothing brand that you can use on your Instagram stories. It is giving us the title of the poem, says Fashion Frenzy. And step into style, don't be shy. Our clothes will make you soar up high. From head to toe, you look so chic. A fashion Insta, oh so sleek. So these are some amazing poems that you can definitely use. Similarly, let's say you want to make this poem more shorter. You want to make it more crisp. You want to make it more engaging. You can put in the prompt based upon the same, and it will give you results depending upon your specific needs. Now let me ask ChatGPT if it can give me, let's say, more such poems. It can definitely do that. If you'll type in the query, can you give me more such poems? And it will come up with a list of, let's say, 2, 3, 4, 5 poems depending upon your needs. If you also want to give some prompt related to poems and you want to specify the number of words. Let's say you say that can you give me one more poem of just 200 words or of just 100 words. It can again do that for you. More specific is your prompt, more specific will be the output, and you will be getting better results. Now let me ask ChatGPT to actually give me some caption ideas for the same event. Let me ask ChatGPT that can you give me some caption ideas for the same World Poetry Day. And here you go. Here are some caption ideas to pair with your poem or your clothing brand's Instagram story. Step into style and join the fashion frenzy. And hashtag fashion Insta life, hashtag trendy threads, or express your unique style with our chic clothing, hashtag fashion forward style statement. Make a statement with our bold and fashionable clothes. Here you can see that all these different examples of 8 captions which are given to me by ChatGPT, all these examples are aligned with the example that I actually put up, which was of a clothing brand. And it is using some hashtags that I didn't even ask. That's an amazing way ChatGPT can pick up hints in terms of what you are trying to get, and it can give you more and more answers related to the same. Let's say now you want to get some more examples of the hashtags. So let me ask ChatGPT that can you suggest a few hashtags that I can use along with the caption. Let's see what are the results we can expect. And here you go. Hashtag fashion insta, hashtag style goals, or hashtag dress to impress, or hashtag OOTD, that is outfit of the day, or hashtag shop small. So these are some amazing 20 hashtags that I can definitely use along with my captions. Now let me ask about Twitter specifically. Let me ask ChatGPT if it can create a Twitter thread for my clothing brand on the occasion of World Poetry Day. We are still taking the same example. We are still taking the example of a clothing brand. But for your organization, if you want to take any other example, or if you want to create hashtags, let's say for an e-learning company, or let's say for a manufacturing company, or let's say for the event of a Women's Day, or for the events of, let's say, you want to create content for differently abled people. It can be any specific market that you want to target. You can put in that information and you can get results or expect results related to the same target audience that you are trying to market your product to. So you can do all of that with the help of ChatGPT. Now, for now, we will be taking the example that can you create a Twitter thread for my clothing brand on the occasion of the same day, that is World Poetry Day. And why not? Certainly, here's a Twitter thread for your clothing brand to celebrate World Poetry Day. Tweet 1 Happy World Poetry Day. As a brand that loves to express style through words, we are celebrating this special day with some poetic vibes. Join us on this poetic journey. Hashtag fashion poetry. Tweet 2 Roses are red, violets are blue. Our clothing is chic and made just for you. Now, these are some amazing examples that you can definitely use as it is for your clothing brand on the World Poetry Day on Twitter. And if you want to, let's say, change it to Instagram, you want to get some queries related to Facebook, all of that can also be done with the help of ChatGPT. All you need is a precise input that you need to prompt, and you will get an output which is completely new and amazing, as you can see on your screen. Now let me ask ChatGPT if it can give me some ideas for, let's say, some funny tweets on the occasion of New Year. Now let's change the topic from World Poetry Day to New Year, and we want the genre also to be funny. So can you give me ideas for some funny tweets on the occasion of New Year? And of course, Ultimate Chat Companion has asked us that here are some funny tweets asked by you for the idea of New Year. New Year's resolution: unfollow all the fast food chains on social media. No more temptations. Hashtag New Year's resolution. So definitely that's funny, and that's something that you can use on Twitter or any other platform for the occasion of New Year. Similarly, if you see over here, New Year's resolution: stop eating snacks without standing in front of the refrigerator. It's time to take my grazing skills to the next level. Hashtag snack lover. So those are some amazing ideas that can be used on social media as it is. Now let me ask ChatGPT that can you make these tweets more specific to my clothing brand? Let me put in that query and see what are the results we expect. And here you go. Here are some funny tweet ideas for New Year's tailored specifically for a clothing brand. New Year's resolution: stop wearing my favorite pair of jeans every day and actually rotate through my wardrobe. Hashtag fashion goals. Hashtag denim addict problems. So these are some amazing examples again that you can use on Twitter, on social media platforms. Let's say Instagram, Facebook. You can ask ChatGPT to create content for a specific platform, and it will understand the tone and will change the style of the same words and will provide you result which is specific to your requirements. Now let's say till now I was talking about Instagram or Twitter. Let's say now I want to create something for LinkedIn. Now let me ask ChatGPT to give me some ideas for LinkedIn posts that can showcase my clothing brand's business wear. So I want to talk about business wear, and specifically I want to target LinkedIn audience. So let me ask ChatGPT to create some content for the same. And here are some ideas for LinkedIn posts that showcase your clothing brand's business wear. Dressing for success never gets out of style. Check out our latest collection of sleek business wear that's perfect for making a statement in the boardroom. Hashtag fashion business or hashtag dress for success. And you can see many more examples like that that you can definitely use on your LinkedIn business page, and that can definitely get you a lot of attraction from the target audience. Now let me ask ChatGPT to create a poll for LinkedIn as well based on the above information. Let's see whether it can do that for me or not. And here you go. Here's a poll idea for LinkedIn based on your clothing brand's business wear. Poll question: what do you consider the most important factor when choosing business wear for the workplace? And the poll options are style and fashion, professionalism, comfort and fit, quality and durability, brand reputation, or trustworthiness. Now, these are some poll examples that you can definitely use on your LinkedIn, or you can create polls for Twitter as well. So these are some of the examples that you can use ChatGPT in different ways to create content for different social media platforms. Now let me ask ChatGPT to actually suggest a few ideas for creating reels on Instagram for my clothing brand. So if I type in the query that suggests a few ideas for creating reels on specifically one platform, that is Instagram, for my clothing brand, let's see what are the results we expect. And here you go. Here are some ideas for creating reels on Instagram for your clothing brand. Number 1, style guides. Then behind the scenes, you can share glimpses of your clothing brand's behind the scenes processes such as fabric selection, design sketches, or manufacturing, etc. You can try on hauls or fashion tips or user generated content or behind the scenes events. You can take these examples and you can use these for your Instagram reels. Now let's say you want to come up with a script for your Instagram reel. You want to record a video, and for that professional video, you'll need a script. Let me ask ChatGPT to provide me a script for creating an Instagram reel on one specific topic, let's say styling tips. So I have picked up a hint from this particular question, and now I want to create a reel, let's say on fashion tips or styling tips. So let me ask ChatGPT that can you provide me a script for creating an Instagram reel on the topic styling tips. And here you go. Here's a script for creating an Instagram reel on styling tips for your clothing brand. Scene 1, text overlays styling tips for a fall winter season. Show a model wearing a sweater, jeans and boots and posing in a fall winter setting. Voiceover: hey fashion instas, as the temperature drops, it's time to update our wardrobe for the fall winter season. Here are some styling tips to keep you cozy and chic. So these are some great examples again that you can use as it is for your Instagram reel generation ideas, or you can make some changes as per your business requirements or as per your audience, and you can use as it is the same things, and you can get this done with the help of ChatGPT in just a matter of seconds. So you can see it's a huge long script. Now if you want to cut it down, you want to make it only specific to one type of target audience for one type of platform, you can do all of that by putting in the right prompt, and ChatGPT will give you results which are specific to your business requirements. Now let's try and understand how ChatGPT can help us when it comes to optimization. So first of all, let me ask ChatGPT, let's say a random question, that what is the ideal duration for the Instagram reel? I have created the reel, but I don't know what should be the ideal duration. So let me ask ChatGPT to optimize the reel accordingly. And here you go. The ideal duration for an Instagram reel is typically between 15 to 30 seconds. Instagram reels are designed to be short, engaging, and easy to consume, so it's important to keep them concise and focused. Which is right, you can definitely do that. Similarly, if you have more questions, let's say you want to ask ChatGPT that what exactly is the ideal time to tweet to get better attraction. Or similarly, let's say what exactly is the ideal time to put an Instagram story to get the better attraction from a specific target audience. It can suggest you answers, and you can actually implement that to see the result on your own. And definitely it can help you in all those business needs, different requirements for different social media platforms. Now let's also try and understand how ChatGPT can actually help us when it comes to sentiment analysis. So let's say I give in some prompts or some comments to ChatGPT that I received on my Facebook post. And let me ask ChatGPT to perform a sentiment analysis for the same. So I will be asking ChatGPT to actually give me that what is the sentiment of the below comments that I received on my Facebook post. And let me see what exactly is the result that we can expect. So as you can see over here, I have put in the query that what is the sentiment of the below comments I received on my Facebook post. Your clothes collection is amazing, or I love the denim jacket collection the most, or I don't like the shoes but the jackets look damn good, or the shoes are very uncomfortable, love this brand. So let's say these are some of the comments that I have got on my Facebook post as a clothing brand. And now I want to ask ChatGPT to actually give me the sentiment of the below comments. I don't want to go to each of these comments one after the other, and I asked ChatGPT to do the same task for me. And here's the result. So first of all, ChatGPT is talking about what exactly are the positive sentiment, and then what is the mixed one, and what is the negative one. Let's say again, I don't want to go to all of this. I can simply ask ChatGPT to summarize the sentiment. Let's say I write summarize the sentiment of the above mentioned comments and enter. And you can see that the overall sentiment of the comments is mostly positive, with comments expressing admiration for clothing collection, denim jacket collection and the brand as a whole. There are also mixed sentiments where the commentators are like the jackets but dislike the shoes due to discomfort. However, there is one negative comment warning others not to buy from the brand due to negative feedback about the shoes. So by reading this, I can simply make out that people are liking the denim jackets and other clothing products, but people simply are not liking the shoes, and the major issues are discomfort while they are wearing the shoes. Now I can make the changes in my product accordingly. So that's how you can use the power of AI, specifically ChatGPT, when it comes to different brands and using the different social media. So now let me ask ChatGPT first of all to give me, let's say, a list of related keywords for one particular term. Let's say I have an ice cream parlor in one city of India. Let's say Delhi. Ice cream parlor in Delhi. Now, while publicizing it on a website, on a web page, let's say something of that sort, I want a few related keywords to ice cream parlor in Delhi. Let me ask ChatGPT if it can give me a list of related keywords for ice cream in Delhi. And here you go. Here is a list of keywords related to ice cream in Delhi. Ice cream parlor, ice cream shop, best ice cream, delicious ice cream flavors, and many other flavors of it, soft serve ice cream in Delhi, and Delhi ice cream joint, ice cream festival, ice cream truck, ice cream catering, ice cream takeaway. All these are different ideas for the related keywords for one specific term that we put in as the input, that is ice cream in Delhi. Similarly, if you put in some other information, let's say give me a list of keywords for denim jacket for my clothing brand, it will be able to give you a huge list that you can definitely utilize. Now let me ask ChatGPT if it can provide me with a list of related keywords, let's say for denim jackets itself. And here you go. Certainly, here's a list of keywords for denim jackets. Denim jackets, jean jackets, blue denim jackets, vintage denim jackets, and many other ideas, as you can see over here. Light wash denim jackets to slim fit denim jackets to button up denim jackets to denim jackets for men, for women, for kids. All those are different examples that you can get for the related keywords for one specific term. In this example, we took for denim jackets. Now let me ask ChatGPT if it can give me a few keywords I can use for someone who's looking for, let's say, local pizza in one famous city, let's say Paris. So let me put in the query, can you give me a list of few keywords I can use for someone who's looking for local pizza in Paris city? And here you go. Pizza in Paris to Paris pizza to local pizza Paris to best pizza in Paris to pizza near me in Paris, and many other examples. Vegan pizza Paris. All those are great related keywords that you can get related to one particular intent. For that, we had that local pizza in Paris city. Similarly, you can type in for your business and you can find the results specific to your business requirements. Now let me ask ChatGPT to actually create content. Let's say I ask ChatGPT to give me or write a 200 words blog for my clothing brand using the below 5 keywords, and I can pick up any 5 keywords and can put in the input for ChatGPT. Now let's take the example of the same clothing brand and let me ask ChatGPT that can you write a 200 words blog for my clothing brand using the below 5 keywords, and the 5 keywords I'm using are men's denim jackets, women's denim jackets, blue denim jackets, black denim jackets, and oversized denim jackets. So let's say through some search engine analytics, I have understood, let's say from Ahrefs or from SEMrush, that these are the highest search volumes that I have for these 5 keywords. And I want to utilize these 5 keywords in a particular blog that I'm writing within 200 words. And you can see, first of all, it is giving me a title, that Denim Delight, styling men's and women's denim jackets in blue, black, and oversized designs. You can see that within the title itself, it has used almost all the 5 keywords. And then if you go and read this, you will find all the 5 keywords over here, and all those things are mentioned in a beautiful way in just 200 words. And you can use this as it is on your website, on your landing page, and wherever you need it, right? So this will definitely bring in a lot of organic traffic and will improve visibility of your website on the search engine result page for any search engine, be it Google, Bing, or Yahoo. Now let me ask ChatGPT to suggest me a few tips to make the above blog SEO friendly. Let's say it is SEO friendly by using these 5 keywords, but I again want to use more and more keywords, and I asked ChatGPT to suggest me a few tips to make the above blog more SEO friendly. And here you go. Here are some tips to make the above blog SEO friendly. Number 1, it is telling us to include focus keywords, then optimize meta tags, then use headline tags or heading tags, and then it is talking about create unique and high quality content, add internal and external links, optimize image alt text, then use schema markup, and promote social sharing. Now these are some of the things that it has mentioned. Now let me pick up this one particular point, that optimizing meta tags. Let me ask ChatGPT to actually suggest me meta title and description for the above blog. So if I type in the query, can you suggest me meta title and description for the above blog? Definitely that will help me get more visibility to my particular blog. It gives me a meta title saying denim jackets for men and women, stylish and trendy collection, your clothing brand name. Now meta description, explore our stylish collection of denim jackets for men and women, from classic blue denim jackets to trendy black and oversized styles. This and this clothing brand name offers a wide range of fashionable denim jackets. Discover the latest trends in denim fashion and elevate your wardrobe with our high quality and stylish denim jackets. Shop now and stay fashionable with this and this clothing brand name. Now this is a great example for a meta title and meta description. Now if you make it more crisp, you want to make it more engaging, you want to make it more shorter, you can do all of that by putting in the right input. Now let me ask ChatGPT for one particular specific example. Let's say I am a travel blogger and I want to ask ChatGPT if it can give me ideas for meta titles and descriptions for my new blog on, let's say, one specific topic, and I choose the topic top 10 places to visit in Dubai. So if I'm a travel blogger and I have written a blog on top 10 places to visit in Dubai, how can I get some meta titles and meta descriptions for my new blog? Let me ask ChatGPT the same question and see what are the results we can get. And here you go, ChatGPT never disappoints us. You can see that here are some suggestions for meta titles and descriptions for your travel blog on the top 10 places to visit in Dubai. Meta title 1, Dubai Travel Guide, top 10 places to visit in the glittering city, your travel blog name. And then it is giving us a meta description, then it is giving more variations. It is giving us one more title, one more description saying, dreaming of visiting Dubai? Check out our top 10 picks of must-see and must-experience places in this world-renowned city. From stunning skyscrapers to luxury resorts to traditional markets and thrilling activities, this and this travel blog name has got you covered. And you can definitely use this as it is or can make changes as per your website name or as per your requirements as a travel blogger. Now let me take one more specific example. So let's say I asked ChatGPT that I am the owner of an ethnic clothing brand and I want to create a YouTube video targeted at individuals in the age group of 25 to 45 years. Can you suggest me a video script of, let's say, 200 or let's say 500 words for advertising my latest product collection of ethnic jackets, highlighting the use of eco-friendly materials and minimum wastage throughout the production process? So let's see what are the results we can get. So as you can see over here that I'm very specific with my input. First of all, I'm talking about ethnic clothing brand. Then I'm specifically talking about my latest product collection, which is of ethnic jackets. I'm planning to target 25 to 45 years age group. Then I'm talking about asking for a video script and I'm precising the words, that is 500 words. I also wanted to highlight the use of eco-friendly materials and minimum wastage throughout the production process. And it is giving me an amazing script as you can see on your screen. It is talking about not just testimonials and voiceover, but also telling me in brackets that what exactly we can do, what exactly we can show on the screen. For example, video starts with an attractive visual of one of your ethnic jacket being worn by a model. Upbeat music plays in the background. It is giving us suggestions for music, and then it is giving us voiceover that introducing the latest collection for your brand name ethnic jackets made with love and care and crafting using eco-friendly materials. And these jackets are not just stylish but also sustainable. Now it is highlighting all the points that I asked it to. For example, I talked about highlighting the use of eco-friendly materials and minimum wastage throughout the production process. And it is picking up hint from that particular question and giving us a result which is very, very specific to my need. Now let me ask ChatGPT if it can also assist me in crafting a compelling YouTube video description that will attract viewers to my video. Now, when I have a YouTube video, that is one thing. But to get more and more visibility for that video, it is extremely important that I have a catchy title for that YouTube video. And I also have a video description which is SEO friendly so that it can rank better on the search page. Now that is extremely important, and let me take the help of ChatGPT. So let me type in the query that can you also assist me in crafting a compelling YouTube video description that will attract viewers to my video. Let's see what are the results we can get. And here you go. Certainly, here's an example of a compelling video description for your ethnic clothing brand's video on promoting your latest collection of eco-friendly ethnic jackets. Welcome to this and this brand video name. In this video, we are excited to showcase our latest collection of ethnic jackets made with eco-friendly materials and minimal wastage in our production process. Join us in our mission to create sustainable fashion that's not just stylish, but also good for the planet. In this video, you will discover the unique features, and you can see all the important details are mentioned over here in a very good way. And it is also giving ideas for video tags. Now let's say we want to get ideas for YouTube tags as well. So let me ask ChatGPT to suggest a few relevant tags that I can use for my YouTube video to improve its visibility and discoverability. Let's see what are the results we can get. And here you go. Here are some relevant tags that you can use for your YouTube video on promoting your ethnic clothing brand's collection of eco-friendly ethnic jackets. Ethnic jackets to eco-friendly clothing to minimal wastage to ethnic wear to fashion tips. All those are different tags that we can definitely use and will help us gain more and more visibility and discoverability for our particular YouTube video. In this particular case, we have taken the example of ethnic clothing brand, but for any particular business, for any particular case, you can provide a situation. Be precise with your input and it will come up with ideas that will completely blow your mind. And now it is time for us to ask ChatGPT if it can give us some keywords that we can use in our video title. Now the third thing, first of all, we asked it to create a script. Once we have the script, once we have the video ready, then we have the video description. We asked ChatGPT to create a video description and give us ideas for YouTube tags. All of that is done. But one of the most important things when we talk about YouTube or YouTube videos rather is the YouTube title, the video title. Now let me ask ChatGPT if it can give me keywords that I can use in my video title to make it more discoverable by the target audience. And here you go. Here are some keywords that you can consider using in your YouTube video title to make it more discoverable by your target audience. Ethnic jackets to eco-friendly clothing to sustainable fashion to eco-conscious fashion to responsible sourcing to sustainable style. All these are great examples of keywords that can definitely be used in the video title. But let's say you still haven't figured out that what exactly will be the final title for your YouTube video. Well, who's better than ChatGPT? Let's ask ChatGPT if it can give us examples of some catchy SEO-friendly YouTube titles for the video. Let's ask ChatGPT to give us examples of some catchy SEO-friendly titles for the particular YouTube video that we just talked about. And here you go. Here are some examples for the SEO-friendly titles for the YouTube video. Ethnic jackets, stylish and sustainable fashion for 2023. Or eco-friendly ethnic wear, the latest collection of ethical jackets. Or minimal wastage, maximum style, eco-friendly ethnic jackets. These are some great examples for the titles of a YouTube video. Definitely these are catchy. These are using the keywords that we wanted to use, and it will really help us in getting more and more discoverability and visibility whenever somebody will search something related to these things on YouTube. So that's how we can use and leverage the power of AI when it comes to creating YouTube videos or search engine optimization in general. Now we have understood that FAQs are extremely important when it comes to SEO. Let's ask ChatGPT to suggest a few FAQs related to the denim jackets. Once it will suggest us the frequently asked questions, let's also ask to provide the answers to those frequently asked questions. And here you go. So if I ask ChatGPT to suggest a few FAQs related to denim jackets, and please provide two answers to those questions as well. It gives me, are denim jackets suitable for both men and women? The answer is yes. Denim jackets are versatile and timeless clothing. You can see that all these are different examples of FAQs. First of all, it is giving us a question and then it is providing a crisp answer to the same. And definitely these can be used as it is on the landing page of a website, and it can definitely increase its credibility in terms of getting more and more attraction to that particular page, and it will definitely help the website or the web page to rank better on the search engine result page. Now, last thing that we are going to ask ChatGPT or take ChatGPT's help is to generate schema markup for, let's say, one particular FAQ. So if I take, let's say, this particular FAQ, I copy paste the same and I ask ChatGPT to give me the schema markup or generate schema markup for the same. Let's see what is the result we can expect. And here you go. So if I ask ChatGPT to generate schema markup for the below FAQ and I had taken one FAQ from the one that ChatGPT has given us, it is giving us the example of the schema markup in the below format. And definitely we can use this as it is whenever we want. Please note that schema markup is a form of structured data that helps search engines understand the content of a web page better. This is something that we have already discussed. So definitely it can be again a huge help by ChatGPT when it comes to search engine optimization.
So let's just type in our prompt for suggesting me ways to create an email marketing campaign for my clothing brand. Now, as a layman, I would not know what email marketing is, right? So think in that regard that I would have to give in, it's basically like how a baby learns ABCD if I'm talking about me learning email marketing. So it will give me in that exact regard, it would give me, okay, the steps, right? I did not ask for steps, but it is telling me, okay, for some steps to create an email marketing campaign. Define your campaign goals. What do I want from it? Determine the objectives of your email marketing campaigns. So the examples could be promoting a new collection, announcing a sale or a special offer, re-engaging with the inactive subscribers, right? So it is giving me all sort of these thoughts of how to think regarding email marketing, right? Now build a email list. Now ensure that you have a well-maintained segmented email list. Capture the email addresses through your website, social media, in-store, signups, and touch points, right? So it is giving me, okay, now if I would not know what a touch point is, I would just ask him what does a touch point mean. So it would give me, okay, the first element that a customer interacts with regarding your brand is a touch point, right? It clicks on that, so that is what it is, right? There will be a click-through rate. Now it is choose an email marketing service. Now select a reliable marketing service provider that fits in your needs and budgets. Popular and Mailchimp. So it gives me the exact brands also, right? Now please note that these may be outdated because the knowledge that it has is still 2021. I know that Mailchimp is still very popular, but in this regard, when it is giving you options about some things that it gets from the internet, you have to cross verify, right? So I would not really give this much more emphasis. However, I know as a marketer that Mailchimp is very popular, even for setting up your email campaigns, A/B testing and all, but you have to do your research on what these elements are. But it is giving you how to search email marketing service provider. You can go and search which one of these are good, right? Get your research done. Then craft a compelling subject line. Right? Now this can be done by ChatGPT. You can ask ChatGPT to build a compelling subject line for let's say any personalized subject lines that you want. If you're rolling out an offer, a special offer on the occasion or different occasions that come up, like laughter day, you want something Indian traditional, something of that sort, right? You can go. Define engaging email patterns. Use visually appealing email templates using your brand's aesthetics. Incorporate high quality images. Clear CTAs, right? Call to action buttons. Where do they click to get into the funnel, right? You want to build a marketing funnel. How do you do that? So you make sure that everybody comes to your top of the funnel, right? So all the links should be redirected to a website or somewhere in which it has the journey can be displayed, right? Then the compelling content. Now create engaging and informative content that adds value to your subscribers' inbox. Showcase new collections, providing the styling tips and all that, right? Creating call to actions, A/B testing we talked about, experiment with different elements, subject line, visuals, run this through, it would save you a lot of money. Test variations to see what resonates, then automation, measure analysis. So you can read about that, right? So this is how you would build up your email marketing campaign in a step-by-step manner. Now let's just list out some eye-catching subject line to grab customers' attention for my brand, right? So if I give them, let's say what comes up, let's see, right? exclusive offer inside. Now these are the things that you normally see as well, right? So now you would not have to go and search around, okay, what are my competitors doing, how should I look about it, how should I set up my marketing campaigns, right? So now it has given me those subject lines to grab those attention as well, right? Now limited time only, you can have it, right? So I've added eye catchy statement over here, right? So this is a keyword in the prompt that I'm providing it, that it has to be something that is very catchy, because okay, in a normal base it is only 1 or 2% that your emails would be even opened, for that matter, right? So it has to be very, very catchy in terms of the subject lines, right? So you can give it a look on which seems more catchy to you. You can add that in your MailChimp, in your A/B testing, and test it out if it works. So this is how you can add things. Now this is where ChatGPT is very good at, that it can add a lot more things, right? So one other way what we can do is that, let's just give it a scenario, right? Could you write a cold email to persuade a potential customer who is interested in buying, let's say, a sari in a funky way, right? Now I want that customer who probably has a sari in their cart, right? They would sign up in the website, they would have something in the cart that you can track, right? So you could write a cold email to persuade that customer who is interested in buying a sari in a funky way. Now let's just see what it gives. It's a very, very good structured question prompt, right? Now it would give you a very, customized. Number one thing is talking about India. So it starts with namaste or whatever. So what resonates more, you would write it down. Now we hope this email finds you in high spirits and assist for embracing your unique style, right? We couldn't help but notice your interest in saris. Now you could also add that customers who are interested in buying sari and has the sari in their cart, right? You can add it in the brackets, you don't understand. So it will add that in this component of the email that it is there, right? Now subject line, unleash your sari swag, get funky with vibrant collection. So it gives a variety of different, subject lines that are very catchy, right? So you can build all that from here, right? Again, you would not need another digital marketer to do this. You don't have to pay anyone else. It just does it for you. So another variation that we can think of is that if you could write a cold email from a clothing brand targeting elderly people, right? Now they would not want that kind of funky thing, that sari swag and all that was mentioned in the previous email. So it would give me that timeless elegance for your young at heart. Discover our collection, right? So it wants to make the elderly feel that you're young. It doesn't matter if the number says. It is young at heart, right? So it has given me that kind. It's such a fantastic thing to do, right? So this is the potential that ChatGPT has. It can structure your things in such a way that could also give you a very, very good look, your brand a very, very good look, right? You can develop your brand identity through AI, through ChatGPT. This is what this whole crux is about, whole buzz, how you can optimize. Now, this is the moment in which you really want your brand to go ahead of others, right? You have to have that blitzkrieg. You have to have that blitz energy of giving it a try, giving ChatGPT a try, giving digital marketing the way it can collaborate with the brand, right? That is very, very important, right? So it has given me this for the elderly as well. So you can have a lot of variations in it for absolutely every demographic way you want. You can have it done through ChatGPT. Now let's try to focus on the customer feedback, right? So if I have a brand now, I would want the customers to give me positive, negative feedbacks of show me the reality of how my brand is behaving. How does it look like to a normal customer, to a unbiased customer, right? So how does it look like, right? So we would understand to generate these customer feedback forms, understand what goes into customer feedback. Now let's just type in our prompts. So the first prompt that I would be asking is, what are the different ways to take a customer feedback on a product they bought from our site? Now, remember that I am a layman in terms of digital marketing. I have absolutely no clue what is happening in digital marketing domain. So what would I need? I would want ChatGPT to tell me that what are the different ways I can get that customer feedback, right, from the products that they have bought online, right? So let's look at. So the online survey, now send out the online surveys to customers after they have made a purchase. You can use tools like SurveyMonkey or Google Forms. Again, do not look at this part because this may be outdated. You can do your research on the tools that are there, right? Then basically setting up a online survey, right? Number two is the email request, right? Reach out to the customers by email and request their feedback. Then it would be the product review, right? How do you have your product review done? Then it would be the feedback form, right? Thank you pages. Then the social media listening, how to monitor your social media channels, comments, direct messages. You need to reply to that. If someone is in your post, someone has mentioned that this is the grievances that they had, immediately post it that, okay, we have noted down your query. Please share your order number with us. We'll get back to you as soon as possible. Then follow back. That's how you build a good brand, good feedback, customer feedback, right? Then user testing, how to conduct user testing sessions when you invite your customers to try out different products or features and provide feedback on the experiences, right? So that is what this is about, right? Let me type in my first query, right? So I would say suggest me names for a clothing brand that focuses on traditional Indian wear. Now, the way you structure your question is also very important. Now I'm asking suggest me names for a clothing brand that focuses on traditional Indian wear. Now I would additionally add to this is that make sure it stands out in the digital space, right? So now the first prompt that I'll type is suggest me the names for a clothing brand that focuses on the traditional Indian wear. Make sure it stands out in the digital space. Now I want the way you structure your prompt is also very essential, right? Now I have focused here on traditional Indian wear and a clothing brand, right? So it knows what it is. Then I've additionally added that make sure it stands out in the digital space, right? So let's see what it suggests. Right. So now I've made sure that it stands out in the digital space. So it is giving me some of the other options, right? So it is giving me 20 of such words that I can name as my brand, right? So it is Indian Glow, heritage threads, right? So it knows that India has a bit of heritage involved, right? So it has added that thing. So it has that data involved, right? As I mentioned that it has been trained on a lot of data, right? Till September 2021. So it knows what exactly Indian tradition means, right? So it has that Sanskriti style, let's say Indian aura, cultural elegance, vintage bazaar. So bazaar is a very Hindi word, right? So it has included that thing to give me a good, structure to the name that I want to give it to the brand that I'm launching, right? So it also knows that in India, Rajasthan is a state that has a lot of history involved in it, right? So it has also given me Rajasthan Royals, right? It is also an IPL team though, but something of that sort, right? So it is giving me a various, I get to choose it, right? Or I can just I can also, in addition, if I do not like this, I can just add in, tell me more historic words that I can choose from. Okay, so I'm just giving in the prompt. Okay, yeah. So now it has given me, so I've asked them to give me more historic words that I can add into it, right? Now it has given me a lot of words that are there, right? Historic words, Maharaja, Nawab, that gives the elegance to the Indian heritage, right? It would add into that. So I can use these words in the names that it has been suggested. Now I can additionally write, add these names and suggest me the brand names. that I can keep, right? So I have added this. Now just say that. Now exactly what happened, right? So it added the second prompt, right? Now, as I told you before, that it has the memory of its own, right? So the second prompt that I added, Maharaja, now it has included in the first one, and it has added those words, Maharaja, Nawab, Mughal, Rajput, Zari. So it has added these words and made a name out of. Now I can choose it in a much better way. So this is the level of customization that AI can give you. Now you do not need to think about for days and days what to name a brand. You can get it from here. You can customize it over here. That's the beauty of ChatGPT, right? Now, in addition to this, if I'm very niche person and I just want let's say my favorite letter is R, and I want to keep my brand's name from the letter R. So what do? I just ask it, can you suggest me names that start with the letter R? Very frank way, yeah. So let's just see what comes up. Right. So now it has given me words that starts from the letter R in a more Indian historic manner, right? So I don't need to type in again that, okay, tell me in the traditional manner, in Indian heritage manner, something. It would understand on its own. That's what I'm talking about when it has the memory of its own. Now, if the name is sorted out, okay, if let's say I've chosen one word, right? So if I've, let's say, just taken up one random one, Raj Darbar, let's just say that I've named my brand Raj Darbar. So I would list down a few catchy taglines for the brand, right? So let's just see what it comes up with. So it has given me a lot of variety, right? Probably we would end up, if my vocabulary is not good, I'm a layman in digital marketing, I would not understand the way the taglines work, right? I may be not that creative to write down taglines. Maybe I have to hire a third party individual to do that, right? So it cuts down on the cost that is required, right? For you to just start off with your brand. Now it has given me fabulous results, like embrace the color of tradition, right? Where heritage meets fashion, right? What a fabulous tagline, where heritage meets fashion. Unveil your ethnic charm, right? So all these different types of taglines are there. Now I can choose it from here. Now, if I want to add more customization in this as well, I can do that, of course. So now my brand title is fixed, my brand name is fixed, my brand tagline is fixed. Now what next to do, right? Now, the next thing is to find out your TAM, that is total addressable market. So in general, I'll just ask it, what would be the target audience online, considering the brand only sells through the online websites and caters to the Indian market, right? So now I don't have to think that, okay, if the European market or maybe the North American market, maybe an Australian market want to cover it up. I'm just focused on selling this through an online website in India. So what would be the target audience, right? And considering that it's a historical brand. So let's just see what ChatGPT gives us. Yeah. So as we can see that ChatGPT has given me that, considering that your brand sells exclusively through the online websites and caters specifically to the Indian market, the target audience would be urban Indians. Number one. Why? It has given me the reason as well. Individuals residing in urban areas would have access to the internet and interested in purchasing the traditional Indian wear online. Fashion conscious Indians, people who would actively follow fashion trends and seek stylish and contemporary Indian clothing options. Okay, one thing that I've not added in my prompt is that, how do I want my brand to be? Is it like a modern ethnic, or is it like a traditional, purely historical, purely the one that does not include a lot of fancy stuff, right? You would have the heritage one, right? So that I've not added in the detailing. If I would have added, it would have given me a much more niche answer. So exactly how you structure your question also resembles to how you want your brand to be, right? So millennials and Gen Z, so younger generations who are tech savvy, digitally connected, and open to exploring online shopping experiences, right? So NRIs would be the ones who would want to buy for India, because if they want it, they can get it. For someone who's residing, the families inside India, so they can get it for them. Now, so all these fashion bloggers and influencers, so you would know, okay, you would get a fair bit of idea. You of course have to do your own research on how you're selling, how you're not, but it would give you the idea to start from, right? Now, if I know now, if I want to start online, can I cater to tier 2, tier 3 cities directly, or should I focus heavily on tier 1 first? Get my servers in tier 1, right? So that is the idea that it would give me, which is fabulous.
We'll start with our personal finance management. So we'll ask first question: how can I balance my short-term and long-term financial goal? So this is very, very important for an individual, correct? So we need to make a goal like first short-term and long-term. So if you are earning 10,000 rupees as a salary, it is an example, okay? So in that 10,000, how I can make short-term financial goal and how can I make my long-term financial goal? So short-term goals, for example, this month, what are the household expenses are there? Or this month, I need to pay my son's educational fees or tuition fees or whatever the dancing class or whatever the other expenses are. That are my short-term goals. If I come for a long-term goal, for example, long-term goals like I need to purchase one motor vehicle, or I need to purchase a car, or I need to purchase one land and building. So that are my long-term goals, correct? So how we need to plan? So here are some suggestions are there. So we'll see one by one. So balancing short-term and long-term financial goals is an important part of financial planning. So we need to segregate our first planning. So which are our short-term goals or which are our long-term goal. So after that, you need to plan. Okay. So first, set clear financial goals. So financial goals is nothing but what is we need to achieve or what I need to get. That is our goal, correct? So if I want to purchase bike after 2 years, so that is my goal. I need to purchase a bike. That is long term. Short term, I need to pay my son's educational fees. That is the short term. So first we need to set a clear financial goals. That is our first step. Second, prioritize your goals. So in short term, I already told you like pay the rent or pay the electricity bill or son's educational fees or whatever the household expenses are there. Or we need to purchase some clothes, correct? So in that, we need to set a priority, which is very necessity for us or which is very priority is there. Okay, which are least priority is there. So according to that, we need to plan. So first one, house rent. Okay, we need to pay rent, correct? So that is our first priority. Second one, we need to pay electricity bill. And third one is we need to pay son's educational tuition fees, correct? That is also very priority or high priority. So like that, we need to make the priority, which is the first, second, third priorities are there. We need to set the priorities according to our goal. And when it comes to long term, I need to purchase bike after 2 years, correct? So for that also, I need to save some money. For example, in that 10,000, at least 10% of the value, that is 1,000 rupees every month I need to save for my future goal or for my long term goal. That is how we need to plan. Next, create a budget. So you know the meaning of budget, right? So budget is nothing but it is the estimation of your inflow and outflow of cash. So how much revenue or how much profit you are going to get for that particular month or particular year, and how much I need to spend. That is, what is your expected expenses for that particular month or for the particular year. So that you need to create a budget for your personal finance. And the fourth one, build an emergency fund. So all your companies also, they are going to keep the reservations, that is reserves and surplus. Correct? So why they are going to keep the reserves? So we can't predict the future, like how the COVID hit. Correct? So all the finance, it may be for personal finance or companies, everyone, they're affected with this COVID. Correct? In that scenario, we required some reserves. Okay? So that is the reason as an individual, as a person, we need to make a reserve for our future. Okay, whatever the uncertainties are there, so or whatever the emergencies will be there. So for that, we need to create some money. Next, save for retirement. Okay, for example, now I'm 28 years. Okay, so at what age I can work. Up to 58 or 60 years, correct? So after 60 years, what is my financial plans? That is a big question, correct? So if you are going to earn now, yes, you are going to spend. After 60 years, who is going to spend? Or who is going to give money? Correct? So for that, we need to plan for our retirement also. So in our retirement, how we need to? So consider a financial planner. Okay. So this ChatGPT work as a financial planner. Okay. If you can ask a question. So I'm going to I will type a question here. I'm earning of 10,000 rupees per month. How can I plan for a year? So if you ask this question, so ChatGPT will give you the suggestions. So according to your whatever the earnings are there, so you can ask as an advisor, like ChatGPT will give the advisory services. Okay, how you need to do, or how you need to budget, and how much you need to save. So with this 10,000 earnings, so how you need to plan, or what are the steps you need to follow to achieve your goals, or need to balance your budget with that financial year. So that will give the steps. If you have the debt, or if you have the short-term borrowings, long-term borrowings, or debts are there, so that will give all sort of suggestions or advisory functions by the ChatGPT. So whatever the questions you have, you can ask, that will give the suggestions. Like a ChatGPT will work as a advisory services. The next question I'm going to ask, what are some strategies for reducing my expenses and increasing my incomes? So if I want to increase my earnings, or if I need to increase my income, okay, so what are the strategies are there? So reducing expenses and increasing income are two key strategies. So ultimately we need to reduce our expenses, correct? So if we reduce our expenses, then we can increase our whatever the incomes. For example, if I, as the last example, 10,000 is my salary. So in that 10,000 only, I need to save more money. So what are the strategies I need to do, or what are the ways are there? So in that first one, create a budget, reduce housing cost. So that is unnecessary expenses. Sometimes what you are going to do, it is not required. Some extent it is not required. But also what we are going to do, we are going to invest my money or our money in that particular thing. It may be purchasing of XYZ equipment, or purchasing of luxury furnitures, or whatever the other things are there. Unnecessarily we are going to invest our money so that we can reduce. That is in control of our hand only. That is in the controllable, correct? So on that time we can reduce the expenses. So we can increase our income or increase our earnings or savings, correct? So that is one strategy. Next, cut back on transportation cost, unnecessary travelings. If required, then only if you are going to go to that place. Otherwise, sometimes what we are going to do, unnecessary we are going to spend on the transportation. If you are using public service or your own transportation. For own transportation also we need to spend on fuel and other things, correct? And public transportation also we need to pay for whatever the fare charges are there, that we need to pay, and we are going to spend money. Correct? So we can reduce in this way also. That is cut back on transportation cost. Or if it is necessary, instead of using your personal vehicles, we can use our public transportation also. So for example, from A place to Z place, if I want to go with my personal vehicle, then I need to spend 1,000 rupees. For the same A place to Z place, if I use this public transportation, then I can spend only 100 rupees. So in this, we can save 900 rupees, correct? So that is one strategy to reduce. Next, shop smarter. Next, cut back on eating out. So whatever the outside foods. Reduce entertainment expenses. So whatever the entertainment we are going to spend, reduce on that. So these are the few reducing expenses strategies ChatGPT is going to suggest. Next, what are the ChatGPT suggests for increasing our incomes? With this reducing expenses also we can save money. Other than that, how we can increase our income? So first one, get higher paying jobs. So we need to check which are the jobs are given more salary for our work. And next, start a side hustles that consider starting a part-time business or freelancing to earn additional income. Whenever the free times is there, on that time, whatever the feasible work or whatever the work we can do, or we are good in that work. So on that time, we can do this freelancing, rent out space or monetize your hobbies, sell items you no longer needed. So these are all the few strategies we can do and we can increase our income. So these are all the suggestions given by the ChatGPT for how to reduce our expenses and increase our incomes. How can I prioritize and manage my debt effectively? Everyone are having this debt, correct? So either credit cards or loans, personal loan, educational loan or housing loan. We are going to go through with these loans only or debts, correct? So how we can maintain effectively? So here are few suggestions given by the ChatGPT. So first one, list all your debts. So first we need to list the debts. That is, which are all the loan or whichever are the credit I have taken. So first we need to make the list. Second, prioritize your debts. If for example, I have a personal loan. So first we need to look at the interest rates. Correct? So if I want to go to taking a loan, okay, for whatever the reason, okay. So for that we need to check the interest rates. As a common public, we are going to do, correct? So if for example, SBI is offering the loan, HDFC is offering loan or any other banks, they are going to offer a loan, correct? So first we are going to check which bank is going to offer how much interest rates or which is offering for least rate of interest, correct? We are going to check and which is charging less processing charges. Everything we need to check, correct? So here also this ChatGPT is given the same strategy or suggestion. So first we need to prioritize your debts based on the interest rates and the balances, correct? So we need to check the which are all the least interest rates are there. Okay, according to that we need to prioritize. And next, make a plan. Develop a plan for paying off your debts. So after that we need to prioritize or we need to make a plan of paying the debts or we need to redeem the debt or repayment of debts. Next, negotiate with creditors. So creditors is nothing but one who gives the money or ones who given the products or services on the basis of credit. Creditors is nothing but for whom we owes to others or owes to other party. That is the creditors. So these creditors may be your banker or any financial institution or private party. Okay. So we need to negotiate with them. Okay. If for example, if the private person, if they are going to offer a loan for 10%, we are not going to accept for 10%, correct? So we need to negotiate at least for 8%. That is the negotiate. Avoid taking on new debt. So simply if you require money, go for a loan. That is also bad habit. Increase your income. So earlier also we have discussed, no? So in the free time we can do freelancing or whichever is paying the good or reasonable salary for your work. That kind of incomes we need to get. Create a budget. Seek professional help. So if you are struggling to manage your debt, consider seeking help from financial advisor or credit counselor. So whatever the suggestions given by ChatGPT, after that also if you require some other suggestions, then you can go with the advisory functions. All your bankers or commercial banks, private banks, they are going to offer this financial advisor services or financially advisor agencies. Okay, so you can go and you can contact. So like this, whatever the personal questions are there regarding personal finance, okay, without going for advisory services, you can get all your answers for whatever the queries you have. You will get all sort of answer or suggestions you are going to get with the ChatGPT. in that general account or in the ledger account, what we are going to do, in the left hand side we call it as debit and the right hand side we call it as credit. Okay, so all these transactions, what we are going to record on the left side of an account, that is debit side of an account. Okay, debit are recorded on the left side of an account and it increases assets, expenses and losses. That will be decrease the liabilities, revenues and gains. So while explaining in the slides, I have already told you the general ledger account, correct? So in the general ledger account, the left side, okay, left side we call it as debit. In middle we are going to write the account name, and in the right hand side we are going to write as a credit. So debit, whatever the account, and credit, correct? So if it is debit side, all your expenses, assets, losses, that we are going to record it, and that value is going to increase. Okay, and in return it is going to decrease the value of the liabilities, income and gains. And when it comes to creditor, and when it comes to credit, that is, in short, we are going to write it as CR. Credit are recorded on the right side of an account and increase the liabilities, revenues and gains. They decrease the assets, expenses and losses. So when it is recorded on the debit side, these items will be decreased, and whether it may be recorded in the credit side, these debit items will be decreased. If you want to solve any financial transaction, or if you want to learn the accounting, means this is the golden principle of accounting, or we call it as golden rules of accounting. The golden rules of accounting are guiding principle that help maintain the accuracy and integrity of financial records. These rules are as follows. So what are the rules? We have three categories of rules. First one, personal account. Second one, real account. And the third one is nominal account. So these are the three accounts are there, or broadly classified or categorized, okay, rules are there. The first one, personal account, the debit is the receiver. So as per the personal account rule, whatever we are going to receive or the company is going to receive, then that account is going to make it as debit. And when it comes to credit, debit is the receiver, means credit is the giver. So when company gives, then it will be credit. Okay, just I will take an example of cash. If the cash comes to the organization, or for the whatever the older example I have given, Mr. X started business with cash rupees 50,000, correct? So Mr. X is the person, is a artificial person in the organization, correct? So the Mr. X is going to receive the cash, then we are going to make debit, correct? On that time, if Mr. X receives the cash, then the cash balance, that is your assets, is going to increase, correct? And the credit, that is as per the personal account, credit is given. If for example, the Mr. X is given money for other person, that is third party, then cash is going out of the business, correct? So that is decreasing the assets value, decreasing the cash balance, correct? That is the personal account. Second one is real account. As per the real account, debit what comes in to the organization, credit what goes out of the organization. For example, Mr. X purchased the furniture and paid through cash of rupees 5,000 rupees. So in this transaction, what is coming to the business? The furniture, because Mr. X purchased the furniture, that furniture is an asset for the organization. So it is coming to the business. So we are going to debit furniture account, and credit. What we are going to credit? That is as per the real account rule, what goes out of the business. So in this transaction, what is going out of the business? Cash is going out of the business, correct? Furniture is coming, cash is going out. So in return, whatever the furniture they purchase, for that they are going to pay in the form of cash. So debit what comes in? Furniture. Credit what goes out? Cash is going out of the business. So that is the real account rule. Next, nominal account. Debit all expenses and losses, credit all income and gains. So all the expenses or all the losses we are going to debit. For example, salary paid, okay, printing and stationery expenses paid, office rent, or fuel expenses or car expenses, all those things will be the expenses for the organization. So we are going to debit, okay, all the expenses and losses. And when it comes to the credit all income and gains. If for example, rent received, interest received, okay, any commission received or dividend received on the investment, all those things will be comes under the credit as per the nominal account rule. So once again, I will repeat: personal account, real account, nominal account. So as per the personal account rule, debit is the receiver, credit is the giver. And when it comes to real account, debit what comes in, credit what goes out. And the last one, nominal account, debit all expenses and losses, credit all income and gains. Next, double entry system of accounting. I've already told you, right? Whatever the financial transactions were there, for that, all the transaction we have two-side effect, whether it may be a debit and credit or credit and debit or debit and debit or credit and credit. Okay. Any one effect will be there for all the financial transaction. So the double entry system is the foundation of the modern accounting. It states that every transaction has two or more accounts involved and that the total debits must equal to the total credits, because two-side effect will be there. I've already given the example of capital. That is, Mr. X started business with cash of 50,000. So cash is coming to the business, that we are going to write it in debit side. And in the form of capital, he brings to the organization. So we are going to write it on the credit side. So debit side 50,000, credit side 50,000. So the total will be the debit and credit is 50,000. That is the double entry system of bookkeeping. The system ensure accurate recording and maintenance accounting equation. So accounting equation is also the popular method. Okay, the small or sole trading companies or petty cash, they are going to maintain this accounting equation. Assets is equal to liabilities plus equity. So your asset is equal to, that is, assets is to be tallied with the liabilities and the capital of an organization. Here also ChatGPT is given one example. If you purchase inventory with cash, so what is the double entry is will be debit the inventory account, because it is comes to the business. As per the real account rule, debit what comes in. So in this transaction, what comes? Stock is coming to the organization. Stock is nothing but inventory. And what is going out of the business? The cash is going out of the organization, because if we purchase the stock and we are paying in the form of cash. So debit inventory and credit cash account. So while we maintaining the books of accounts also, we have two kinds. We are going to maintain all the books of accounts. One is accrual basis of books of accounts or bookkeeping, and one more is cash basis of bookkeeping. So what is this difference between accrual basis and cash basis of accounting? Okay, accrual basis, this method records revenues and expenses when they are earned or incurred, regardless of when cash is received or paid. It provides more accurate representation of a company's financial position and performance over a given period. So what do you mean by this? Accrual concept or accrual basis is nothing but we are going to record the transaction, that is for sure. Whether we are going to receive the cash today or it may be next day or next 15 days or after 30 days. Usually what happens, the business, they are going to give or they are going to sold the assets or sold the goods on the basis of credit. Usually they are not going to give on the cash basis. Correct? They are going to offer for 15 or 30 days or 45 days of credit repayment period. So for example, I'm going to sell the goods for Mr. X on 1st January worth rupees 30,000. I'm going to record the transaction on 1st January and Mr. X is going to repay that money after 30th January. Correct? So these are the difference. We are going to maintain that records on that particular day, but we are going to receive the cash after 30 days or 45 days depending on the agreement. Next, cash basis. I think so. No need to explain only, correct? Accrual basis, we are going to record only that particular day we are going to record whether they are going to pay cash or not. But when it comes to cash basis, only when they pay the cash. In that earlier example only, Mr. X is going to pay after 30th January. Then whenever he is going to pay, On that time only or on that date only we are going to record the entry, not the original one. So this approach records revenues and expenses when cash is received or paid. It's a simpler method but may not reflect the true financial position if the transaction occurs in one period but the associated cash flows happen in the another. Okay, so this is the disadvantages of this cash basis method. So accrual basis and cash basis method, these are the two methods of bookkeeping they are going to do.
So as you can see, if I type create a job description for the position of product manager and I type enter, it will generate response for me. As I can see, it is already giving me job title, location, and it is telling me that you can insert your location here. Job type, job summary, it is talking about the responsibilities. I have not talked about any of these things. All I have said is that create a job description for the position of product manager. And it is giving me a job summary. It is also telling me the responsibilities. And if you see, all these responsibilities are not generic. Those are very, very specific to this particular role of product manager that I asked about. For example, conduct user testing and gather feedback to iterate on product design and functionality, develop and execute go-to-market strategies. I never mentioned GTM strategies. I never mentioned about the go-to-market strategies, but it is still picking up hints and it is giving us results based upon the large corpus of text data that it is built upon. Develop and manage product budgets. It is also talking about the requirements, 5+ years of experience. So it gives us requirements. Now, if you want to change and let's say you want to make it 2+ years, you can always change those details, right? It is also talking about experience with agile development methodologies and product management tools such as Jira, Confluence. We offer a competitive salary and everything it is mentioning. Now let's say we want to understand what are some of the most in-demand skills for this particular role. Let me type this question. So if I ask that what are some of the very important or most in-demand skills for this particular role, it tells me that product management is a complex and demanding role that requires a combination of technical, business, and interpersonal skills. The most in-demand skills for the role of product managers are strategic thinking, business acumen, user-centric mindset, technical knowledge, project management, communication skills, data analysis, leadership, and adaptability, and finally problem solving. Let's say I want to get more details or related to the technical skills. So let me tell that, can you please specify the technical skills required for this role? So as you can see here, I get an answer that sure, here are some technical skills that are particularly relevant for product managers. And it is talking about understanding of software development methodologies, experience with product management tools, and it is mentioning all those tools such as Jira, Trello, Asana, etc. And then data analysis skills, prototyping, UX and UI design knowledge, familiarity with APIs and integrations, familiarity with DevOps. It is also talking about the understanding of mobile development. Now, those are all technical skills that I have understood with the help of ChatGPT. Now, one very important thing that you need to understand over here is that in this question, I'm asking, can you please specify more technical skills related to this role? I never mentioned product manager, but ChatGPT has the understanding that I'm still talking about the previous answers that I have received, and I'm talking in relation to all those answers. So in the previous question, I had talked about the role of product manager, but in this particular question, I'm not saying anything about the product manager, but ChatGPT will understand that I'm still in a sync and I'm still talking about related to things which are related to the previous question or the previous answer. So you can talk to ChatGPT just like you talk to your friends. You can type in the question, you can build on one particular topic, and you don't have to specify all the basic details each and every time. For example, you don't really have to write here that can you please specify more technical skills related to the field of product manager. You can simply write related to this role. That's how we talk in the real world. We say something and then we build upon that. Similarly, you can communicate with ChatGPT in the same manner. You say something and then you keep building on that. You don't have to identify and mention all the minor details each and every time. So now that you have got a basic understanding of that, let's say I'm not very okay with these technical skills. I want more technical skills or more specific technical skills. Can you get that? Let me try. So let me type add more technical skills to this list. And let me see what is the answer that I am getting. So if you type that question, you get answers such as, here are some additional technical skills. Now it is talking about cloud computing. It is also talking about the knowledge of databases. It is talking about cybersecurity, and it is also explaining why that skill is relevant to the field of product manager. It is talking about machine learning and AI. It is talking about API design, which is again a repeated point. We have seen that in the point number 6 in the previous question. Then it is talking about DevSecOps. It is also talking about big data technologies. That's how you can leverage ChatGPT in the field of creating a job description. Now let me ask that, can you specify more technical skills required by a product manager in one specific industry? So let's say we go by the industry, FMCG industry. So if I press enter, I get the answer that sure, here are some technical skills that are particularly relevant for a product manager in this specific industry that I asked about, which is FMCG industry. So supply chain management, it is talking about inventory management, it is talking about packaging design, it is talking about pricing and promotions, it is talking about manufacturing processes, it is talking about regulatory compliance, it is talking about digital marketing, it is also talking about data analysis and visualization. And it is giving you a basic hint that overall product managers in the FMCG industry need to have a solid understanding of the production, distribution and marketing processes that are specific to this industry, as well as the technical skills required to optimize these processes and deliver products that meet customer needs. Now, one very important part of JD or job description is the average salary. Let's say rather than going to different links and searching on Google and understanding the data, you just want to understand that what exactly is the average salary for one particular role. Can you get that information from ChatGPT? Let's see whether we can get that or not. So if I type in the query that can you tell me the average salary for the role of product manager, I'm getting an answer that the average salary of a product manager can vary depending on factors such as industry, location, years of experience and level of seniority. However, according to data from Glassdoor and PayScale, it is also giving us the source of the data and it is mentioning the average salary in United States for us. And it is also saying that salaries can range from around $75,000 for entry-level product managers to over $150,000 for senior level positions. Let's see how ChatGPT can help us in developing questions related to different particular domains or different particular expertise areas. Let's take the example for the role of a product manager. Let's ask ChatGPT if it can help us create some questions related to the role for a product manager. So if you type in this query, it gives you some sample questions that can be asked to a candidate applying for the position of a product manager. For example, can you tell us about a successful product you have launched in the past and what your role was in that particular process? How do you stay up to date with industry trends and changes in customer needs? Or how do you incorporate user feedback into product development? Can you give an example? Or can you tell us about a product or feature that you wish you had developed but did not? Why didn't you pursue it? All those are different questions that you can ask the product manager. But let's say you feel that these questions are good, but these are not very technical in nature, and you want to add more technical questions to this list. So let me ask ChatGPT that I need more technical questions. And I type in that query. Let's see what are the answers that we are going to get. Sure, here are some more technical questions that can be asked to a candidate applying for the position of a product manager. Now, if you see, the nature of these questions is much more technical in nature, such as what experience do you have with user experience design? How do you ensure that user experience is a priority throughout the product development process? Or you take number 6, how do you collaborate with engineering teams to ensure technical feasibility of product features and enhancements? Or you take number 10, can you walk us through your experience with product analytics tools and how you use them to inform product decisions? This is again a great example. But let's say you know one particular topic or one particular term in the area of product management and you want to ask questions related to that. You want to design a few questions related to that particular area. So in product management, the fields can be, let's say, go-to-market strategy or product market fit. Let me ask ChatGPT to suggest a few questions related to the product market fit or GTM strategy. You can take any particular topic. So if I ask, can you give me 5 questions related to product market fit? Here are the questions. What is your understanding of product market fit and how do you assess it for a product? How do you determine the target market for a new product and what methods do you use to validate its fit? Or can you describe a time when you identified a gap in the market and successfully launched a product that addressed that gap? So these are all questions which are related to product market fit, and ChatGPT is giving us all those questions. If you want more questions related to one particular topic, you can again put in that query and you can get the answer to all those queries that you're going to put in. Now let me also ask ChatGPT to suggest a detailed case study, that type of question that we can use in the interviews as well. So let me ask, can you suggest a case study type question related to the field of product management? And here's my query. Let's see what is the answer that we are going to get. So answer related to case study type question for the field of product management is yes, you are a product manager for a software company that specializes in product management tools for small and medium sized business. You have been tasked with developing a new feature that will help users manage their teams more efficiently. And you can see that there's an entire case. They are defining the role of the person who's interviewing. Then what steps would you take to evaluate the potential solutions and determine which one to pursue? This question requires the candidate to demonstrate their ability. So first of all, it is giving us a case that we can ask as it is in the interview. And then it is also giving for the interviewer that what exactly you can expect from this particular question. What are some useful insights from customer interaction? We already discussed it, that any business will actually integrate ChatGPT either in the form of chatbot integration, or they will be actually drawing some useful insights from customer interactions. Let's say ChatGPT, you are already getting a lot of data. ChatGPT now has the ability to actually understand the data, understand the context of a particular situation, and then draw insights from it. So there are 5 major areas there that we will be discussing. Number 1, sentiment analysis. This is something that we have already touched upon. ChatGPT can analyze customer interactions to determine the sentiment associated with specific products or services. Let's say customers are reaching out to ChatGPT as a chatbot, and they are putting in their query. ChatGPT now has the ability to understand what is their sentiment, whether they are angry with a particular product, whether they are dissatisfied, whether they are satisfied, what exactly is their reaction, what exactly is their sentiment. Why? By reading their chat, ChatGPT can actually understand that, which can actually in turn help the company in understanding more and more about their audiences, about their customers. Then second one we have is topic modeling. ChatGPT can extract key topics or themes discussed in customer interactions, which helps identify recurring issues, FAQs, or emerging trends. So ChatGPT, when interacting with the customers, can understand that what are the major topics that the customers are touching upon, what are the major themes that the customers are talking about. Then with that, we can understand what are the major issues, what are the major good areas, and based upon that, a business can actually take decisions which can make them much more profitable, can make their customers more satisfied and loyal for their company to actually run or survive in a cutthroat market. The next one we have is customer segmentation. ChatGPT can also assist in categorizing customers based on their interactions and preferences, which can help businesses tailor their product services to specific groups. Overall, ChatGPT can actually help any company, any business in terms of targeting their customers in a much more better way. They can actually form the clusters of those customers, that these customers are of same type. They have same kinds of demands, same kinds of complaints. And these customers have the same kind of pain points. With that, we as a business can actually understand how we can cluster or can divide those customers and can provide them more and more personalized products and services for their needs, for their unmet needs or undeserved demands. The next one we have is root cause analysis. By analyzing customer interactions, ChatGPT can help identify the root causes of customer issues and complaints. What is that the customers are actually not happy about? Whether they are not happy with the product, whether they are not happy with the customer service, whether they are not happy with a particular part or a feature of the service that you are providing. What is that? Root cause. That is something that can be analyzed with the help of those customer interactions, and ChatGPT can do it for you. Then the last one we have is predictive analytics. By leveraging historical customer interaction data, all these customer interactions, ChatGPT can assist in predicting future customer behavior such as churn or purchase likelihood. If a customer is interacting with ChatGPT, ChatGPT actually has the ability to understand the sentiment of that particular customer and understand whether they are going to churn, whether they are going to go away, or whether they are going to be converted or are going to purchase the particular product or service from your organization. They can predict those behaviors based upon the historical customer interaction data that is fed to it. So that's what ChatGPT can actually help a company in all these major areas. Be it sentiment analysis, be it topic modeling, be it customer segmentation, root cause analysis, or predictive analytics. These are all different insights that can be leveraged by ChatGPT to actually add more and more value to your customers, to your employees, and to your business in general, and can make it more and more profitable as an organization. So if I put in the query that based on all the above information about my clothing store, suggest a few FAQs for the landing page of my website. And here you go. Here are some potential FAQs. What types of clothing do you offer? What sizes do you carry? What is your return policy? How can I track my order? Do you offer any discounts or promotions for first-time customers? Now, these are some great FAQs that I can have on the landing page of my website or the landing page of my clothing store. Now let's say if I ask ChatGPT that provide an answer to each of these questions. I also want a response to each of these questions. And here you go. You can see that to all these questions which are mentioned above, now there's a response attached to it. And if you read any of these questions, you can see that these are all aligned with all the information that we have already fed to ChatGPT. For example, if you see this one, that what is your return policy? The answer is we have a hassle-free return policy. If you're not satisfied with your purchase, you can return the item within 30 days of delivery for a refund or exchange. Please make sure that the item is unused in its original condition and with all the tags attached. You can remember that in earlier conversation, we have mentioned that our return policy is conditional where all the tags need to be attached with the clothes. Now it is able to relate this information with that earlier information and is able to give us answer which is completely aligned and is relevant to the given context. So that's the beauty of using ChatGPT for customer support. Now let's say I asked ChatGPT to suggest 5 FAQs related to custom orders and special sizes, as that's one of the specialities of my clothing store. And here you go. Do you offer custom orders or special sizes for your clothing? Or are there any additional charges for your custom orders or special sizes? You can see that it is able to give us questions related to that. Now you can again ask the responses for these questions as well. If you want to make those responses more shorter, you want to trim them down, you want to make them more engaging, all of that can easily be done with the help of ChatGPT. Now, the second thing that we are going to discuss in this particular module is how ChatGPT can actually help us in generating more and more ideas. So, customer support has one very good major aspect, that is generating ideas in terms of how you can improve the customer services in your store and in general for your customers, and can add more and more value to them. So let's say if I ask ChatGPT that suggest a few strategies to improve the customer service at my clothing store. Let's see what are the strategies that ChatGPT has to suggest. So number 1 is hire and train knowledgeable and friendly staff who can assist customers with their queries and concerns. Provide multiple channels for customers to reach out to you, such as email, phone, live chat, and social media. All these are great examples of how we can actually improve the customer service at the clothing store. Similarly, you can see collect and analyze customer feedback regularly to identify areas of improvement and take appropriate action. Let's say I like the 5th one and I want to explore more about that. So if I ask ChatGPT that related to the 5th one, that one strategy it has suggested is collect and analyze customer feedback.
So let's talk about GPT-4 for business, and let's type in our first prompt regarding that, right? Okay, so when we talk about GPT-4 model for business, let's just type in the prompts that we want to talk about business for. So let's just look at this prompt, right? So here what I have done is that I have given them a set of instructions that I want the GPT-4 model to do for me, right? So conduct an in-depth analysis of the status of the pharma sector, right? The medical pharma sector, exploring its trends, right? This is the first thing that I want GPT-4 model to look at. Challenges, number 2. Number 3 is the opportunity, right? Now utilize this relevant data and statistics to support your analysis. Now I want GPT-4 to analyze in these regards, that is trends, challenges and opportunities, providing the insights to. Now the second part of this question, right, is that I want GPT-4 to provide me insights into the market size, the growth rate, the consumer behavior of the pharma sector, right? Now identify the key players that are there in the industry in the US, including the established companies and emerging startups. Now I've given them the data, the level in which the data needs to be analyzed for, right? So it is like take examples of the established companies that are there and the emerging startups that are there. Now offer both short-term and long-term industry forecast, considering the potential developments and the impact of future events or future advancements in that sector, right? Now discuss any potential disruptions or opportunities, right? Now I have also given them a negative side of it, in which I want them to tell me what are the challenges that would be there, right? Potential disruptions if there are in that particular companies or in that sector as a whole. So I want it to inform me about that, to give me a disclaimer. Okay, these are the things that can be done arising from the technological advancement, regulatory changes or shift in consumer preferences, right? So this is what I have given a gist of what the prompts look like. Now if you want GPT-4 to give you better results, you have to give them, you just do not give them one line statements, then it would be a variety of things that would be coming up. Give them crisp questions, right? Give them questions that are to the niche that you want it to be, right? Don't give them vague sort of questions, because the results then would not be that effective. The prompts that you are feeding in should be with a level of research from a human perspective, right? Give them what you exactly want the model to give you, right? So this is what it is. Now let's just run through this prompt and let's see what GPT-4 has to say. Okay, so we have got the answer from GPT-4 regarding the prompt that I feed into it, right? So at first it just reminds you about the fact that the knowledge that the training was cut off in September 2021. So it will give you a gist of that. Okay, current market analysis cannot be done, but I'll give you the forecast of what might have happened during that time, right? So the point with this is, it's a good thing from GPT-4 model that it gives you the reminder that whatever you asking me about anything is only valid up till September 2021, right? So let's look at the answer. Let's just analyze what the answer is about. Now first, as I mentioned in the prompt, that I want GPT-4 to give me the trends that are there, right? So first it gives me a big heading of the trends that are there. Now it gives me personalized medicine and precision medicine. In the recent years, they have been moved towards the personalized medicine treatments, right? Then is telehealth that is there, right? Due to the COVID, it takes into consideration COVID-19. There has been significant increase in the adoption of telehealth services. The trend has the potential to significantly change how pharmaceutical care is provided. Then it is about growing biotech. It just gives me a gist of it. Now the biotech sector has been experiencing substantial growth. Biotech companies are at the forefront of innovation in the drug development. Then comes the challenges, right? The second aspect that I wanted to tell me was about the challenges that are being faced, right? So the regulatory hurdles are there. Then high research and development costs are there. In pharmaceutical development is a costly process, right? And since we have talked about the US, it's even more, right? We fed in the information for the US, right? So the cost of healthcare is more, right? So it's talking about, okay, the costs are very high in terms of the research that is need to be put in. pricing pressure. There's increasing scrutiny on the drug pricing, which calls for more transparency and affordability. This has put pressure on the pharmaceutical companies and profit margins. Then the third aspect that I want it to tell me was about the opportunities, right? So emerging markets, it's mostly the markets that are in the developing region. So it states precisely that there are significant opportunities in the emerging markets, right? As Asia and Africa, where the population and healthcare needs are rapidly growing. Now, the second part is the digital health. Now, advancement in technology offer opportunities for companies to streamline their operations, improve the drug discovery process, and enhance the patient care. Then is the aging populations. With the populations in the developed countries aging, there is a significantly high demand for the treatment for chronic and age-related diseases. Then it talks about the things that I wanted, key players. So it talks about the Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, and all these companies that are there, right, as of 2021, which were the major players in the US pharma sector, right? So it gives us what was there in 2021 with the precise information about Pfizer, Johnson's, and other companies or pharmaceutical companies. Then emerging startups, right? Moderna, BioNTech. So these are also a very, very good thing that they also know about the startups that are just emerging, right? Then the forecast that I mentioned. In short term, companies will likely continue to deal with the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, which might involve increased demand for certain treatments and increased investment in vaccine development, right? During the 2021, the major focus of the pharma industries was to roll out the vaccines in a much more fast-paced manner. So that is the reason why they have mentioned that increased investment in the vaccine development and distribution. Now, let me be very clear that these are the forecasts from 2021's perspective. Now, the things have changed. It might not be the case, the short-term case, as what we are experiencing right now, right? So long-term. In the long term, the pharma sector is expected to grow. Key factors driving the growth may include the increasing global population, the rising prevalence of chronic diseases, technological advancement, and increased healthcare expenditure, right? Then we also talked about the technological disruptions and opportunities. So it gave me, okay, AI is one thing that would automate things. AI is one thing that would be used in drug discovery. Machine learning will make things happen much more efficient manner. Then is gene and cell therapies, right? This is a broad overview based on the information available up to 2021. For the current and comprehensive analysis, you should consult a market research firm, right? So it gives us a gist of what is happening in this pharma sector, the pharma industries, right? So what are the key things that we are mentioning over here is that if you give them a prompt that is precise, if you give them a prompt that has all the segments divided into it. Okay, this is the research part, this is the analysis part that I want GPT to do, then the forecast about those results. So it will give you a gist of whatever it is happening, whatever information you have provided in the prompts, right? So it will give you a gist of all those things. Then let's talk about another prompt. Okay. The second thing that I've asked them is provide a comprehensive guide to small business financing options, right? There are a lot of startups that are coming in and they need to know what type of funding they can look for, right? So what are the financing options that are there, right? There are certain banks, they are in non-banking financial corporations. So we have a lot of options, right, in that manner. But as a layman, if I don't know what those are, so I would want that GPT-4 to at least tell me what are those options, right? So the prompt says, provide a comprehensive guide to small business financing options encompassing various avenues such as loans, grants, equity financing. Explain each financing option in detail, because I'm talking from a layman's perspective, including eligibility criteria, application processes, and the pros and cons of each. Explore the government programs and initiatives that offer financial support to small businesses. Now I can write one more thing which is not mentioned here, is that in which country's perspective, right? So I'll type in India, right? So discuss the emerging trends in small businessing finance such as crowdfunding and micro lending platforms. Offer tips on how to assess these appropriate financing options for specific businesses and need to provide the insight into securing the funding successfully, right? So this is the the prompt, right? Now let's look at what the result we get from GPT-4. Okay, so now let's look at what the answer is. So comprehensive guide to small business financing options. So it thinks in itself and tells us what the heading should for the answer should be, right? The first thing that we talked about was in the prompt was loan, right? So it gives us the subheading loans. Now it will describe what type of loans are there. The first one is the term loan. Now banks and non-banking financial companies, NBFCs, right, offer term loans to finance the long-term needs of a business, such as infrastructure development expansion, right? So it tells me, okay, there are something known as term loans that banks and NBFCs provide for long-term needs in terms of infrastructure development and expansion, number one. So the eligibility, the business would with a proven track record and stable cash flow should be there, right? It's understood. Then pros, long-term finance is there, fixed interest rates are there. Then the cons is lengthy application processes is there. So now you know, okay, the application process would be quite cumbersome, right? Then collateral may be required, risk of default, application process apply through the lender's website, right? Lender's website would be a bank's website or NBFC website, right? The second financing, the loan option is working capital loans. These are short-term loans designed to cover daily operational expenses. Businesses with steady revenue and proven operational history are eligible. Then pros, quick access to cash, flexible terms. Cons, higher interest rates compared to term loans. So the interest rates, see, we got that the interest rates are more as compared to term loans. So now you want to think in that perspective. If I have a company, what type am I interested in paying more interest after taking that loan or less interest? The short-term needs should be met or the long-term needs should be met. So all that we have to think about, right? But rightly so, it gives us the gist of what is required. Now we can go to the bank account, let's say HDFC, ICICI or any other bank that is there. I'll just go to the website, check their conditions that are there, right? Then it would be grants, government grants. Now if I want to know if there are anything that are there, right, in terms of government financing these small businesses or the emerging businesses, right? So it says that the Indian government offers grants to various schemes like Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, PMMY, Credit Guarantee Fund Scheme for Micro and Small Enterprise, CGMSE. So this is something that probably even the ones who are working in a startup or they're setting up a startup, right, they would also not be very sure of what these schemes are, right? So now GPT-4 gives us, okay, these are the schemes that are there. You might want to look at to them. You can just go to their website, government website, or just Google out Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana. You'll get details about it. Now, if it is aligned to the needs of your business, that's the call that you can take. Then is the equity financing, angel investment is there, venture capital is there, right? When you're starting small, you have Series ABC funding, right? Seed funding and all that. So that is also what it is talking about, the angel investment. Wealthy individuals provide capital in exchange of equity ownership, right? Now, all these things are mentioned. Then venture capital is invest in businesses with high growth potential, right? Eligibility is there, pros is there, cons is there, application process is mentioned what it is. Now, government program, Startup India, right? This is a program, right? It's not a scheme, it's a program, a government initiative that provides funding support, a learning program, platform for entrepreneurs to connect with each other. Then MSME, the government offers multiple schemes to provide assistance to MSMEs, including credit guarantee scheme. Now this is a scheme, credit guarantee scheme, CGS, PM employment generation program and all. So you might want to look at these aspects as well. Then it talks about the emerging trend in small business financing, crowdfunding is there, microfinance, micro lending, peer-to-peer lending. So all these things, the companies are also mentioned here. What you can look at, you can just go type it out at Google, just tell it to just give you the links of it, and then you're good to go. You can have your research done more in a much more efficient way. Now, if you're using GPT-4, think it in that perspective that it is basically your assistant to do some mundane tasks that are present that would take a lot of time when a human does it. So when GPT-4 is doing it, it's much better that they have a sense of the thing that this would ease out the work that you are doing, right? So consider it as an assistant that would ease out certain mundane tasks that are present, right? Now you can see that there's a heading that is mentioned, how to choose the right financing option, but it is only that one pointer is mentioned and it's not complete. Why is it so? So the reason behind this is that every chat option in this particular GPT-4 model has a set amount of words that it can display, right? After that, even though the question can be a lot lengthier, right? The answer to what it is, if it is not fitting in their set parameters of one answer, right? The number of words present in one answer, then it would stop in midway. So what is the solution behind it? How can we troubleshoot it? So it's simple. You just have to type continue the above answer, right? So it will just start right from here. How to choose your right financing option, evaluate your business needs. That is where it ended. Now it will just continue it further. It will give you the entire answer that you are looking forward to. Now why is that? Again, as I mentioned, there's a cap of words that an answer can have, right? So the GPT models, they do not understand the human words language, right? What does that mean? They do not understand the human word count. So there's a thing called tokens that they understand, that we discussed in the theoretical module, that there's a conversion from token to the words, right? So the language that they understand is tokens. Okay, so we can see here that the answer is continued, that how to choose the right financing option. Number one is evaluate your business needs, understand the cost of financing, assess eligibility, consider the terms of financing. Then tips for securing funding successfully, build a solid business plan, maintain good financial records, build a strong credit line history, network, be prepared to negotiate, right? So these are the things that they are giving, like the tip for securing the funding successfully, right? Remember, while securing financing can provide the resource needful for growth, it also comes with the obligations for your business must meet, right? So it just gives you a gist of it. But now what if that there is something that I want, they have displayed some result XYZ. Now I want them to give a gist of what that result is. For example, if there is angel investment, right? It mentions wealthy individuals provide capital in exchange, right? Then there is venture capitalists. But I want to know more about that, right? So I can just write here itself, right? Elaborate more on equity financing, right? If I don't know what equity financing is, I'll just type in here, right? That elaborate more on equity financing, that I did not understand what was mentioned, just so it gives me again the answer explaining that part, right? Equity financing refers to the process of raising capital through the sale of shares in a business. So it will give the answer to me in the perspective that we want, right? If I write here that, okay, I still don't understand what they are talking about, if I'm not aware about, okay, what are these jargons, right? Private equity, crowdfunding, IPO, I don't know the jargons, then I'll basically mention it to simplify it further, right? What would I write? Elaborate more on equity funding in layman's perspective, right? So I'll just type in that and it will regenerate that result in a much more simpler manner, right? It will take references from the day-to-day daily things that you are doing and give you the answer in that regard, right? For example, it's written, right? Suppose you have a baked pizza, right? In the bracket, it's mentioning started a company and you want to bake more pizzas, expand your business, but you need more ingredients. What are the more ingredients, right? If you're making a pizza of 7-inch, then you make more of such pizzas, right? So you would need much more ingredients. You would need much more cheese, much more toppings, much more, the oregano, the chili flakes, you would need more, right? So those are the ingredients. That is the capitals or the funds, which you can't afford on your own, right? You don't have the money to pay for it, right? So you invite some of your friends, which are your investors, to contribute, to return for their contribution. You give them a slice of your pizza, right? So they are the investors. Your friends become your investors. They contribute in some or the other manner. Then in return, what do they want? They want the slice for your pizza, the share of your company. Now your friends are partial owners of the pizza. They are the stakeholders, and they get a share in the profits, that are the dividends. Decision making of what will happen to that pizza, where can it go, which part of the city they want to expand in, and any potential future selling price of the pizza or the company. So this is in a very, very, creative way of explaining someone who does not understand finance, to making it more interesting. And we humans have the tendency to memorize a thing while we imagine, right? We have a much more picturestic memory, or picturestic way of thinking, right? So it is giving me a gist of, okay, a pizza is there now, expanding, it's equivalent to starting a company. If you want to make more pizzas, that is growing a business. So it'll give you, GPT-4 would give you that sort of connect from the real world, from your day-to-day life, so that you would understand complex terms and terminologies in a much more easier manner. So let's look at GPT-4 for now. So when I click to GPT-4, now it says that it's the most advanced system that produces, safe and more user responsiveness is there, right? So this is what the crux is about. There you can see in the website they've talked about what key differences are there, right? And how is it different from ChatGPT, right? One such example you can see. So this input is there, in which Andrew is free from 11 to 3, Joni is free from noon to 2 p.m. and then 3:30 to 5. So it basically, the crux behind ChatGPT and GPT-4 is that in GPT-4 you get more crisp, advanced reasoning answers, right? And you would get a bit more vague answers in ChatGPT, the older model of it, but you will get a more precise and more crisp results when we talk about GPT-4, right? And in terms of passing the exams, right, the benchmarks that they have set, GPT-4 even outperformed ChatGPT in that regard, right? So if you can see uniform bar exam, ChatGPT scored 10th and GPT-4 90th. So this is the level in which it performs, right? So with this, it tells about how advanced ChatGPT-4 model is than ChatGPT, right? So now let's just log in and see what more things we can do, right? So let's just log in to try on ChatGPT 4 Plus. Log in, right? We'll fill in the details. So after filling in the details, what we will do is we'll just log into the GPT-4 model, right? So this is the sort of user interface that we have for GPT-4. It's pretty much the same as GPT-3. With ChatGPT and GPT-4, what the key difference is that the UI remains the same, more or less. What the difference comes in that when you're paying for an extra, ability for this model, you get the GPT-4 model right there, but you can always switch back to GPT 3.5 in the same window. You don't need to create any free account for that. In the paid version as well, you can go back to 3.5. So what is the major change that they have done is that in GPT-4, you cannot use it in one go, how many ever prompts you want. It is limited. It has a cap of 25 messages every 3 hours. So in every 3 hours, you can only type in 25 such questions, right? So this is the key. Then whatever you do after that, they will revert back to the GPT 3.5 model, right? So these are the key differences. Again, now these are the different strings or different chat sections that are created over here. Consider it like you're using WhatsApp, right? You have numerous threads, you have numerous people that you're talking to, right? So each individual has a different chat options. So similarly, when you're typing in different queries related to different sort of topics, right? Each topic gets created into a different what do we call it? A chat section, right? You have to set it in a different chat section. So the thing with ChatGPT and GPT-4 model is that it learns from the data that you provide, right? So if I'm typing in XYZ things, right? Hey, can you tell me something about marketing, right? So if I type in such things, let's just type in GPT-4 for now. So what will happen is that when I type in, and now what it would do is it would know that this entire chat would be created, right? A new chat would be created. Then what would happen is that in the entire conversation, it will stick its brain power to marketing. It will know that, okay, you're talking from the marketing perspective of things, right? So it has that kind of data that you put in. It has a sort of memory to realize, okay, this is what the human wants me to interact with. That is marketing, right? So you'll get a variety. Again, as I mentioned, that in the differences between GPT 3.5 and 4 model is that you get much more crisp results, right? With a lot more better logical reasoning and higher order thinking in what the user would want, right? So that is why this is what you're paying for. You're paying for an extra amount of preciseness to what you really want the answers from GPT-4 model, right? Again, the drawbacks is remains the same in this model itself, that it is trained up to August or September of 2021. So after that, any new information that is there would not be present in any of these models, GPT-4 or GPT 3.5. But what you get out of paying extra, what you get out of paying for this service is that you get more crisp answers, more better quality answers, and more precise answer in to the way you want the answers to be, right? You can type in X number of commands, right? So we'll see all these examples when we go ahead, right? So basically, this is the user interface that they have. You can chat, you can type in your prompts over here. You can regenerate the response. If I do not like what I'm seeing over here, I can regenerate the response right here. I can tell them, right, this is for their feedback, if this was a good one or this was something which was not good. So this is what is there in this chart as well. So you can also make changes to the queries, the prompts that you put in, right? You can always, modify, just like I can change what I want to about. I can be more precise, right? I can talk about digital marketing, right? So I can save and submit, and it would give me much more precise answers, right? So you can always have, and it has a memory of its own, right? So it has a memory. You can always go back to the last prompt that you were searching for. You can always come back to the current prompt that you're working on, right? So these are the more crisp and precise things that are present in the GPT-4 model. It is much more advanced in terms of higher order thinking, right? So let's move on and let's learn something about let's just say business, or let's just say marketing, or let's just say content creation, right? So let's just start off with marketing at first. So now, from considering a very creative part of it, now I wanted to develop a screenplay for a film, right? So now I've added a prompt stating that develop a captivating screenplay for a film by creating compelling characters, establishing an intriguing setting, and writing engaging dialogues. Craft a thrilling narrative filled with an unexpected twist to keep the audience captivated until the end. Now what I'm trying to do here is that I'm giving it number of different parameters to consider while developing that screenplay, right? It is captivating characters, establish an intriguing setting, writing engaging dialogues, right? Craft a thrilling. Now I want it to be in the thrilling perspective, right? So all that I have added in this. Now let's see what is the result of this prompt. So now we can see that it has given me in the format screenplays are made. It has given me the sequence of things that need to happen. So all these things are with the parameters that I have given it, right? The dialogues are there, the characters are mentioned, the location is mentioned where it is going to happen, right? So all these things are set in play when we talk about GPT-4. GPT 3.5 on the other hand would give a very vague sort of setting. It would not give it in the format that is there. Also, it would not be as engaging as GPT-4 would provide, right? Now let's take another example. Now generate a script for a 2-minute Facebook ad promoting our innovative cleaning service, right? So let's just see what it has to give. Now, as we can see that, as mentioned before, that GPT-4, every string has the memory of its own, right? So the first thing that we asked it to do was create a screenplay, right? The format should be in a screenplay format. Second one, we completely changed the subject to make a 2-minute Facebook ad promoting innovative cleaning service. Now, what it understands is that you want it in a screenplay format and to generate a script in that format, right? So what it does is it gives me the entire screenplay for a cleaning service, which we do not want it, right? It gives me a thing that I do not want it to give, but since it has its memory of in every thread, it has the memory of the previous prompt, right? Now it is engaging the previous prompt with the current prompt and giving me the results accordingly. Now, what if I do not want it? What should be done? You have to create a new chat, a new string should be created. Click on GPT-4 and then add the same prompt that you added in prompt number 2. Right. So now it has given me a script in the format that a script is and not a screenplay, right? So now it has given me the opening shot, how it needs to be there, the narration of what the script would be like, then where the camera should be placed, what should be the setting. It has given all those 3 things in a 2-minute thing. And also it has given me that there's something you want, you can ask it to sparkleandshine.com for satisfaction is guaranteed. So what it is, like at the end you give a feedback, right? So now this can be the business website for whatever your business is. You can put your website over here and in the script it would add the same to it, right? You just have to change it. Okay, change this from your own brand's name or your brand's website, right? So it will do the same. Okay, now let's look at one more example. Now I want GPT-4 to write me a 500-word article with an exciting tone. Okay, so the first parameter that it is considering, that I wanted to consider, is exciting tone. That explains the advantages of using the virtual reality for travel experiences. This is the second parameter that I am setting it. Now the third is begin with a compelling hook using the PAS formula and conclude with a CTA. Now this is my fourth parameter, using the PAS formula and conclude with a call to action, promoting the virtual VR reality package, right? Now let's look at what the response of GPT-4 model is in this regard. Now we have mentioned that begin with a compelling hook, right? Now just read the hook that it has given, right? The first one, the first para is the hook. Imagine this, you're standing on the summit of Mount Everest, feeling the cool breeze against your face, the crunch of the snow beneath your boots, right? So now this gives us the initial hook for the user to being hooked up to the article that I'm writing, right? You want at the end that the customer or the person that you're sending this article to reads through the entire article. You don't want it to just read one line and go back. So the first element, the first para of this article is about engaging that audience, engaging that user onto this article. Then comes the bit of introduction part. Okay, VR travel experiences are revolutionizing the tourism industry, giving a brief of what you want to sell, right? Offering a blend of adventures and everything, right? Then comes the body part, in which you're mentioning all the things that are happening in the VR world, how the VR is, interactive and all those things that you can do, how it is much more better than other conventional things. So you are giving that in your body part, and at the end you're giving a CTA, call to action. What should the user do, right? Now it is giving, imagine the endless possibilities that lie within your reach. Right? Now it's the time to seize the day and dive into the future of travel. We are excited to present our exclusive VR travel package, your passport to the world and beyond. Now it wants you, don't just dream about the places you want to visit, experience them. Reach out to us today and let us guide you to a world of unlimited adventures. Get ready to explore. Now the thing is that if I mention that for the first time user, let's say is 50% off on the travel package. I can add that, and at the end of CTA, it will just add that statement, or in a much more interactive way, it will add that, okay, 50% off on the package that we are selling. So all these things can be done using GPT-4 model. Now let's take another example. As a renowned chef, can you give me 5 suggestions to enhance my baking skills and achieve professional level results? Make sure that the suggestion, right? Now this is the thing, make sure the suggestion is for a person who hasn't cooked before, right? So I want to give it a parameter that explain it in a layman's term, right? Now the result that we are getting, right, is from the very basic beginner's level. Understand your ingredients, right? Precision is the key. Quality of the ingredients. Master the basic techniques, right? Be it whisking the eggs or chopping vegetables and all that stuff. So it want us to know what the thing is, right? In terms of baking, it is not vegetables, it can be other things, how to make the dough and everything, right? So master the basic techniques that are there. Practice. So it's telling me what a absolute beginner needs to start off when they're talking about baking, right? So it will give you in a very layman structured approach from the very basics. That's the beauty about GPT-4. It will give you everything in a very structured manner, in a very crisp manner.
Congratulations on completing the video. You have gained a comprehensive understanding of various ChatGPT tips and tricks, from writing effective prompts and exploring different prompt patterns to avoiding common errors. You also learned how to build Python apps and websites with ChatGPT 4o, and how to leverage ChatGPT for Excel, Microsoft PowerPoint, content creation, SEO, digital marketing, and finance. Keep applying these insights to your projects and daily tasks. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel for more insights like these.